Baylor football. And now, we're live in the booth with the voice of the Baylor Bears, John Morris.
You absolutely cannot lose another conference game and have any chance to get in the championship game. So you need to win this. I don't know that there's must-wins this early, but it's pretty close, guys.
Yeah, and they're both 1-1 in Big 12 play. You know, you think, again, Kansas State started the year in Dublin against Iowa State in a conference game to kick off college football season. And then they've had some rough in that non-conference play for themselves, but had a really good win against UCF last week and found their identity some. And so this is going to be a challenge for us today.
Both teams, K-State ran the ball really well last week in a 34-20 win over UCF. Baylor is getting the running game going. Bryson Washington is really good. And, Ricky, those other guys behind him, Caden Knight and Michael Turner, had some contributions last week.
Well, they really did. And go back to K-State. Running back, 166 yards. QB, 75 yards. Just in time for the Bears. That's kind of typical. So, but yeah, I was really proud of the young guys. Turner, Caden Knighton, I thought for the first time, really ran with the ball hard, punched it in a little bit like Bryson Washington, really hit the hole strong. And he made one sideways move, guys, last week that was really, you think, man, that's Barry Sanders kind of move, and it happened to be in Stillwater. So I thought that was really cool. And don't forget the catch. I know he fumbled after the catch, but that was a spectacular catch he made on a ball that was really, really tough downfield. You have a running back that's kind of receiving threat. This kid's just going to get better and better and better, and we'll see a lot of him today, I would expect.
You mentioned the fumble, and not to pick on him, but Baylor overall I think is -3 in takeaways on the year. Just not creating any takeaways the last few weeks. How big would that be if we could create some?
I mean, it's huge. You know, anything you can do to stimulate a drive and create momentum for your offense, and you do that with takeaways, right? And so we got the taste of it against Samford and created for that game. And then we put 2 goose eggs on the board in terms of creating turnovers. And so it's big to flip momentum, to create momentum, to play complementary football, to give the ball back to your offense with a chance to score and take a lead at times. And so it's big. And offensively, we did better last week. We still had the one. And our fumbles have come on big plays, which a fumble's hard enough on its own. But when they're happening on big plays and first downs, and it truly is a drive killer.
Well, you go back to K-State. I was reading through some of the stats in prior games, and it seems like all of these conference games or all these football teams of Big 12, turnovers is the key. You go to some of their critical games, they would have 3, none on the other side. Yeah. You know, you go 3-0 on turnovers and it's in the wrong direction, you're in trouble. That's hard to overcome because even if those aren't after big plays, as Nick mentioned, and ours have been, just like Caden last week. That was a huge catch, probably, 20, 25-yard catch. Then he loses the ball. When you do it in that type play, it really hurts. But if it's a reverse of if you're -3 in turnovers in a football game, it's just hard to win.
Yeah.
It's hard to overcome. The thing today, too, you're going to have to worry about if K-State runs the ball like we think they are and tries to keep this on the ground and maintain it, you're not going to have that many offensive possessions. Yeah. And then if you turn it over, you're really in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, Kansas State last week had 266 yards on the ground, which was their most in a game this year. And they won and pulled away from UCF in the second half. And you've got the 1-2 punch of Avery Johnson and then Edwards. And so that's the thing for us, that our defense has to slow down today. It's not just a running quarterback. While that's his strength, he can throw the ball. So he's one of 5 Kansas State quarterbacks with 4,000 yards passing and 1,000 yards rushing in his career. So it's not that he can't throw, but their offense opens up when he runs the ball.
Yeah, he can throw, but that's not his strong point, Nick. And I think the Bears would much rather have him throwing it than running it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, talking about Avery Johnson, the quarterback for K-State. All right, let's take a break. Let's get the K-State side of things. The great voice of the Wildcats, Wyatt Thompson, joins us when we come back. We are live at McLean Stadium. It's the Countdown to Kickoff presented by Conecuh Sausage. And we'll be back with more after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength. You need power. You need agility. You need a team that shows up ready to win. And Toyota Trucks, yeah, they bring the full roster. The Toyota Tundra and Tacoma are built for it all. With available bed-mounted power outlets, massive towing capability, and a cabin fit for your crew, Toyota Tundra and Tacoma don't just show up to game day, they dominate it. Kick off the season with big savings during the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event. But hurry, these deals won't last forever.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Wear green, haul gold in a new Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Got Conecuh sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. Conecuh sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
This season, when Baylor scores a touchdown, raise your bear claws and swipe a free 10-piece Chicken McNuggets the next day on the McDonald's app with the purchase of $2 or more. Run it, throw it, however they reach the end zone, your taste buds do the touchdown dance.
And I couldn't record it too if I wanted to, right? And so I thought, what the heck, I'll just try it.
Okay, maybe it's better live.
Maybe. And the truth is, probably sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just you're listening to
nature of the beast,
football.
Here we go.
On the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome back on the Countdown to Kickoff. It's presented by Conecuh Sausage. As we continue, let's welcome in one of the great guys in our business, one of the great guys in our league, Wyatt Thompson, the longtime voice of the K-State Wildcats. Nice enough to come down a few booths to our booth, and it is great to have you here.
Well, it's great to be here, J-Mo. Thanks for the beautiful day, even if it is a little warm. This is October, right?
That's right. It is
but we're
October.
Also in Central Texas.
That's right. We'll get to 90, so it'll be warm today. Question I have for you that we haven't talked about. You played the Week 0 game against Iowa State in Dublin, Ireland. How was the trip, number one?
Well, the trip was terrific.
Yeah.
You know, we had heard for several months, 13, 14, 15 months, how great the people were there.
Yeah.
And they were. They couldn't have been more engaging and helpful and what have you. And we saw a good game. Just from our perspective, the good team didn't win, right?
Right.
It was a heck of a game, though. A typical K-State-Iowa State game where you have the game go down to the last 4 or 5 minutes like they usually do. But I think it was good for Dublin, for Ireland, the two programs, the national and international exposure. It was a blast.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
So off of that game, you didn't have a week off. You played the next Saturday.
Yeah.
After that travel, you won the game the next week. But was there an after effect from that long a trip to start the season?
I'm going to say yes.
Yeah.
Because we played North Dakota.
Right.
Good club, new coach, weren't really sure what to expect. They played well. K-State was a little flat, fortunate to win it. And then subsequently we have Army at home and then at Arizona on a Friday night and lost both of those games. So I do think if you go back and study the Aer Lingus Classic, you see teams, win or lose, have some issues.
Yeah.
Now, that's not the case for Iowa State. Mm-hmm. Part of our deal has been health, too, and I know everybody goes through that. But, I mean, we've had guys like Jace Brown and Dylan Edwards, miss time, and that's pretty significant. Edwards was injured in the game with Iowa State, and we just got him back really healthy last week for the first time.
What was a big win last week over UCF, kind of rights the ship. Great running game last week. Dylan Edwards was really good. What else went well for you guys to get that win last week?
Probably, great question, because I think the easy answer is the offensive line played their best game. And I think we'll see Devin Bass, who spent time at right and at left guard filling in, maybe get a start today. It isn't 100% certainty, but I think that they're leaning that way to kind of reward him for what he's done. I think it was also the best game of the year for Taylor Portier at left guard, and maybe a couple of others even. The other factor was we got Avery kind of out in the open early in the run game. That seemed to open up everything else. And he's been throwing the ball pretty well. He's still learning on progressions and that kind of stuff. Really talented young guy. But when K-State is good offensively, they give themselves a chance. But it's been up and down, up and down.
Yeah. Do you agree with me that this is a real swing game today for both teams, Baylor and Kansas State?
Absolutely. And you know this. We've talked this week a lot. I have so much respect for Dave and the job he does here. Their offense, I believe, is quite good. Right? I mean, when they're clicking, they're really difficult to get off the field. And frankly, that's been an issue for K-State's defense. We have not played there as well as I think a lot of people thought. We're going to have to win first down today on both sides of the ball. And if not, I mean, it could be a long day. I'm not going to lie about that. Baylor's good. I understand all your fans are saying, yeah, but that Bear defense better be pretty good today too, right?
That's exactly
And that's
right.
part of it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And your coordinator, Matt Wells, you know the connection. His daughter, Jaden, is on staff here as the director of on-campus recruiting.
Yeah, he's very proud of that. I actually had him on the radio show a couple of weeks ago, and he mentioned that. And some of the looks he got in the crowd was like, wait, she's at Baylor? Because he had been at Tech and at Utah State and all of that. Great dude, though, man.
He is a great guy.
I know he's gotten some criticism, but a lot of that it has nothing to do with him at all. It's more about, player and performance and injuries and those kind of things. Great person, though. We're grateful to have him on the staff.
And he's got a lot of Baylor ties. Like his wife Jen is a Baylor grad. He's got two sisters that are Baylor grads.
Correct.
Which is really fun. Yeah. So fun angle to this game today.
No doubt. And that's what makes this. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why this game is so great, but certainly those types of ties help make it even better from my perspective. Yeah.
Well, it's great to have you and Stan and Matt and your entire crew here today, and you know how much I appreciate you, and thanks for coming to visit.
Well, you're the best, J-Mo. Great to see you, my man. Have a good broadcast today.
You too. Thanks very much.
Yes, sir.
Wyatt Thompson, the great voice of the Kansas State Wildcats, visiting with us. Baylor and K-State. Top of the hour, 11:02 kickoff for the Bears and the Wildcats. Take a break. When we come back, what we were talking about, we'll visit with Jaden Wells, the director of on-campus recruiting for Baylor football. Her dad, Matt Wells, is the associate head coach and the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach for Kansas State. We'll talk about all that with Jaden when we come back. It is the countdown to kickoff presented by Conecuh Sausage. Conecuh Sausage, made from the finest cuts of pork, their patented blend of seasonings, and smoked over a pure hickory fire for that true hickory smoked southern flavor. Conecuh Sausage, the official smoked sausage of the Baylor Bears. We'll take a break and be back with more right after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
This season, Bobcat of Waco is proud to partner with the Baylor mascots to bring you a winning lineup. Just like the Bears on the field, Bobcat
is this completely self-contained?
Strength, speed, and toughness.
John,
we're big with 0% financing. Bates on the equipment.
Okay, no worries. Could you just
just a tick turn him up. Elmont, they're pretty close. 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Okay, 24/7 at bobcatcce.com.
I was talking about the traffic guy. Did he come in?
And let's make this season one to remember. Sick 'em Bears.
Are you tired of slow internet? Are data caps and throttling making it impossible to stream your favorite shows and movies? If so, it sounds like it's time to switch to NextLink Internet. With NextLink, there are no data caps and no throttling, just super fast internet speeds, up to 1 gig over wireless in some areas. Plus, NextLink is an official partner of Baylor Athletics. So don't wait another minute. Give NextLink a call or go online to NextLinkInternet.com
Hey, John.
to see what's...
This is contained on the back end too, right? Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And it's just
Alrighty.
all away.
Today we have two very special guests on our program, introducing Lem and Lime.
Hello.
For Starry Lemon Lime Soda.
Thanks for having us.
What is Starry Lemon Lime Soda?
It's a crisp, clear burst of lemon lime flavor, and it's caffeine-free.
Between us, one of you must be a little more important to Starry than the other. Who is it?
We're both important.
So we could just as easily Lime Lemon Soda.
No, that doesn't sound right. Oh, so you saying hip-hop could be hop-hip? Works for me.
Starry Lemon Lime Soda. Starry hits different.
Join us November 13th at the Texas Sports Hall of Fame in Waco for our next Lunch with the Legend, presented by Baylor Alumni Sports Outreach. Our special guest will be former Baylor basketball standout and entrepreneur Jim Turner. It's Thursday, November 13th, beginning at 11:30 a.m. at the Texas Sports Hall of Fame, and tickets are available now by calling 254-710-8300. Join us as we hear from Jim Turner, November 13th, presented by Baylor Alumni Sports Outreach.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome back as we continue on our countdown to kickoff. We always look for ties between the schools, and we have a great tie between Baylor and Kansas State. Matt Wells is the associate head coach and the offensive coordinator for the K-State Wildcats, and his daughter, Jaden Wells, is on Coach Aranda's staff here at Baylor. She is the director of on-campus recruiting, and Jaden is with us now. This is fun. What a great connection for this game today.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah. How fun is this? Knowing your dad and your family are all going to be here and everybody's going to be in one place on a Saturday.
Yes, absolutely. It's super fun, super special weekend for our family. Obviously, my whole family will be here. My sister's flying in from Utah, and then my dad's brother's actually on staff for Kansas State, too. And so him and his family will be here, grandma, aunts. So it'll be a super special weekend for our family.
Oh, that is so cool. So Coach Wells, I say Coach Wells, your dad, Matt Wells, he and Coach Aranda go back to working together at Utah State, correct?
Yes, sir. So my dad was the offense coordinator. Coach Aranda was the defensive coordinator at Utah State back in 2012, I believe. So it's been super fun. They've stayed close through the years. So it'll kind of come full circle this weekend for sure.
So there's that connection. Plus, there's a lot of Baylor in your family. Like your mom, Jen, is a Baylor grad.
Yes. So my mom went to Baylor, and both my dad's sisters actually went to Baylor. So grew up watching Baylor games and supporting them for my mom. So again, full circle weekend, or full circle moment this weekend. So
yeah, that is so fun. So know this also: when your dad was the head coach at Texas Tech, I tried for a couple of years to get your mom to do an interview like this, like you're doing, and she always politely declined. But I did because of the connection. I was trying to get her on, but so I'm glad it worked out with you.
For sure. I'm not surprised.
That's great. How about so what's this game week like for you? It's an important game. It's a very important game, but is it a little more special this week?
Definitely special. I mean, it'll be a little weird seeing him, on opposite sidelines, but super special for our family. Yeah, it'll be crazy being up against him, on Saturday. One of the first times we've done this, but always been on the same sideline, but it'll be good. It'll be special.
Y'all were on the same sidelines at Texas Tech when you were there. Tell us your role at Texas Tech. How did you get into what you're doing now?
Sure. So I worked in recruiting as a student at Texas Tech, started under my dad, and then just continued all throughout college. And so growing up a coach's kid, I always knew I wanted to, be involved in football, work in sports. And so continued to do that through college and then ended up at Baylor. So
right. It was always going to be something in sports, probably something in football for you, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Again, again, growing up in sports and being a coach's kid, we were just always involved with my dad's teams, and just kind of seeing the impact he had on those teams, players, staffs, really, set the tone for me and grew my passion in sports and mostly college football.
So tell our listeners, in your current role here at Baylor, Director of On-Campus Recruiting, that covers a lot. Tell us a little bit about what you do.
Yes, sir. So I work hand in hand with our Director of Recruiting, basically just planning all recruit official visits, unofficial visits, having a hand in onboarding when they come as a freshman. So it's been super special just to see recruits' journeys and then, ending up on campus as a freshman, kind of planning those visits and just anytime a recruit comes to Baylor, planning their experience here. So
nice. And I know a little bit of how hard y'all work to make it the best possible experience. When you get a recruit on campus at a game day like today, I mean, that's a real opportunity, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We just want to show them how special Baylor is. I keep using the word special, but how special of a place this is and just make their experience great here. So good. Especially it works with a game like this, all the emotions and just how exciting it already is. And so it'll be fun for them to be on campus for this one.
All right, final question. What's the contact like between you and your dad this week? Normal conversations, normal text, or anything out of the ordinary?
I mean, I like to mess with him a little, obviously. But, I mean, it's been pretty normal. He's been great, and he's super excited to get here back to Waco. And obviously it's a big game for them, too. So it's been good, but, obviously we're on different sides of the sidelines, so got to keep it a little just normal, not anything out of the blue. So
you got to stick to business for sure. Absolutely. Well, thank you for visiting with us. We appreciate it. Fun for the Wells family this weekend and a big game to boot. And thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Jaden Wells is the Director of On-Campus Recruiting for Baylor football. Her dad will be in purple, and her uncle will be in purple on the other sideline as well today. Take a break. Back with more on the countdown to kickoff after this here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
When life gets complicated, Butts Law Firm is your one-stop for a wide range of legal needs. Whether you need estate planning documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal or business assets management and disposal, consumer protection, family-related legal matters, or various business-related issues, we are your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you every step of the way. Trust us to provide the legal support you need. Call today. 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference.
Hey, John.
Trusted attorney.
On the great game, since it's a local break, do you want to throw it to locals after that instead of going straight to it? Sure. Sounds good.
I can make a sausage and I'm firing it up, yeah, everybody knows that's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road, it's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows that's how I get my grill on. Kanaka sausage, it's just a little taste of heaven.
If you're stuck in a high auto loan rate, it's time to call an Audible.
Hi, I'm Joe Betsy Tyler with First Central. When it comes to your auto loan, you don't have to stay in a bad formation. Call the right play. Refinance with First Central and get a lower rate, fast approvals, and a team that knows how to win local.
Visit firstcentralcu.com and apply today.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Kaneka sausage, always great on the grill and perfect for tailgating. Pick up a pack and enjoying your family's favorite recipes at any meal of the day. Kaneka sausage, a game day tradition and the official smoked sausage of the Baylor Bears. Let's welcome in Kevin Kleisel now, our resident meteorologist. How about me guessing what the weather might be today? I'm going to say warm, getting warmer.
Spot on. Absolutely spot on. Yeah, we talked a couple of weeks ago about not so sure summer's done yet.
Yeah.
And, man, maybe by the November game
November.
we'll get some cool weather. But, man, it is going to be really toasty down there. And hydrate, man.
Yeah.
Take care of one another.
Yep. Headed toward 90, around 90 today. Is that right?
Yeah, we may go above that this afternoon.
Oh,
so
wow.
into the low 90s. So.
All right, very good. Sunscreen would be advisable also.
Sunscreen, hats, fine shade.
Yep.
Just take care of yourselves.
Very good. Dr. Kevin Kleisel, thank you very much. Appreciate you and your expert opinion on the weather. Let's look at one of the great games in Baylor football history. You think Baylor K-State? Yes, Nick. We'll talk about 2012. Yes, we will talk about that one. But here's another one. Baylor beat Kansas State 37-34, dramatic fashion, October 6th. So this week of 2018, that is this week's great game in Baylor football history.
October 6th, 2018. The Bears hosting the Kansas State Wildcats at McLean Stadium in a key Big 12 matchup. In a rags-to-riches afternoon for Baylor kicker Connor Martin. The Baylor junior missed 3 field goals and 1 extra point in the game, and the Bears trailed 14-12 at the half, thanks to a big day for K-State tailback Alex Barnes, who carried the ball 22 times for 250 yards and 3 long touchdown runs. But the Bears countered with senior receiver Jalen Hurd, who had a career-high 11 receptions for 135 yards. Sophomore Treston Ebner had his first career 100-yard day with an even 100 yards on 17 carries. And the Bears had the lead with 6:41 remaining in the fourth quarter, following freshman Craig Squirrel Williams' first collegiate touchdown.
Bears and Wildcats tied at 27. Hand it off. Running to the left side. He's got some room. It's Craig Williams. Oh, he's into the end zone. The Squirrel scores for the Bears. Craig Williams, the freshman, gives Baylor the lead in the fourth quarter.
I'm going to tell you, he put a couple moves on a couple of kids down there.
After the Wildcats came back to tie the game with 4:26 remaining, sophomore quarterback Charlie Brewer engineered a 12-play, 76-yard drive that put the Bears in position for a game-winning field goal. Enter Connor Martin with a chance to make amends from his earlier misses.
Chris Lutzel is the deep snapper. Drew Galitz is the holder. Connor Martin a chance to play hero for the Bears. Tied at
30 seconds, John.
12 seconds to play in the game. Good snap, good hold. The kick is away, and the kick is good by Connor Martin. The kick is good, and the Bears lead 37-34 with 8 seconds to play.
And that was the final, 37-34, Baylor over Kansas State. October 6th, 2018. This week's great game in Baylor football history.
Very solid Kansas State team. Baylor looking for the same today here at McLean Stadium. We'll continue on the countdown to kickoff presented by Conecuh Sausage. We're also brought to you by Premier ER and Urgent Care, the place to go when you're not sure where to go. Open 24/7 and just a short walk across campus. No appointment necessary. Just walk in. Visit premier.care to learn more. Jerry Hill, resplendent in his gold polo, will join us when we come back. Our coverage continues after this word from your local station.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oil field trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
From CY Group
Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics. Baylor Nation rolls along with Allen Samuels Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Start with award-winning service and factory-trained techs. Then shop our new and used lineup from cars, trucks to SUVs, all makes and models. Running a business? We're your Central Texas headquarters for ProMaster vans, cab, and chassis and work trucks. For power and comfort, test drive the Ram 1500, the Motor Trend Truck of the Year winner again. Allen Samuels in Waco, proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Come by, let's be friends.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
And back with us on Level 5 as we continue on the countdown to kickoff presented by Conecuh Sausage. Our game day sponsor today is McDonald's. All this gold around, you think of the golden arches. McDonald's is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Download the McDonald's app and sign up to earn rewards and earn exclusive offers. And sick 'em Bears. Wearing gold, Jerry Hill joins us. And Dr. Hill, we appreciate you being with us. Professor Hill, we appreciate you being with us. We have been saying this is I keep saying it, but this is a key game. This is a real swing game, isn't it, for both Baylor and Kansas State?
Yeah, and I think particularly for Baylor going into the bye week, K-State's already had their bye week. They're playing their 7th game next week, which is crazy. But, yeah, I think it's particularly going into that bye week, you never like to live with that loss for a couple of weeks. So, if Baylor can get into the bye week at 4-2, with a tough second half schedule, and it looks much tougher now than it did at the beginning of the year, really, because I thought that second half was really the easier part of the schedule. But as it's turned out, several of those teams have played much better than we thought they were going to be. So I think that's what makes today so important. Like you said, K-State, it's important for them as well. They've really struggled out of the gates, losing to Army and Arizona. So they certainly could use a win too. But I think for Baylor in particular, looking through those lenses, this is a huge game for Baylor.
What do you see as the greatest threat for Baylor today that we've got to watch for and take control of?
Well, and I know you guys have probably talked about it, but I think Avery Johnson's feet would be the main thing. He's a good enough passer, but he's a really good runner. I don't know that he's the best running threat we've faced, because we've faced a lot of good ones. And I would think, Nick, that helps you prepare for something like this. Like Jackson Arnold, I mean, it just didn't seem like we had a clue against him. We got better against Leavitt. They faced Kevin Jennings at SMU. So they faced a lot of those type quarterbacks, so it's got to help them. But, yeah, for K-State, I think that's the main threat. The running game in general, but specifically Avery Johnson.
I mean, in the game of chess, Kansas State figured out last week kind of their identity.
Yeah.
Does that help us that we can see that on film now, or is the advantage Kansas State from a confidence standpoint?
I think you would like to see them not find their groove, but you know what it is. You know what you have to focus on. Whereas maybe before that it was like, man, what do we really focus on? I think that left no doubt. This is what we have to focus on, and we have to focus on Avery Johnson, trying to keep him in the pocket somehow and not let him get outside and beat you with his – I'd much rather see him back there throwing the ball. Yes, he can beat you that way too, but he's a much bigger threat running the ball. So I think that does kind of narrow your focus a little bit. This is priority number one. So I think in that sense, we do have something more to focus on.
Hard to believe, but this is game 6 of the season. This is the midpoint, of the regular season today. Things just fly by. An open date next week.
Yep.
And at game 6 would certainly be a nice time to put all three phases of the game together, as Coach Aranda keeps talking about complementary football.
Yeah, I don't think we've had a game really where we've done that. I thought it was better, particularly in the second half, John, against Oklahoma State. The defense holding them to under 100 yards, just the one touchdown. It was really basically on one play. So the defense really kind of got in gear in the second half against Oklahoma State after they just threw everything in their kitchen at them. So I think that was a good sign, and they did play more complementary football that second half, where the offense was having a lot of success too, moving the ball different ways, running the ball. And, as Nick mentioned in his In the Huddle, they were running on third and mid to third and long and picking up first downs. That's key. Like, if you can do that, if you can really move the line of scrimmage like that and pick up first downs when it's not really a running situation, man, that's big. And that's, hopefully they, Baylor established a little bit of its identity too. I think that's one they've been trying to find. And I think Baylor maybe, hopefully, found that last week against Oklahoma State.
With Kansas State wanting to run the ball first, obviously that eats clock. How important is a fast start today for our Bears?
I think that's big, Nick, and it has been. If you look at the losses, and even the SMU game, you could look at the same way. We got out to slow starts, and we were climbing that hill the rest of the game. We were able to do it, able to come all the way back and beat SMU. But in those other games, we kept climbing out of the hole and just couldn't pull it off. So I think that's big today. And like you said, there's going to be probably less possessions because you've got a team that runs the ball like that. We may run the ball like that as well. So this could be a pretty short game, so you better take advantage of your possession. So, I think facing a team like Kansas State, you've got to get out to a fast start, and they're not a team that can really come back from 14, 17 points down. They need to play from ahead. So if you can put them in a hole, if you can make them try to come back, that's your ideal situation.
Yeah, the only game that Kansas State has won this year where they lost time of possession was North Dakota when they came back at the very end.
And that was a tough one.
And that was a tough one.
I think I had seen where they were like a 30-something point favorite in that one and really had to fight to pull it out. So, they're going to try to, dominate the time of possession. They're going to try to dominate on the ground, and they're going to shorten the game. And, generally that's what the lesser or weaker team usually tries to do, to shorten the game and lessen your chances. They don't want Baylor's offense on the field. They want their offense on the field, and they want those long 13, 14-play drives.
All right, boys, appreciate it. Jerry, we'll compare notes afterward. Thanks for visiting with us.
Thank you, J-Mo. Thank you, Nick.
All right, that is Jerry Hill, Baylor insider. Always appreciate his insight into a Baylor game. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll check traffic in and around McLean Stadium. Plus, we'll hear from Josh Cameron. How about his pregame speech to the team last week? He'll tell us about that. More when we come back on the Countdown to Kickoff, presented by Conecuh Sausage, here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
This is David Wetzel, Executive Director of the Baylor Bee Association, inviting you to our Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame induction banquet Friday, November 14th at the Hurd Welcome Center. We have another outstanding class this year, including men's basketball's all-time leading scorer, Lacedarius Dunn, and two-time Big 12 champion quarterback, Bryce Petty. This elite group also includes six-time equestrian All-American Sam Schaefer, Cyril Richardson and Derek Turner from football, Hannah Burke from women's golf, Taylor Ormond from women's tennis, and Chris Durbin from Baylor baseball. Also recognized will be Dusty Sanderson, who will be added to the Baylor Bee Association Wall of Honor. Tickets and table sponsorships are now available by going to BaylorBears.com/HOF. That's BaylorBears.com/HOF. We hope to see you November 14th for the 2025 Baylor Athletics Hall of Fame and Wall of Honor induction banquet.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
From
come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health, enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Left the field on a gold out at McLean Stadium. Baylor with gold pants, gold jerseys, and green helmets. K-State with the silver pants, the white jerseys, and the silver helmets as well. Let's get a check of traffic in and around McLean Stadium. DJ Rodman joins us, Baylor Senior Director of Public Safety. DJ, what do we need to know?
John, it's a beautiful day. Traffic's looking great up and down 35. We've got a little backup on MLK, so we just continue to encourage the loop to come in off of La Salle entrance. And again, just want to remind folks of our shuttles out at Heritage Square and the ADA shuttle out at the Brick off of Orchard. So, again, traffic's looking good. Trying to get everybody in here as quickly as we can.
Very good. DJ, thanks very much.
Thank you, John.
All right, appreciate it. DJ Rodman, Senior Director of Public Safety. There's a look at traffic coming in for the game today that will kick at 11:02. Let's hear from Josh Cameron now, Baylor receiver. Josh, you know his story. A former walk-on has turned into one of the best receivers in the Big 12 and one of the best in the nation. He had a pregame message to the team last week that you got to think helped the Bears to that win over Oklahoma State.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no, my message was really just
back to you after it.
Yes, sir. What is your
okay?
And
2 minutes.
Basically, why do you play this game? And so the main thing I was hitting on was I first told my why that I do this to give God all the glory. He's given me all these talents, so what I do with it on the field is my gift back to him. And then really just the next why is my mom. She was pronounced dead for literally 19 minutes, but came back to us by the grace of God, and is just really just thriving, living. And so I really just do this for her as well. And so I just told my why, and then I was like, each one of you guys has a different why. So remember that whenever you're out there on the field, just playing, giving your all. And then remember that whenever you see your brother next to you. And then I was like, shoot, that's literally what brotherhood is, playing for the brother next to you, because you don't know what they're going through. You don't know, shoot, everyone has a different why. And so that was the main point, really just hitting on the brotherhood aspect and just playing for each other.
Wow, what a great message. Led to a win over Oklahoma State, which was big.
Yes, sir.
Now you got to do that at home. You guys need a big home win today.
For sure. Yeah, no, that's the main goal, and that's what we're going to go do. We're going to go out there, execute, just do our thing.
What's it like? I mean, you're a really, really good receiver, but there's a lot of guys in your room, you know, that are very capable also. Yeah. What's it like spreading that wealth around?
Yeah, no, for sure. Having guys like Ashton, Cole, Taz, JP, you name it. We just got weapons all over the field. And so really just having that kind of goes back to the brotherhood aspect, and kind of takes a load off of me, just knowing that I can count on the guy next to me to go out there, execute, and just do his thing out there and have fun. So having those guys next to me is, no better feeling.
What do you get defensively from Kansas State today?
Yeah, no, for sure. They're a 4-2-5 defense. They're going to play hard. They're going to try to keep everything in front. They're going to swarm to the ball. Like I said, that's kind of what they build their whole team off of, physicality and wearing you out and making you kind of try and out-execute them. And so that's what we're going to go do, though. We're going to go out there,
Here we go, John.
out-execute, and then out-edge them. Just go out there and get the dub.
Good. Have a great game. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
What a great message there. Had a great game last week, 6 catches for 98 yards for the Bears. And what a great representative Josh Cameron is for Baylor University.
I mean, he's what you want out of senior leadership, and I think that's what's fun about Baylor and who we are is we're going to get great athletes, but we're also going to get great human beings and people and leaders. And so that's who you want to throw the football to. Not only is he talented on the field, but he's special off the field too.
Yeah, love that guy, Josh Cameron. Great story, and he and the Bears about to take on the Kansas State Wildcats. Big 12 game here at McLean Stadium. We'll take a break. When we come back, our pregame visit with Bears head coach Dave Aranda. Stay with us. The countdown to kickoff, presented by Conecuh Sausage, continues on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
There's nothing like a Baylor home game.
All right, you got about 7 minutes, John.
Watch this in.
Alrighty.
Hey, this is Joe Betsy Tyler with First Central. We're giving away a pair of Baylor football tickets for every home game this season. It's our way of celebrating the fans and families who make Central Texas great.
Enter now at firstcentralcu.com/football. One winner drawn each week.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
No purchase necessary to enter.
Are you a diehard Bears fan? Sure, your entire closet is Baylor green and gold. All your pets' names have started with Judge, and that good old Baylor line is your ringtone. But do you have an official Baylor University toll tag? That small green and gold sticker reps the Bears and cuts your toll bill in half. Visit getmytolltag.com to purchase your specialty tag and deck your ride with Baylor pride. Small sticker, big savings, sick 'em Bears.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oil field trailers? We carry a full line of big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
Baylor Nation rolls along with Allen Samuels Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Start with award-winning service and factory-trained techs. Then shop our new and used lineup from cars, trucks to SUVs, all makes and models. Running a business? We're your Central Texas headquarters for ProMaster vans, cab, and chassis and work trucks. For power and comfort, test drive the Ram 1500, the Motor Trend Truck of the Year winner again. Allen Samuels in Waco, proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Come by. Let's be friends.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Welcome back inside McLean Stadium as we continue on our pregame show. Let's visit now with Bears head coach Dave Aranda prior to the Bears and the Kansas State Wildcats. And Kansas State, a little bit of a rocky start to the year. Looked like they righted their ship a little bit. Got a big win last Saturday.
It's impressive to watch them play. You're looking at that game just by itself. There's no indication of any of the start that they had, and so they've got a bye week already underneath their belts, and there's been just a bunch of maturation with that team, and so we're playing a team on the rise. We're just going to take our best.
It's a solid program, isn't it, under Chris Kleiman?
It is, yeah. You know what you're going to get, and it's just whether or not you can handle it. Whether it's the really strong run game and the play action pass shots that come out of it, and quarterback run game, and then really stout defense, a lot of quarters and man coverage, and just they've got people on the perimeter that can lock up receivers, and they've always got that one edge rusher that can cause havoc, and this Kansas State team's no different.
Looks like a pretty good run performance last week. I think 266 yards, and Avery Johnson, their quarterback, took off a few times.
Yeah, I think that was one of the main beliefs coming out of their bye was that they wanted to get him to run more. And I think probably prior to the season, it was probably the other way. Hey, let's get him to throw it more. And I think they're trying to find that balance right now. And so, he is certainly dangerous when the ball's in his hands and he's running and they're taking the shot plays or the routes are way down the field. There's a lot of space there. That's something we don't want to see.
You guys took everything Oklahoma State threw at you and came home with a win. That was a big win last week on the road in a difficult situation.
Yeah, I've never won there. And then, Brent gives us a deal where it's like 3 times since World War II. And it's like, geez, oh man. And so, I wish all wins would be pretty and you could enjoy them thoroughly. But some wins are, I think we've talked before about ugly babies, and you just have to kind of get your arms around it and love it up and get to, hey, the things that we can improve, let's work on those things. But you have to celebrate a win when you can get it.
Sure is fun to watch Bryson Washington, how hard he runs. Gosh, he just lays it all out on the field.
Yeah, I thought that was his best game. And, I thought the Arizona State game, he kind of showed some flashes of kind kind of what we're all used to, but this was from start to finish kind of the B-wash that we're used to seeing.
And back home today, a gold out, and nice to be home with an early start also.
Excited for both of those things, and really excited to be in front of our fans. You know, we need to get a win here at home, and so we're all committed to doing that.
Coach, thanks. We'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you.
It's Baylor head coach Dave Aranda. It's the Bears and the K-State Wildcats here at McLean Stadium. Back with more of our pregame show after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number one. Hard work, determination, commitment. The #1 Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
#1 based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
The spotlight's back on the Brazzers, and the stage is set at Foster Pavilion. Baylor women's basketball returns with head coach Nikki Collin and a team that knows how to bring the heat. From tip-off to the final buzzer, there's no place louder, rowdier, or more electric than the Foster. Don't just hear about the big wins, witness them. Lock in your seats and fill Foster with green and gold. Purchase your season tickets now at BaylorBears.com/tickets.
The Bears aren't the only one making plays this season. Your money can score too.
Hi, this is Joe Betsy Tyler with First Central. With our high interest checking, you can earn up to 5% APY just for using your account. No fees, no tricky plays, just real reward.
Visit firstcentralcu.com and open your account today. It's your season to earn more.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Got Connecticut sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows that's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows that's how I get my grill on. Connecticut sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Sausage made from the finest cuts of pork, their patented blend of seasonings, and smoked over a pure hickory fire for that true hickory smoked southern flavor. Connecticut sausage is always great on the grill and perfect for tailgating. Pick up a pack and enjoy your family's favorite recipes at any meal of the day. Connecticut sausage, a game day tradition and the official smoked sausage of the Baylor Bears. Having some mic issues with Ricky Thompson, but Nick, how about your what to watch for in this game today? Player, a matchup, position. What's really key going into this game?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to say the defense at large. We have to make Avery Johnson one-dimensional. They want to run the ball. They want to control the clock. They want to shrink this game, as Jerry said. And so we have to be able to contain Avery Johnson. They found a recipe last week that they really liked. And when you find a recipe you like, you cook it, right? And so,
I like that.
So Kansas State's going to want to cook what they formed up last week. And so we've got to be able to stop the run and stop Avery Johnson and make him one-dimensional and get off the field defensively. That to me is the key of everything today. If our offense can't get on the field, it's going to be hard to score points.
Yeah. You are cooking with that key today.
You like that?
Yes,
you like that?
I did.
Maybe I'm
much.
a little hungry right now. I don't know.
Make some time to get a little pregame, and very good. What to watch for from Nick. We'll have Ricky join us again in a few minutes. We had our traffic report earlier. That is brought to you by NTTA, connecting North Texans for over 25 years. We had our pregame weather. It is hot. It is getting hotter, so stay hydrated and find some shade if possible here at McLean Stadium. Golden Wave Band is leaving the field. The Baylor line is about to run onto the field. We'll take our final pregame break. We'll come back, give you the starting lineups, and have the toss of the coin. Oh, the pregame chant today, Nick, is led by Clay Johnston.
Oh,
he's
fun.
the legend of the game, and Clay was, and he's about to go right here. We'll see if we can listen to it.
But Clay said we were urging him on to get something to get the crowd going. He said, I may take my shirt off. So I don't know if he will or not, but he's going to lead the pregame chant. And he's at midfield now. And great to have Clay back, one of Baylor's great linebackers from the past. All right, as he does his thing, we'll do ours. We'll take a break. Be back with more in just a moment. Opening kickoff straight ahead. Baylor and Kansas State on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Green.
Right back, John.
Dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics. See for yourself why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green, along with her dedicated optometrists and staff. Receive trustworthy insights about your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes, face, and neck areas with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Visit greeneyeassociates.com. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Proudly serving Texas since 2007, Magnolia Realty is a full-service brokerage and a trusted neighbor, bridging expert industry knowledge with integrity and kindness. Known for their award-winning agents, Magnolia Realty understands the dynamics of making the real estate journey your own and the importance of trust from contract to close. You can find their local agents here in Waco and across the state, including in Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, and Temple. To get connected and learn more, visit magnoliarealty.com. Here's to home.
This is Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Today's game is brought to you by McDonald's. I'm loving it. Get ready. Get ready. Kickoff is just moments away. Now, let's get back to the booth with the voice of the Bears and 2024 Chris Schenkel Award winner, John Morris.
Midfield, we'll have the toss of the coin. We'll take you down there for that, and then we'll play some Big 12 football. Baylor and Kansas State. Wildcats lead the all-time series by one thin game. 11-10 is the margin by which K-State leads this series. They have won 2 straight. Baylor won 4 straight prior to that. The Bears have actually won 8 of the last 12 in this series with the K-State Wildcats. Baylor is 3-2 overall, 2-1 in Big 12 conference play after the 45-27 win in Stillwater last week. Kansas State is 2-3. They are 1-1 on the season. They're coming off a big win, 34-20 over UCF at Bill Snyder Stadium last week in Manhattan. So here come the Bears running onto the field through the tunnel formed by the Baylor line. Let's pause here 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
All right, captain's headed to midfield. We'll take you down there to listen to that in just a moment. Our referee today is Kevin Marr, heading up this Big 12 crew. The Baylor captains today, Kobe Prentice, Sawyer Robertson, Keaton Thomas, and Devin Bobby. I like that group. Let's listen in. Kevin Marr, our referee, with the toss of the coin.
All right, my name's Kevin Marr. I'll be the referee today. The umpire is Mr. Bill Bishop.
Our coin for this morning, the white side is heads, the red side is tails. White side's head, red eagle is tails. Austin, it's going to be your call. What are you going to call? Tails. Tails is call, right? Here we go. It is heads. Baylor's won the toss. Defer. Baylor's won the toss. Has elected to defer their option the second half. You want the ball. Which direction you want to kick? Okay, stay as such. All right, shake hands, guys.
All right, Kevin Marr leading it off, and Baylor won the toss, deferred to the second half. Baylor will kick it off from right to left, from south to north to begin this game today. Kevin Marr, our referee. Here is our entire Big 12 officiating crew today.
Alternate official Mike Vandervelde, Mandeville, Louisiana.
It's our Big 12 crew working today's game, and we are ready to play. Bears will kick it off from right to left to begin the game today. Again, Baylor has won 8 of the last 12. Kansas State leads the series 11-10. Nick, what about the early start? You a fan of the 11 a.m. kick?
As a player, I'm a fan. Get up, take care of business, get a win, and then enjoy the rest of the day is watching college football. So, and honestly, you got Kansas State, who's from the north. It's hot. There's no wind. Advantage Baylor. Let's go sweat some and let our pads do the talking.
Oh, man, it is warm already and warming up. And so it could be an advantage for Baylor. The Baylor line has filled in their seats over there. A lot of gold in the stadium for this gold out, Baylor and Kansas State. See who is back deep for the Wildcats to receive as the Bears are set to kick it off from the 35-yard line. Kind of a goldish green smoke blowing on the far side. Toe meets leather, kick is away. It is in and out of the end zone. Arturio Nelson lets it go by on the touchback. K-State will take over at their own 25-yard line. All right, we'll give you our starting lineups brought to you by Baylor's Scott & White, Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. For the Bears defensively, they will have on the front line Matthew Fobbs, White, Jackie Marshall, DK Calhoun, and Cooper Lands up there. DJ Coleman, Kylan Reed, Keaton Thomas, the linebackers. Thomas, the Big 12's leading tackler again this week. In the secondary, Tevin Williams, LeVar Thornton at the corners, Jacob Redding, Devin Bobby at the safeties for the Bears. Avery Johnson is the quarterback for Kansas State. Takes the snap, turns, hands it off to Dylan Edwards. He is tripped up. I don't know who'll get credit for that tackle, but it might have been his own man who tripped him up.
Jackie Marshall pushed his tackle into the 3 yards deep into the backfield and got a foot, tripped on his own guy. So credit to Jackie Marshall moving the line of scrimmage right there and preventing what would have been probably a 4, 5, 6 yard gain.
All right, 1.5 yard gain there from the 26. Avery Johnson again in the shotgun. Receivers to either side, stands in over the middle. This one is caught out to the 34. That was the tight end who made the catch. That's Garrett Oakley with the catch. They are just short, so 4th down and about a yard coming up. I'm sorry, 3rd down coming up.
Big 3rd and 1. Again, you got to move the line of scrimmage. Avery Johnson had quite a bit of time back there, was real patient, and really that tight end just finding the hole based on where the linebacker vacates. Can we move the line of scrimmage and get a stop right here?
Big 3rd down play coming up, early 3rd down. K-State is 34% on the season. Avery Johnson gives to Edwards. He dances, he cuts, he's got the 1st down. Not by much, just at the 35-yard line, just across it. So a 1st down on a short run by Dylan Edwards. Ricky, Dylan Edwards, great game last week. He's a real key today.
Well, he sure is. This kid weighs 175 pounds, and he went for 166 yards last week. That's a killer. The Bears absolutely have to contain him today.
Give him a 2-yard gain on that play. And it's 1st and 10 now at the 36. Joe Jackson is in at running back. Jackson, the sophomore from Davenport, Florida. Run to the right side option. Avery Johnson keeps, and he is smothered. He's going to lose yardage on that play. It was Matthew Fobbs-White and LeVar Thornton who led the way for Baylor defensively.
It's a great job defensively. Ball's on the right hash. They run trips all the way to the far side of the field and then run Avery Johnson to the short side into the boundary, trying to play a little mismatch there, and great job defensively staying home and keeping things in front of you.
Loss of 2 on the play, back to the 34-yard line. Jackson breaks in motion out to the right side, leaving Avery Johnson alone in the shotgun. On 2nd and 12, Johnson stands in. Crossing route caught by Jackson. He's running at the 40, the 45, and down at the 47-yard line. It'll be a 1st down. But boy, they had to chase him on that crossing route. A pickup of 13 yards on the play.
It's a good route combination there. Actually, I think there could have been a penalty on a pick. They ran their tight end vertical and kind of rubbed our guy with a nice heavy shoulder, and receiver came right underneath on the drag route.
Subs both sides. We'll see a lot of substituting on a warm day. Hand off to Jackson. Up the middle, he's got a hole into Baylor territory at the 45. Spun around and down at the 42-yard line. Ricky, there's that running game that was rediscovered by K-State last week.
Yeah, it was over 260 yards, and that's one thing the Bears cannot do. You want Avery Johnson to throw the ball. That's not his strong point. He's adept at it, but that's not his strong point. But if you let him run it like this, you've got clock plus possession, plus you're really tiring out a defense.
So 1st down at the Baylor 42 for Kansas State. First possession of the first quarter, scoreless, Baylor and K-State. Snap back to Johnson, fires it down the line to Jackson on the left sideline. He's inside the 40. They'll give him the 39. Yeah, it looks like. So 3-yard gain on that quick hitter to Joe Jackson out of the backfield.
K-State's doing a good job of pass and run and short pass and then pass over the middle and trying to keep our defense on their heels. And Joe Jackson's in the middle of all of it right now.
Now we got 3 receivers to the right side, the wide side of the field, nobody on the left side. Avery Johnson will hand it off to Jackson again. Jackson cuts upfield. There's that plant the foot and cut upfield, and he is to the 37. Cooper Lands makes the tackle for the Bears. It's 3rd down and 5, so another big 3rd down opportunity for the Wildcats.
Yeah, and if you're the Wildcats right here, you're thinking this is 2-down territory for sure, and so they don't have to get all 5-6 yards right here, but can you get it to where it's 4th and 1 or 2? Our defense has to play assignment football right now.
Interesting that Jackson stays in there at tailback. Dylan Edwards was in, of course, but has been out for a few plays. Here's the play, 3rd and 5, pass, short pass, caught right flat. It's enough for a 1st down. Garrett Oakley, the tight end, with his 2nd catch on this opening possession. And that is good for another 1st down for the Wildcats to the Baylor 31.
It's what makes them dangerous. When their run game is working, you have to commit to stopping the run, and then you do a little play action like that, and your tight end slips out, and he's wide open for a little 5-yard dump, and then he turns it into a 1st down for 7 yards.
So K-State is driven from their own 25 to the Baylor 31. 1st and 10 there, 9:45 on the clock, first quarter. Long snap count. Johnson claps his hands, takes the snap. Now quarterback draw up the middle, watch out. 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. 31-yard touchdown run. The seas parted right up the middle for Avery Johnson. Ricky, the quarterback draw, and you talked about how dangerous he is running the ball. We see it right there.
Well, you could see it coming. It was definitely a called draw. He took a step back. The seas parted. The defense was spread out. They had 4 receivers out wide, nobody in the middle of the field. They have got to get either a spy or someone that watches for that, because that won't be the last time you see it today.
Yeah, exactly. 31-yard touchdown run. Avery Johnson ran it twice for 75 yards last week. Here's the extra point kick coming from Luis Rodriguez. The kick is up, and the kick is good. And with 9:33 to play in the opening quarter, our score, Kansas State 7, Baylor nothing. You're listening to Baylor Big 12 football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on. And there's no one key to victory. You need strength. You need power. You need agility. You need a team that shows up ready to win. And Toyota trucks? Yeah, they bring the full roster. The Toyota Tundra and Tacoma are built for it all. With available bed-mounted power outlets, massive towing capability, and a cabin fit for your crew, Toyota Tundra and Tacoma don't just show up to game day, they dominate it. Kick off the season with big savings during the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event. But hurry, these deals won't last forever.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Wear green, haul gold in a new Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
A bank in any town USA treats everyone like, well, anyone. At Central National Bank, we provide Central Texans with a different kind of banking. We believe in people over processes, listening over telling, and helping our customers over helping ourselves. Come to Central National Bank and experience the difference. Bank different, Bank Central. Central National Bank, member FDIC. Proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Serving Texas since 2007, Magnolia Realty is a full-service brokerage led by expert industry knowledge and a commitment to community. With kindness and integrity at the forefront, every agent is equipped to help you navigate the market and make the real estate journey your own. Whether buying or selling, feel supported with an award-winning agent at your side from first offer to contract and close. Magnolia Realty serves cities including Waco, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, Temple. Learn more at magnoliarealty.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor Athletics, download the McDonald's app and sign up to earn rewards and earn exclusive offers and sick 'em Bears thanks to McDonald's. Game opening drive, touchdown drive by Kansas State. 10 plays, 75 yards, 5:27 off the clock. 31-yard touchdown run by quarterback Avery Johnson. And really an impressive drive, Ricky and Nick, by K-State to open the game.
Well, it really was. Nick and I were talking. I thought the first time Avery Johnson tried to run, the Bears stuffed him. And you're thinking they've got him, they're watching this. But that last play, quarterback draw, very intentional. Only guy in the backfield, had the frill spread. Nobody in the middle for the Bears. Easy touchdown. What was that, 31 yards? Yeah. Just way too easy. There's going to have to be some type of adjustment, Nick, for that.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Matt Wells called a really balanced drive right there. And they 8 clock. Johnson was 4 for 4 passing, 46 yards rushing. I mean, exactly what you want.
Kickoff by McClannon is short, bouncing, picked up by Cole Wilson at the 7. He's out to the 10, to the 20, a flag at the end of the play. He's down at the 22-yard line. Not sure what that flag is. It came at the very end of the run.
Yeah, and it was thrown by the sideline judge way 30 yards away.
Yeah. All right, we'll see what that is. Kevin Marr will tell us, our referee today, as Baylor's offense comes on the field.
Very unusual if this one would go against K-State on a kickoff like that. This is generally holding or something in that nature.
Return, personal foul, face mask. Return team number 29. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
A face mask on the offense, or on the kick return team. Is that what he said?
Yes, that's something you don't see.
Right.
You may not see but one other time the rest of the football season.
Shades of the Cotton Bowl against Michigan State. Rarely see that. So that'll back the Bears up to the 11-yard line. It is 1st and 10 from there. Baylor offense is on the field. No Omar Ibedion today. He is out. Colton Siraki starts at right guard alongside his brother, Caden Siraki, at right tackle. Colton Price at center, Ryan Lengel at left guard, Sidney Fugar at left tackle for the Bears. Bryson Washington in the backfield. The quarterback for the Bears is Sawyer Robertson. Off to an outstanding start to his senior year. 6'4", 220-pound senior out of Lubbock, Coronado, transferred to Baylor from Mississippi State. He is first in the nation in yards passing, in touchdowns passing, in yards per game, 343 yards passing per game.
and he threw for 393 last week. Accounted for 5 touchdowns last week. I'm not sure we give him enough credit.
Yeah.
4 passing touchdowns, 1 rushing touchdown last week for Sawyer.
Not easy to do, and he's got weapons around him, and he needs to be sharp again today.
And the Bears beginning at their own 11. Here we go. Snap back to Robertson. Gives the ball to Bryson Washington. Up the middle, moves the pile. 5 yards to the 16-yard line for Bryson Washington. Washington 10 carries for 77 yards and a touchdown last week in the win in Stillwater. 6 yards on his first carry today. Clock nears the 9-minute mark, first quarter, 7-0 K-State. Pass right side, caught by Cameron. Cameron is out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Found a little opening on that far sideline, and that's a gain out to the 30 and a first down for the Bears.
Great job. That run pass option, that outside backer crashes in on the run, and Sawyer pulls it and throws it to the open man. Easy pickup.
14-yard gain on the play. First and 10 Bears. Robertson passes right side again. It's Josh Cameron again. And that is a 9-yard pickup to the 39-yard line. Same play. Went right to him and picked up 9 more. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right side. Snap back to Robertson. Little tempo for the Bears. Handoff Bryson Washington. He's got the first down across the 40 to the 42.
Good job right there by Bryson. You know, that's a bait kind of play. That safety's coming down. You want to bounce, but you know it's 2nd and 1. Just get the first down and pick up 2 yards.
That's exactly what he did. New set of downs for the Bears at their own 42, trailing 7-0 first quarter. Robertson in the shotgun. Brings a man in motion to the near side. That's Cole Wilson. He'll hand it off to Bryson Washington. Through a hole to the 50, 45, 40, spun around and down at the 40-yard line. What a nice burst by Bryson Washington. 18 yards on the carry.
Again, Bryson's at his best with one cut. Makes one cut when the safety fills the hole coming at depth and makes a miss and picks up yards after contact.
To Ricky after this. New set of downs for the Bears at the 40-yard line of Kansas State. Pass right sideline, overthrown, incomplete. Ricky.
Yeah, you know what? This is big, too. This drive started at the 11-yard line. You go 3 and out there after giving up that 5-minute drive to K-State. That's a problem. The Bears have done a good job moving the ball out to the 40, 7:25 to go in the first quarter. This really is a good drive. If it doesn't end up in a score, it really flipped the field for the Bears, but they need to punch it in.
Yep, they got a quick first down, took a shot, so now it's 2nd and 10, but you're running the ball well. That's why you take a shot there. I would expect a run right here.
They've reached the Kansas State 40-yard line, 2nd and 10. Sawyer Robertson, pass right flat. That's caught at the 30-yard line. Gang tackled by the K-State defense. It's right at the marker. I think they're going to mark it at the 30, so that'll be 10 yards and a first down.
Yeah, great throw and catch, and if you're going to throw it, pick up the first down. Really, Spavital has the whole playbook that's working right now, which is good.
It is a first down, 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line for the Bears, trailing 7-0, 6:57 on the clock, first quarter. Slow things up a little bit here. Caden Knighton's in the backfield for the Bears. Robertson looks over to the sideline, has the play. He'll give to Caden Knighton, first carry of the day, looking for room. Off the left side, not much there. Boy, look at K-State stripping at that ball. They're really trying to create a turnover.
I mean, they've watched a lot of film,
yeah,
and we've shown we're susceptible to that. So that's good coaching, honestly, right there. What I'm impressed with right now is it's their safeties that are flying down. We have to recognize that at some point and do a play action, and there's going to be a post wide open in the middle of the field at some point today.
All right, 2-yard gain to the 28, 3rd down and 8 for the Bears. Robertson takes the snap, stands in. Crossing route, caught by Ashton Hawkins at the 20, and he cuts back to the center of the field, gets to the 16-yard line. Ashton Hawkins had only 2 catches for 15 yards last week. That's a big one for 12 yards and a Baylor first down.
It's a great throw and catch on 2nd and 8 with Ashton coming across the field, and man, he put on a juke move.
Yeah.
And there's a Kansas State defender down, and he was not hit by a man in gold. He was hit by his own player on the juke move that Ashton made, and he does not look like he's moving much.
Yeah, both teams go to their respective sidelines. I think we're going to have a full timeout here while he is attended to. So we will step aside. Bears driving, 6:01 first quarter. trailing Kansas State 7-0 on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Y'all, he got lit up.
When life gets complicated, Butts Law Firm is your one-stop for a wide range of legal needs. Whether you need estate planning documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal or business assets management and disposal, consumer protection, family-related legal matters, or various business-related issues, we are your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you every step of the way. Trust us to provide the legal support you need. Call today. 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference having a trusted attorney by your side can make. Because at Butts Law Firm, your legal rights are our business.
This season, Bobcat of Waco is proud to partner with the Baylor mascots to bring you a winning lineup. Just like the Bears on the field, Bobcat machines deliver unstoppable strength, speed, and toughness. And right now, you can score big with 0% financing or cash rebates on the hardest working equipment in Texas. Visit us at 16595 North I-35 in Elmont, Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. or online 24/7 at bobcatcce.com. Don't sit on the sidelines. Gear up with Bobcat of Waco, and let's make this season one to remember. Sic 'em Bears.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number one. Hard work, determination, commitment. The number one Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
Number one based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
10th play of the drive is coming up. They began at their own 11. Give you our starting lineups, brought to you by Baylor Scott & White, Southwest Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. From injury prevention to enhanced recovery, team up with us to get back in the game. There's our in the HEB red zone. They've driven to the Wildcats 16-yard line. 1st and 10 after that last catch and run by Ashton Hawkins. Washington's back in the game, gets the call. He is stacked up in the middle of the line. Man, Kansas State, look at him stripping at that ball. I mean, it's very obvious. When they get a running back or a receiver kind of stood up, there's 2 or 3 guys holding on to him, and everybody else is stripping at the football. Oh, and now a Baylor player is slow.
Bryson is down.
Oh. He is bending over on his knees, Bryson Washington.
I wonder if he got the air knocked out of him or something. Strange, because it wasn't a hard tackle or anything.
No, it didn't appear to be from here. I mean, they stood him up, and you were kind of waiting for the whistle to blow. He is one tough cookie, that is for sure. Now he gets up, and he'll walk off to the near side. Tim Pike, Baylor football trainer, is with him.
Nick, you've had the air knocked out of you before. It's not a bad injury, but you think you're going to die.
Yeah, and, you know, he kind of rolled over, and he was sitting up on his knees. That's why I didn't think it was serious, but it's a good, tough run, and Kansas State really had a slant on their front right there. He kept trying to find it and cut back, and there was nothing there.
So Caden Knighton in at tailback. It is 2nd and 9 for the Bears from the 15-yard line of Kansas State. Sawyer Robertson takes the snap, passes, crossing route. Catch is made and down at the 10-yard line. Josh Cameron with the catch. 5-yard gain to the 10. Now a real key 3rd down and Josh Cameron is slow to get up.
I think he landed on the football there.
Man. Well, and he's being attended to. He's not up yet.
He had the drag route coming across and made the catch, and the guy behind him jumped on him and fell right on his stomach holding that ball. I think it's just the air knocked out of him again, so that's 2 plays in a row right now.
Yeah. Well, he's another tough cookie, and he's being escorted off the field. Josh Cameron limping a little bit. So Cameron is off the field. And the Bears have a key third down. This is 3rd down and 4 from the 10 of Kansas State. 5:09 on the clock, first quarter. Wildcats have grabbed a 7-0 lead.
This is a tough play call right here. You don't have a lot of field to work with. Kansas State's probably going to stack the box. Or if they don't stack it, they're going to have their safeties look and run first here. A little play action wouldn't be bad.
Here we go, 3rd down and 4 from the 10 for the Bears. Sawyer Robertson brings Trigg in motion. It is a handoff to Caden Knighton. He is hit and slung down. He didn't have a chance to do anything back there before he was hit by Toby Osunsami. Osunsami was coming in, and he wrapped up Caden Knighton about the time he got hold of the football.
Yeah, and he's their leading tackler for a loss and just got another one to the stat sheet right there and just shot the gap quickly. Caden had no chance.
Bears going to go for the field goal here, not try for it on 4th down and 4th and 7. So Connor Hawkins is on. Good snap. Good hold, and the kick is true by Connor Hawkins. The Bears have their first points of the day. It's 3, not 7, after a nice drive by the Bears. Started at their own 11 and then stalls out, and they have to settle for the field goal. But 4:18 on the clock, first quarter. Our new score, Kansas State 7, Baylor 3. Hang on, we're going to keep it. Nope, we're going to take a break. Kansas State 7, Baylor 3 on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Our coverage continues after this word from your local station.
Baylor Nation rolls along with Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Start with award-winning service and factory.
Then next break is into quarter, John.
Cars, trucks to SUVs, all makes and models. Running a business? We're your Central Texas headquarters for ProMaster vans, cab, and chassis and work trucks. For power and comfort, test drive the Ram 1500, the Motor Trend Truck of the Year winner again. Allen Samuels in Waco, proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Come by, let's be friends.
If you're stuck in a high auto loan rate, it's time to call an Audible.
Hi, I'm Joe Betsy Tyler with First Central. When it comes to your auto loan, you don't have to stay in a bad formation. Call the right play. Refinance with First Central and get a lower rate, fast approvals, and a team that knows how to win local.
Visit firstcentralcu.com and apply today.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
This season, when Baylor scores a touchdown, raise your bear claws and swipe a free 10-piece Chicken McNuggets the next day on the McDonald's app with the purchase of $2 or more. Run it, throw it, however they reach the end zone, your taste buds do the touchdown dance. So sick 'em, Bears, and sick your free Chicken McNuggets only at McDonald's. Offer valid only on the day after Baylor scores a touchdown at participating McDonald's. Minimum purchase of $2 required. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Baylor fans, ready to keep it cool this season? Ice and Easy delivers premium ice lightning fast. From tailgates to restaurants, construction sites, concerts, and races, Ice and Easy has you covered. Game day or work day, keep your drinks cold and your spirits bold. Ice and Easy, we deliver, you chill. Proud supporter of the Baylor Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor football season presented by H-E-B. H-E-B, here everything's better. We're also brought to you by Pepsi. This football season, make Pepsi your go-to game day drink because it's the only drink for football watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Bears football. And we're brought to you by NextLink, reliable high-speed internet for your home or business. Our look inside the booth is brought to you by NextLink. You can look right into our booth here at McLean Stadium. Go to the Baylor Athletics YouTube channel, and you can see, look at all the gold in the booth here. Jeff Walter, Ricky's up. Ricky, what are you doing up here? Nick Florence. Here's a kickoff. He's going to run it out from 2 yards deep. Elston will run it out down the near sideline. Flag at the end of the play. Couple of flags there. Thank you.
Yeah, that looks like it's coming back. Probably a holding or maybe the second ever face mask on the kick return team that we'll see in the same game.
Second ever.
These officials have great arms. These flags are coming from 25
That's
yards
right.
away.
They're showing off their arms.
Yeah.
Here's Kevin Marr, our referee. Not so fast.
During the return, illegal block in the back. Receiving team number 91. 10-yard penalty, first down.
All right, so they'll back them up. They'll start at the 15-yard line. K-State offense is back on the field. Leading Baylor 7-3, 4-13. How about 2 5-minute-plus drives by the two teams so far? That one for Baylor was 13 yards, 13 plays, 76 yards, 5:11 off the clock.
Yeah, it was a great drive offensively. The only thing that we could have done better was get 7 points instead of 3. But we ate clock, we got points, and now defense has to make some adjustments.
Here we go. K-State with the ball, beginning at their own 15-yard line. Blake
Ball on the ground.
Barnett is back there. Ball dropped. Baylor's chasing, and they push him out of bounds at the 12-yard line. So that was not Avery Johnson. That was Blake Barnett. Avery Johnson is out there. They've got two quarterbacks out there. We saw this a little bit against UCF last week. Barnett took the snap, but he hadn't been in the game by himself. Avery Johnson is out there somewhere, and Johnson now will flank out wide to the near side. Barnett will be the quarterback.
Yeah, that's just repetition. That was a fumble on the handoff exchange.
Here's the play. They lost 3 yards. It's 2nd down and 13. Joe Jackson with the carry, and the Bears have him smothered and down inside the 10-yard line.
We've talked all year about moving the line of scrimmage right there, and Cooper Lance was 5 yards deep in the backfield. Running back had nowhere to go on that play.
Yeah, that makes up for the last one. Actually, I thought the Bears were going to get the quarterback another 3 yards back. He really made a good play to recover that 3 yards, so that pushes it back. Those 3 they lost on the first down. 3rd and 15, guys.
Push them back. 3rd down and 15 for the Wildcats from their own 10-yard line. This is Barnett again at quarterback. Looks like it. Nope, it's Avery Johnson at quarterback. Fires it down the left sideline. Ball is tipped away at the end. What a great play. What a great play in the secondary by LeVar Thornton.
I think the best thing we have done defensively this year that I have not seen us done in years and years and years is get our head around. That's why that ball was blocked and broken up. He turned his head at the last second, got eyes on the ball, got his arm out, and got a pass breakup. Huge defensive play.
Yeah, otherwise, Nick, that's a touchdown.
Yes, that's exactly right.
The guy had a step.
That's right.
And he was gone.
Here's the punt out of the end zone by McClannon.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, Josh Cameron backs away from it. It takes a Baylor bounce. Let's see where they're going to mark this ball. It'll be on K-State's side of the field at the 39-yard line. Took a huge bounce back toward the punter. Only a 29-yard punt by Simon McClannon, who's been booming the ball, 45.1-yard average.
Complimentary football. You have an opportunity right now. Defense made adjustments, got a 3 and out. You've got a short field offensively. Do what you do best. Their coordinator, Matt Wells, changed what he did from the first drive to the second drive, which I don't understand. So Spavital, he has a drive of knowing what works. Keep to it. Stick to it.
Well, there's a chance here to take a shot, too, Nick, on your own 40. I mean, the Kansas State 40.
Yeah. Spotted at the 40. Caden Knighton in the backfield. Sawyer Robertson takes the snap. Robertson passes left sideline. Ball's in the air to Cole Wilson. Incomplete. Battle for the ball there and just batted away at the end.
That was
by who? Quay Moss, exactly.
Honestly, really, really good defensive play. I think that's a 50-50 flag right there. He never got his head turned around. Wilson didn't have much of a shot. Nonetheless, you got to pick up 4 or 5 yards right here.
2nd and 10 from the 40, the K-State 40. Michael Turner in the backfield. Turner gets the handoff. He gets through traffic and puts a hand down and falls forward. It is a 6-yard gain to the 34 on the first carry of the day by Michael Turner, the freshman. 6 feet, 220 pounds out of Richland High School.
Great cut right there to pick up those yards. Almost broke it.
You know, he had 13 carries last week. He got a lot of work in the game against Oklahoma State. 13 carries for 47 yards. First carry today leaves the Bears 3rd down and 4. 2-minute mark, first quarter. Robertson to throw. Pass right side is caught, picked up off the shoe tops by Josh Cameron, and it's a first down. Out of bounds, far sideline at the 18-yard line.
Guys, I'm telling you, that was a fantastic catch. Really, nobody will see that in the stats. That's a hard ball to catch. It was low. It was cross-handed. He had to go down to get it. And that's the misleading thing about Josh. This guy's got great hands. He does that across the middle all the time, catching balls behind him.
16-yard gain on the play. Great catch by Cameron. New set of downs for the Bears at the K-State 18. Baylor trailing 7-3. Robertson takes the snap, has time in the pocket, has a lot of time in the pocket. Passes near side. It is caught by Michael Turner. He is blasted, and down he goes. He'll lose yards on the play. Quay Moss again makes that tackle. Moss, a transfer to Kansas State from West Georgia.
Yeah, Sawyer had Trigg open early, and he was trying to take the shot there. Instead of just taking what the defense gives you, dump it, and you're going to pick up 8 yards. And instead, you dump it down to your safety, Valve, who Kansas State's playing good, sound defense, and you lose 5 yards on the play, 4 yards on the play.
Leaves Baylor 2nd and 14. Final minute, first quarter, 7-3, Wildcats lead. Robertson takes the snap, passes left sideline. Cole Wilson, and it's intercepted. Kansas State with the interception down the sideline. That may be, no, thought it was Quay Moss again. It's not, but it is Daniel Cobb, the safety. And a turnover by Baylor going in. The interception by Cobb gives the ball to Kansas State.
Yeah, they're playing cover 2 there, and Sawyer didn't think the safety was coming over top, never saw him, and laid it up there. It was going to be a touchdown, so I think Sawyer lets that ball go thinking it's a touchdown and never saw Cobb's coming over top.
They are reviewing the play for whatever reason, but Daniel Cobb's the interception. He's from Fort Worth, transferred to Kansas State out of Tyler Junior College. Played at Fossil Ridge High School, so back in his home state of Texas. And it looks like he's got an interception. I'm not sure, Rick. What do you think the review might be about?
I'm not sure, but I thought he caught the ball.
Yeah,
I don't think that's any question. Guys, that's a tough one. You get turnover on downs, a terrible punt. You get the ball on the K-State 40, and you come away with nothing. That was one that I tell you Sawyer wants coming back, because he tried to lob that ball in there, and the safety had plenty of time to come over and make the play.
Yeah, it wasn't a confident throw, and even the throw to Josh, where Josh made an incredible catch, wasn't a confident throw. And so you had 2 throws right there that didn't feel very confident, and unfortunately, Kansas State gets the turnover, and we don't get any points out of that.
Well, I think there was some running room, too. I think maybe if he takes off with that, he's got 7, 8, 9 yards.
Yeah.
So.
Well, they're going to spot it at the 2, so K-State is backed up after the interception. 4th of the year thrown by Sawyer Robertson. 17 touchdowns, 4 interceptions now by the Baylor senior quarterback. Baylor is -4 in takeaways. So Kansas State backed up in the shadow of their goal line. They'll begin at their own 2-yard line. It is Avery Johnson back at quarterback for the Wildcats. One back off to his left. Takes the snap, he'll hand it to him, throw a hole on the right side, and just like that, Joe Jackson gets him out of the hole. He's out to the 11-yard line, so a 9-yard carry.
It's a good tackle right there by Redding, because he had a lot of room and a lot of steam. Caught him by the feet, prevented a really long play right there.
And that is the final play of the first quarter. Kansas State has the ball and the lead. End of 1 at McLean Stadium in this gold out on the Brazos. Kansas State 7, Baylor 3 on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Hi, I'm Jim Turner at Jim Turner Chevrolet in McGregor. As we celebrate our 10th year anniversary, I want to say thank you to all of our customers. Our dealership is more than a business to me. That's why when you come see us for a reliable new Chevy, our award-winning service, we treat you like family. Come see our new collision center, now open to serve you even better for many years to come. Enjoy the game, then come see us at Jim Turner Chevrolet in McGregor. Together, let's drive.
Are you tired of slow internet? Are data caps and throttling making it impossible to stream your favorite shows and movies? If so, it sounds like it's time to switch to Nextlink Internet. With Nextlink, there are no data caps and no throttling, just super fast internet speeds, up to 1 gig over wireless in some areas. Plus, Nextlink is an official partner of Baylor Athletics. So don't wait another minute. Give Nextlink a call or go online to nextlinkinternet.com to see what special offers are available to you. Blazing fast internet is just a click or phone call away. Sick 'em, Bears!
Kids can now join the Baylor Cub Club, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics, presented by Green Eye Associates. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today.
At Magnolia Realty, award-winning agents set the bar for professionalism and excellence. Whether you're looking to buy or sell, Magnolia's full-service brokerage will guide you through every step of the process with expert industry knowledge. Their agents are fully invested in learning your story and customizing the real estate experience to suit your stage of life. Magnolia Realty has been serving cities across Texas since 2007, including Waco, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, and Temple. To get connected or learn more, visit magnoliarealty.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Into the first quarter, switch ends. Wildcats have the ball at their own 11. Nick, how about some of the first quarter stats?
Yeah, absolutely. So first quarter stats, total yards, Kansas State. Ooh, my stats are not updated yet.
Okay, all right. Okay, here's what we got here. Excuse me. Total yards, 79 for Kansas State, 93 for Baylor, even though the Bears trail. That's 60 passing, 33 rushing. K-State almost the opposite, 29 passing, 50 rushing for the Wildcats. 5 first downs for K-State, 6 for Baylor. What else is pertinent? K-State 2 of 3 on third downs. Baylor's 1 of 2. So pretty even. Average yards per play, 5.6 for Kansas State, 5.5 for Baylor. So pretty even, but Baylor has been in the red zone twice now, and they've come away with 3 points total.
Yeah, that's a backbreaker. And then, Avery Johnson's 4 or 5 passing right now, so efficient there. And then they running the ball 50 yards. Avery's got 29 of those on the touchdown. So defense has to do a good job containing him. That second drive, they went away from Avery Johnson in the backfield playing quarterback. So as you can see here, he's back in the quarterback position, which worked well for them on that first drive.
All right, K-State has the ball at their own 11-yard line. It is 2nd and 1 from there. Now traveling right to left, second quarter. Johnson takes the snap, gives to Joe Jackson. He's got a first down and more across the 15 to the 16-yard line. So 5-yard carry by Joe Jackson, who's been as effective as Dylan Edwards. Have we seen Dylan Edwards since that opening possession?
No.
We haven't, have we?
And he's been banged up a lot this year, and I think he was healthy last week, so I think there was expectation he'd see a lot of them today, and we haven't.
Yeah, we'll see what we can find out about him, but Joe Jackson has been very effective. 1st and 10 from the 16 for the Wildcats. Johnson takes the snap, fakes the handoff, looks to run. This time the Bears have it covered nicely. They click his heels together, and down he goes at the 17-yard line. Jacob Redding up off the bottom of the pile there for the Bears with the tackle. Only a 1-yard gain on that carry by Avery Johnson.
It's a good play by Redding right there coming up. And it was a long developing play, which is why you have enough time as the safety to come up and make a play at the line of scrimmage.
Leaves Kansas State 2nd and 9. It's a long 9 from the 17. Just underway, second quarter. Snap back to Avery Johnson. Passes out to the right sideline. It is caught out of bounds immediately at the 20-yard line. That was Will Ancio. Ancio with the catch, sophomore from Wichita. But here is 3rd down for the Wildcats from the 20. They need the 26. So 3rd down and 6.
Man, it would be good to get off the field right here after that turnover. Defense has done a good job keeping things in front of them. Empty backfield for Avery Johnson.
Now Jackson comes and sets up off his right shoulder. 3 receivers left, 1 right on 3rd down and 6. Pass to Jackson out of the backfield. He's not going to get there. Blasted out of bounds on the far sideline by LeVar Thornton. Thornton has come to play today. We've seen a couple of big plays from him. That one will force 4th down and an apparent punting situation for Kansas State.
Great pursuit, great identification of the motion back into the backfield, and then Joe flanking out on the flare and him staying home and then accelerating through the tackle.
We've seen that play, Nick, go for big yardage this year against us, so that's a great play on 3rd down.
Here's the punt by McClannon, boots it away. Not a great punt. Then takes a sharp left turn out of bounds. McClannon had been punting the ball really well. He's got a couple of subpar efforts so far. That one is 29 again. Wow, 29 yards on his first 2 punts of the day. This one will give the ball to the Bears at their own 38-yard line, trailing 7-3.
Sawyer's got to settle back down. He's got to have short memory right now. Erase what happened on the last drive, and then take what the defense gives you.
Ball spotted at the 43-yard line. The Bears own 43. So here's that Baylor offense back on the field. Offense number 2 in the Big 12, averaging 504.2 yards per game. Snap back to Sawyer Robertson. Pass right sideline. Trigg battling, and a flag, and another flag. Big Michael Trigg battling with the defensive back. Couldn't get to the ball, but there was a reason for it. Pass interference coming.
Man, if you're a defender and you're lined up over Trigg and you got to play man on that guy, it's not fun. Not fun.
No, that's scary. He's so tall, has great hands, can really go up and get the ball. I would hate to have that assignment if I'm a cornerback at 5'10", 6 feet tall.
I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you play man-on-man with him. Big guy, Trigg, 6'4", 240. On the penalty, 1st and 10 Bears at the Kansas State 42. Snap back to Robertson, give to Bryson Washington. Starts left, and down he goes. No gain on the play. Nigel Thomas makes the tackle.
VJ Payne was in the tackle too, and he's their safety. I mean, they are crashing the safeties hard, trying to force us to become one-dimensional. Spav's got to throw a play action in there. I mean, those safeties are coming down hard right now.
2 receivers left and right. 2nd and 10 for the Bears at the Kansas State 42. Snap back to Robertson. Rolls right and looking. Now going to tuck it away and looks to run, and down he goes at the 36. Kind of a reluctant run there by the Baylor quarterback, but picked up 6 yards to the 36.
I think you can even hear it in the crowd out here. They were glad to see Sawyer take off with that ball. That was a good decision and also a good run. He made a good cut downfield that gave him another 3 yards.
Yeah, he had a spotter. I mean, he made a guy miss right there.
Yeah. You don't want him to take hits, but, man, if he can run, that opens up other things. 3rd down and 4 for the Bears. Bryson Washington the carry. He bulls his way forward. He's still on his feet, but he lost the ball. At the 25-yard line, the ball went flying away. It looks like Kansas State has recovered. Oh, my. He was battling for extra yardage. He had reached the 25, and all of a sudden the ball popped out. Asa Newsome, it looks like, covered the fumble for Kansas State, and the Bears have their 2nd turnover of the first half.
I mean, John, you talked about it on that first offensive drive. Kansas State stripping. And when you keep stripping and you're committed to it against a team that has shown they're prone to coughing it up, it's going to happen. It was an incredible run by Bryson, but all that's erased by one mistake.
Would have been a 1st down for sure. Instead, it's a turnover, and K-State has the ball back at their own 21-yard line. Timeout on the field, 11:06 on the clock. 2nd quarter from Waco. Kansas State leads Baylor 7-3 on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Do you want to earn points while cheering on your favorite Baylor teams? Join Baylor Bold Rewards. Track your attendance on the Baylor Sports app across athletic events and earn points towards prizes and experiences. Download the Baylor Sports app or register online today at BaylorBoldRewards.com and start earning your points today.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst! So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Bryson, Washington, Kansas State has the ball. They'll take over at their own 21-yard line. Thanks again to McDonald's, our game day sponsor, proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Download the McDonald's app and sign up to earn rewards and earn exclusive offers. Here we go from the 21. Avery Johnson takes the snap, fakes the handoff, rolls right, runs right, slides down just across the 25-yard line. That's what we'll see quite a bit from Avery Johnson today. It's 5 yards, but very effective.
Yeah, the good thing there is we got pressure on him quickly, and it forced him to escape early in the play. If that happens later in the play, he's running for a lot longer before we get a tackler on him.
5-yard gain, 2nd and 5 from the 26 for the Wildcats, who lead at 7-3. 10:30 mark, second quarter. Swing pass out to the left side. That's Dylan Edwards. He's back out there, and he is tripped up right after making the catch. Caldre Williford made the tackle, which ended up being a really big tackle in the open field.
Williford came around the outside receiver and made a shoestring tackle. He went all in on it and made the play. It was an incredible job.
Well, he did, and actually that's a loss of yardage. He lost a yard or 2 on that play.
Yeah.
Really huge play because a lot of running room out there if he doesn't make it.
Lost a yard, so 3rd down and 6 for Kansas State from their own 25. Now 2 backs in the backfield, flanking Avery Johnson. Johnson takes the snap, pass near side, caught by the tight end Oakley, but he's bumped out of bounds. Short gain, but not enough. Kendrick Simpkins makes the tackle for the Bears, and it's 4th down.
It's a good job playing defense and assignment. He let the deep receiver go with the corner, and he had his eyes downfield, watched the tight end or fullback come out, and kept everything in front of him. Great execution right there.
So 4th down and 5, and an apparent punting situation for Kansas State. Snap back, punt is away. Baylor got a little pressure on it that time. Josh Cameron signals for the fair catch and gathers it in at the 30-yard line. Change of possession. Bears have the ball back. 9:10 on the clock, second quarter. Thanks to Jeff Gandy and Clint Shields listening to us today. We appreciate them. How about Jim Grobe in the house today down in Coach Taft's booth?
Look at that.
Great to see Groby. Yeah, always great to have him back in Waco. Timeout on the field. Bears have possession. 9:10 to play, second quarter. Trailing 7-3 to the Kansas State Wildcats on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength. You need power. You need agility. You need a team that shows up ready to win. And Toyota Trucks, yeah, they bring the full roster. The Toyota Tundra and Tacoma are built for it all. With available bed-mounted power outlets, massive towing capability, and a cabin fit for your crew, Toyota Tundra and Tacoma don't just show up to game day, they dominate it. Kick off the season with big savings during the But hurry, these deals won't last forever.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Wear green, haul gold in a new Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
This season, Bobcat of Waco is proud to partner with the Baylor mascots to bring you a winning lineup. Just like the Bears on the field, Bobcat machines deliver unstoppable strength, speed, and toughness. And right now, you can score big with 0% financing or cash rebates on the hardest working equipment in Texas. Visit us at 16595 North I-35 in Elmont, Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. or online 24/7 at bobcatcce.com. Don't sit on the sidelines. Gear up with Bobcat of Waco, and let's make this season one to remember. Sic 'em Bears.
Want to be the energy our Bears need? Go gold with Baylor Athletics this season and be the gold factor across each of our sports. Wear exclusive Go Gold apparel from the Baylor Bookstore and the Spirit Shop at upcoming Go Gold dates. Stay up to date on all your golden opportunities to create an electric home atmosphere by visiting BaylorBears.com/Go Gold. Sic 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The official healthcare provider of Baylor Athletics. And by Toyota, Baylor fans, enter for your chance to win a Toyota Tundra or Tacoma in the Toyota Win a Truck Sweepstakes. Visit GulfStatesToyota.com to find out more. Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Bears ball trailing 7-3, beginning at their own 30. First play, pass near sideline, caught by Trigg. Trigg out of bounds across the 40 at the 41. That's 11 yards on the completion to Michael Trigg.
Oh, it was a good, quick decision right there. Picked up an easy 11 yards with Trigg flanking in the short side of the field.
From the 41 for the Bears to the ground game. Handoff Bryson Washington. He bursts through. He's to the 45, and he's down at the Baylor 45. 44 is where they'll spot it.
It's a great run. 25 yards. Sawyer with the play action and froze the defender, quite frankly.
Actually 14 yards on that play, and into the 45 of Kansas State. It's a first down for the Bears. Now Caden Knighton in the backfield. Robertson looking to throw. He's pressured. He gets away from one man. He ducks under him. Comes forward, charges, throws the ball. Caden Knighton has the catch. Wow, how about that escapability there by Sawyer Robertson.
Wow. Sawyer was dead in the backfield, spun around, came up, and then dumped it. As he's going forward, he throws it sideways right.
He does, and I'll tell you, too, he was right on top of the line of scrimmage.
15 yards on the plate. Yeah, I thought he was very close to that line, but a 15-yard pickup to the 30 for the Bears. Snap back to Robertson on first down, throwing. Kobe Prentice has it! The touchdown maker, Kobe Prentice into the end zone. Touchdown Bears, first touchdown today by Baylor. And the Bears are in the end zone for the first time today.
I'm not going to say who called that off the air
you
just 2 seconds ago, but it might have been me.
I think it's because you're in the booth. We got a little mojo
is that
right
it?
now.
Yeah, there you go.
You call
there
the play before you see it up here.
Yeah, that's right. I'm glad Spav was listening to me.
Yeah, like you had a direct pipeline to him. Kobe Prentice, 17 catches on the year, now 6 touchdowns to show for it. And here the Bears, the extra point try by Connor Hawkins is through the uprights, the south end of the stadium. What a play there. 30 yards from Sawyer Robertson to Kobe Prentice. First touchdown of the day is brought to you by McDonald's, a proud sponsor of Baylor Athletics. How about that? That was, you talk about a pass on the money, Rick. That was it.
It was. And Kobe Prentice, the touchdown maker. I mean, what is that, 6? I think that's 6 touchdowns for this guy. Less than 20 catches on the year. Great speed. Had the, 71-yard touchdown last week? 73.
Yeah.
And just ran away from the defenders. That's a huge play, guys. Finally taking advantage of field position and these 3 and outs by your defense. You just can't let them get away with going 3 and out and not put any points on the board. Plus, bad field position for K-State after the punts, good field position for the Bears, and you don't convert that to any points. In fact, 2 turnovers, making that even a more huge drive for the Bears.
It's a heck of a throw. If Sawyer throws that interception with that same trajectory, it's not an interception earlier. He kind of lofted that interception. That one, if he lofts, it's another interception. He threw it on a rope between the safety and the defender that was on Prentice's back. I mean, it was a perfect ball, and that's what you have to do in those. On cover 2 and across the middle, you've got to throw it with some trajectory. So incredible play, incredible drive. And as we look at it, I mean, it's 10-7. Kansas State has not stopped us yet. We've stopped ourselves.
Great point.
Fumble and turnover. Now, our defense, after giving up 75 yards on the first drive, has given up 22 and three punts. So defense has figured some things out. It's all about not beating ourselves.
Well, I tell you what, offensively, you have to have some confidence. To your point, even on that first drive with the field goal, you drove the ball down, 73, 74 yards because you started at the 11. The Bears are moving the football. Just hold on to it. Don't turn it over, and you're going to put points on the board.
That was a 4-play, 70-yard scoring drive by the Bears. Only took 1:31 off the clock. A thing of beauty. The touchdown, a 30-yard touchdown pass from Sawyer Robertson to Kobe Prentice. For Robertson, touchdown pass number 18 on the season. In this game, 6 of the season. Nobody in college football has thrown more. So the Bears lead it 10-7. First lead of the day for the Baylor Bears. Now Baylor will kick it off from left to right. Little buzz in the crowd and some momentum on that Baylor sideline.
Feels good to have the lead, especially in the first half.
Yeah. You know what 2 guys think about? That's 2 throws by Avery Johnson, which were short of the down marker to pick up the first down, expecting receivers to run. Yeah. That's taking a chance, not throwing the football past the mark for the first down.
Here's Rhett Armstrong's kickoff. This is way short. Bounces at the 20. Elston stumbles at the 5, picks it up, and he's going to be covered at the 12. Oh, my goodness. Not a thing of beauty on the kickoff, but it ends up being very effective. Kansas State will begin at their own 12-yard line. Almost like he mishit that one, right, on the kickoff.
Yeah, I think he missed it, but I think the receiver thought it was going to roll out of bounds. So he waited and watched the ball, and that cost him.
That's when you're playing golf with your buddies, and that's the members bounce right there.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, sounds like Nick knows exactly what he's talking about. All right, here we go. Kansas State with the ball, beginning at their own 12, trailing for the first time today, 10-7 to the Bears. Avery Johnson. Delayed handoff to Edwards. He is smothered and down at the 12, 13-yard line, maybe a half yard on that carry. Who got him? Was it Jackie Marshall? Going to get credit for that tackle for the Bears.
Jackie's got a guy on him and reaches his left arm out. And you can tell how strong he is because it threw the running back completely off balance. If he doesn't do that, they pick up 3 or 4 yards right there.
And Devontae Tesno was right there on the tackle as well. No gain where they spot it, so 2nd and 10 for K-State. Avery Johnson fakes the handoff, pressured. He'll throw it away as he was about to be sacked at the goal line. Huge pressure on Avery Johnson, this time again by Devontae Tesno.
It's a heck of a job by Tesno getting in the backfield right there. I tell you what, this drive included, now it's 3rd and long, but it looks like a completely different defense than that first drive. We've settled in, and again, we're getting pressure. We're making Avery make quicker decisions, and he's not ready for that.
Here's a big 3rd down and 10 for Kansas State from their own 12. Pressure on Johnson again. Oh, he breaks through. He threw the ball. He caught it at the 25. It's a first down across the 30 and out of bounds. I thought Avery Johnson was off to the races, but he held up and threw it and gets him out of a big jam. 3rd down and 10. They pick up 21 to the 31, or 33.
He was close to the line of scrimmage there as well. You put all your chips in the basket. You didn't make the stop, and that's unfortunately what happens.
Big 3rd down conversion for Kansas State. They're now 3 of 6 on 3rd downs. New life at the 33 for the Wildcats, trailing 10-7 to the Bears. Snap back to Johnson. Give to Dylan Edwards, running right. 2 yards to the 35 by Dylan Edwards. Interesting relationship, Dylan Edwards and Avery Johnson. They were childhood best friends. They played Pee Wee football together, Pee Wee football teammates from just outside Wichita, and now here they are making waves and noise playing for the Kansas State Wildcats.
That's cool. That's really neat, actually. You don't get to see that very often.
2nd and 8 for the Wildcats. Nose of the ball just across the 35. Johnson takes the snap. Passes over the middle. It is caught. Center of the field. Running free at the 40, at the 35. Chased down and down at the 34-yard line is Jaron Tibbs. Tibbs, the big grab for the Wildcats.
It's a great throw and catch. Ran a little post route, and we were just slow getting there.
And a quick snap, 31 yards on that last play. Quick snap, handoff Dylan Edwards. He is down at the 31. Kyler Jordan made the tackle, but a 3-yard gain there with a little tempo from Kansas State. And with under 5 minutes to play, 4:45 and counting, Kansas State is driven to the Baylor 31. Bears leading by 3, 10-7.
Needs to be a bend, don't break drive right here. Got to hold them to a few yards and make it 3rd and long.
2nd and 7 right now. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Snap back to Avery Johnson. Oh! Pass is right side, incomplete. Intended for the tight end, Garrett Oakley. Wasn't really close, was out in front of him, a little too far, but that will bring up 3rd and long, as Nick said. 3rd down and 7 coming up. Keaton Thomas with the coverage on the tight end, Garrett Oakley.
Keaton was all over that. All over that. Saw it developing and then took off. So exactly what you wanted. Don't give up yards. Make it 3rd and 7. And defense has to earn this right now.
Stations give you a chance to identify yourselves following this play. It's a big 3rd down and 7 play from the 31 for K-State.
2 quarterbacks in the backfield.
Now 1 breaks in motion. Snap back to Johnson. Pass is incomplete. In traffic at the 25. That one was incomplete. And that'll bring up 4th down. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Isaac Koch was the intended receiver on that play. K-State's going to set up for a long field goal from the 34, so a 44-yard attempt. Good snap, good hold, and the kick is good from 39, not 34, but 39. So a 49-yard field goal for Kansas State. Luis Rodriguez, plenty of leg on that one. Wildcats with a 49-yard field goal. Tie the game at 10 apiece with 4:23 on the clock here in the 2nd quarter. Timeout on the field. We're back after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor Nation rolls along with...
All right, last one till the end of half.
Pram. Start with award-winning service and factory-trained techs. Then shop our new and used lineup from cars, trucks to SUVs, all makes and models. Running a business? We're your Central Texas headquarters for ProMaster vans, cab, and chassis and work trucks. For power and comfort, test drive the Ram 1500, the Motor Trend Truck of the Year winner again. Allen Samuels in Waco, proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Come by. Let's be friends.
There's nothing like a Baylor home game, and First Central Credit Union wants to send you.
Hi, this is Jo Betsy Tyler with First Central. We're giving away a pair of Baylor football tickets for every home game this season. It's our way of celebrating the fans and families who make Central Texas great.
Enter now at firstcentralcu.com/football. One winner drawn each week.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
No purchase necessary to enter.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
Hey Baylor fans, game day experiences for the 2025 football season are on sale now. Fans can purchase exclusive experiences online, including on-field photos, sideline access during warm-ups, tunnel access during the team runout, an in-game radio booth experience with the voice of the Bears, a birthday bash, and much more. There is limited availability per game, so purchase your experience today at BaylorBears.com/group experiences to lock in your one-of-a-kind game day experience today.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Take out the back of the end zone. Bears begin at their own 25 at the line of scrimmage. A false start, so the Bears now at the 20. First down and 15. First and 15 for the Bears in a 10-10 game with Kansas State. Snap back to Sawyer Robertson. Pass left side, in and out of the hands of the Baylor receiver. Incomplete.
I think that was Ashton Hawkins. Yep. And that ball's coming hot. He's coming on a little slant route, a little bit low. That's where you really want to put it in the numbers and make it easy, because he knows he's about to get hit by the defender. Now you're behind the chain, 2nd and 15. Got to pick up yards here.
2nd and 15 from the 20 for the Bears. 10-10 game. Sawyer Robertson fakes a handoff. He'll pass it over the middle. Big leaping grab is made by Trigg, as only Michael Trigg can do it. He makes the grab at the 43. That is a first down for the Bears, a 24-yard gain to the 44.
Wow. I mean, you can't defend that.
Right, what do you do? Just reached up, turned around, reached up, and made the catch. 24-yard gain. Bears hand the ball off to Michael Turner. He is pulled down for no gain. Turner was angling to the right side. Cody Stufflebeam made the tackle. Stufflebeam, the senior defensive end from McPherson, Kansas.
Yeah, Stufflebeam crashed hard on that. He was all in on the running back there. Didn't get a good look, but that again, that leads to eventually Sawyer pulling the ball.
2nd down and 10 for the Bears from their own 44. 3:20 to go before halftime. Robertson passes, caught right flat, caught by Cole Wilson. Gets away from one man and then is pulled down at the 29-yard line. Nice reaction there by Cole Wilson to turn around. The ball was right there, hitting him in the number 2 gold jersey. A big gain for the Bears to the 29, a gain of 27. And there is a timeout on the field.
What a throw and catch. Again, it's just a great job and this is where as you get later into the season, there's a lot of reps. But Cole Wilson's running a seam route, sees the safety over top and just slightly throttles it. And Sawyer throws it right in the hole underneath the safety. I mean, that's just practice. That's just reps. That takes time. And a huge first down.
Yeah, 27 yards. I'm not sure what that was. It wasn't a timeout. Both teams went to their sidelines, and the officials got them both back out there. So here we go. First down and 10 for the Bears from the 29-yard line, the 29 of Kansas State. Robertson passes, slant left side to Ashton Hawkins. Boy, the DB was all over him there, and the pass is incomplete. There is no flag.
Yeah, he wanted it.
Donovan McIntosh was the DB on Ashton Hawkins.
Yeah, the DB had his left hand. That's what Ashton wanted, was a flag there. He couldn't get his left hand up.
So leaves Baylor 2nd and 10 from the Wildcat 29-yard line. 2:40 to play in the second quarter. Snap back to Robertson. Swings it right side to Cole Wilson at the 20. Tries to cut back in, and down at the 16 is Cole Wilson. That's enough for a first down for the Bears. Baylor's in the HEB red zone. They've got 1st and 10 at the Wildcat 17.
What a play. That was a corner blitz. Sawyer sees it to the short side of the field, and Cole sees it and just kind of throttles 3 yards downfield looking for the ball.
Wow.
Great pitch and catch.
Good observation on your part, Nick. 17-yard gain to the 17-yard line, or 12-yard gain to the end zone. Robertson for Trigg.
Oh, touchdown.
I think
he got it. He got it.
Touchdown, Michael Trigg. What a catch. Just reached up and snatched it over the head of the defensive back. Michael Trigg, touchdown Bears.
Wow, what a catch. What a catch. I mean, in my day, that's what you call getting mossed. I don't know what Trigg would call it. I don't know that he was alive when Randy Moss was playing.
I mean, the DB was right there in really good position, but Trigg just jumped up over the top of him and snatched the ball out of the air. What a grab. Touchdown, Baylor. 17-yard touchdown pass. Sawyer Robertson to Michael Trigg. Trigg, touchdown catch number 5 on the season.
The previous plays under further review.
All right.
Ruling on the field was a catch.
All right.
I think he got a foot down. I think it's
I don't think
touchdown.
there's much question.
It's just a matter of, was he bobbling at all? I think he got a foot in bounds. Did he have possession at that point?
All right, so they'll come and take a look at it. Right now, as it stands, 16-10, Baylor up on Kansas State. Well, amazing what you can do when you hold on to the football.
It's when you just don't turn the ball over and don't beat yourself. I mean, our offense is really good. And as we said earlier, I mean, Trigg got the pass interference. It's like, how do you defend them? And you can't. And that's 2 throws on this drive where Sawyer just throws it up. Like, Trigg's not really open, but he is because he's so big.
Right. All right, taking a look at it to see if this one stands. A 17-yard touchdown pass from Sawyer Robertson to Michael Trigg. Thanks again to McDonald's, our game day sponsor. We'll visit with Hampton Conlon coming up at halftime. Owner and operator of the McDonald's. Not just Waco, Lampasas, Brady, Copperas Cove, and Gatesville. So we'll visit with Hampton coming up at halftime, which is 2 minutes and 2 seconds of clock time away. So Jeff says Wesley Fair was the defensive back who Trigg reached over and made the catch. Fair checks in at 6'1", 200 pounds, sophomore from Wichita. Trigg 6'4", 240, and used every bit of that to make the grab. Gosh, what an impressive catch.
What do y'all think? I can't tell on the Jumbotron what it is.
I haven't had a good look at it.
But they're
really
looking at it hard.
Kudos to our Baylor Vision group. ESPN Plus is airing this game today, and our Baylor Vision group is doing all the production. So they're doing all the production of this game. Well done. Our control rooms are very well stocked to handle an ESPN production. And we've got the personnel to match. So well done by Baylor Vision. Boy, they are taking a long look at it, aren't they?
And was that a 2nd and 10? What down and distance was this? Or 1st and 10? Okay, 1st and 10. So if they call it incomplete, it'll be a 2nd and 10 from the 17-yard line. I mean, acrobatic catch, incredible job. The good thing is they called it a touchdown.
Right.
So there's got to be conclusive evidence to overturn it. But they are taking their time for sure.
Yeah, just now out from under the hood, so to speak. And here is Kevin Marr, our referee.
After further review, it was an incomplete pass. It will be 2nd down from the 17-yard line.
Crowd did not like that. Incomplete pass. Well, go get yourself another one, Trigg.
Only thing is, I guess he just didn't get a foot down, right? That's what it had to be.
Or he was bobbling it.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't get a good review on our end. So, I mean, he caught the ball, so he just had to not get a foot down.
All right, here it is. 2nd down and 10 now from the 17-yard line for the Bears. Sawyer Robertson takes the snap, gives to Michael Turner, right side. Oh, touchdown. He breaks a tackle. He'll run it in. Michael Turner into the end zone. His first touchdown as a Baylor Bear. So one play after having the
passing TD wiped out. The Bears convert on the ground. 17-yard touchdown run by Michael Turner.
That's a heck of a run by Michael. I mean, broke a tackle on Austin Romaine. I mean, he's right there. He's their leading tackler. Broke a tackle, and just he wasn't going to be stopped. Heck of a play. Again, when you can run the ball on 2nd and 10 from the 17-yard line and get a touchdown, that's huge.
That is huge. So now it's 16-10. Here comes the try for extra point from Connor Hawkins. Dylan Schaub, the deep snapper. Palmer Williams, the holder. Good snap, good hold, and the kick is good by Connor Hawkins into the berm area in the south end of McLean Stadium. 2-minute timeout coming up. Bears convert. An 8-play, 75-yard scoring drive, 2:26 off the clock. Really an impressive drive, Nick, by the Bears to regain the lead over Kansas State.
I mean, it's incredible. I mean, honestly, our offense has been really good today, except 2 turnovers. And you had some big pass plays on that drive to Trigg, to Cole Wilson. We've really settled in. You had some good run plays. I mean, O-line's doing a good job. Receivers are doing a good job. I mean, that's what you want. You're keeping the defense on their heels. Some pass, some run, trying to be hard to predict. And, man, our offense is fun to watch when we don't turn the ball over.
Yeah. Boy, just got to stay away from those turnovers, and you see the results. 17-10, Baylor on top. Hey, that's moving the chains on that drive. Moving as a Bear. Let Central Transportation Systems cage that Bear and leave it to the professionals to handle all of your moving and storage needs. Whether you're moving to Dallas, Houston, or Manhattan, Kansas, Central Transportation can pack and move your home and give you the ultimate moving experience. Give them a call at 254-256-2577 or visit online at centralsystems.com/Baylor. We are also brought to you in part by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. Ricky will visit with Coach Dave Aranda at halftime and let you hear that at some point in our halftime show. 17-10, Baylor on top. Next week, an open date for the Bears, first of 2 on the season, open date-wise for Baylor. Then back at it at TCU, October 18th. We'll get the game time, should get the game time for that one on Monday from the Big 12 office. Kansas State will play TCU next Saturday, and that's at home. That's in Manhattan. Then they'll have an open date after that. 3 open dates for the Wildcats this year.
Because they played on that zero week in Dublin.
Right, right. Which you would think an open date after that with that travel, but they didn't.
They had to turn around and play again.
They did. They played on the 30th, yeah, against North
Dakota. Did Iowa State have to play again, too?
I think they did.
I think they both did.
Which is a little strange.
That's hard. Yeah. I mean, the time change, and that's not easy. Luckily, again, these guys are young. They're used to staying up later than the rest of us. So
that's true. All right, Bears getting set to kick it off to the Wildcats. 17-10, Baylor on top. Following that 75-yard scoring run. First touchdown of his Baylor career for Michael Turner, running it in from 17 yards out. Rhett Armstrong is the Baylor kicker. Bears with the gold pants, the gold jerseys, and the green helmets today. And maybe you say, why no gold helmets? Well, the gold helmets don't exist anymore. The gold helmets gave their life for the chrome helmets.
I did not know that fact.
Here's the kickoff taken by J.B. Price inside the 5 to the 10 to the 20 to the 25. Nice return by Price. A little bit of shoving at the end of the play. Both teams now disperse. Yeah, the gold helmets, they don't exist anymore.
Yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the guys are okay with that.
I think so.
I think they prefer the chrome.
Chrome over the gold?
Over the regular painted gold, yeah.
I agree.
That's not a bad thing.
Yep, we'll see the chrome, I'm sure, another game or 2 coming up this year.
But Kansas State's got the ball with 1:51. We get the ball to start the third quarter. We have all 3 timeouts. Let's see if we can get a short stop right here.
Getting at their own 28-yard line for the Wildcats.
First down and 10. Avery Johnson, quarterback draw to the 30, 35, 40. Slides down ahead of Devin Bobby, ready to decapitate him. So a nice decision there by Avery Johnson. 13 yards for the first down. They'll spot it at the 41.
Man, that's a backbreaker on 1st and 10. They motioned out empty backfield. We had no one behind our D-line right there.
Empty backfield here. 3 receivers left, 2 to the right. Johnson passes right side, caught by Oakley, the tight end, at the 40, 45, 46. So that's a 5-yard gain on that first down play. K-State has 3 timeouts should they need them here with minute 15 to go before halftime. 2nd and 5. Snap back to Avery Johnson. Passes near side. This one is caught. Stepping out of bounds just across midfield is Jaron Tibbs. Tibbs had a big catch earlier. Jerron Tibbs, actually. He's out at the Baylor 48.
Good sideline throw to the far side of the field for an easy first down. Get out of bounds, stop the clock. Changing personnel right now, getting some fresh legs. Minute 7 left, and they've crossed midfield.
New set of downs, 1st and 10 for Kansas State. 1:07 on the clock. Avery Johnson to throw. Sideline route again, no catch here. A dive for the ball and didn't get a foot in bounds. So no catch on the pass intended for Braden Lofton.
So that's what you need right there. You just got a gift on an incomplete pass. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Can you get a stop here? There's a minute 2 on the clock. Short gain, and then you might think about calling a timeout.
2nd and 10 play. Johnson, short pass, crossing route is caught. A couple of blockers in front of him and down at the 35-yard line. Gain of 13 on the play. That was a pass completion to, who was it? Dylan. Oh yeah, Dylan Edwards with that catch.
It's just a great play call. I mean, we're going all in trying to get pressure, and it was a screen pass.
49 seconds, 48 seconds to go. Clock is running. Out route, far side, caught at the 30, tackled immediately. The 29 is where they'll spot that ball. Kansas State hurries to the line of scrimmage. Tevin Williams made that tackle for the Bears. K-State in hurry up, trying to get in field goal position. Pass over the middle. This one is caught. That is the tight end again, who they just went to earlier, Braden Lofton. Now a timeout is called. But K-State has driven it to the Baylor 23.
30 seconds.
So they're in field goal range now, and they use their first timeout of the first half. 25 seconds on the clock. This is a pretty crisp drive by Kansas State.
It is, and it's not their MO. I mean, they're throwing it on this drive, and it's, you know, it's out routes to the far side of the field, or that one was a little dig route coming in, and then you have the screen. And so Avery Johnson right now is feeling comfortable. He's making quick decisions, and Matt Wells doing a good job of helping Avery get the ball out of his hand quickly. And unfortunately, they're driving it on us. And so defense, again, get a stop and limit this to 3 points.
17-10, Baylor leads over Kansas State. 25 seconds to go in the first half. Still 2 timeouts remaining for Chris Kleiman and the Wildcats. From the 23, 1st and 10, snap back to Johnson. Looking to throw, pressured, spun around, rolling left. He'll tuck it and run out of bounds. Ooh, close to a late hit. It might have been a late hit. Good grief. Ooh, and somebody got laid out on the sidelines. Oh, it's the sideline reporter for the broadcast. Hope she is all right.
After the play was over, personal foul. Late hit, defense number 45. Half the distance to the
It's a bad penalty right there. You just gave them half the distance to the goal. So it'll be 1st and goal probably from the 8 or 9.
Oh, that's tough. He was going out of bounds. He'd given himself up, right?
Yeah.
He was going out of bounds.
No, we should have let up.
Yeah.
You're running full speed, and you make up in your mind you're going to hit them, and you got to have the discipline to stop and the self-control to stop. So now it's 1st and goal from the 9, 17 seconds, and Kansas State has 2 timeouts. So
wow.
You got 3 plays. 2 plays and then a field goal.
What a drive by Kansas State, trying to even the score if they can. Avery Johnson passes,
Touchdown.
end zone, touchdown. The tight end, Garrett Oakley, with the grab, his 2nd touchdown of the season. And what a crisp 2-minute drive by Kansas State. It didn't even take 2 minutes, 1:38 off the clock. And they're an extra point away from tying the game.
That's big by Kansas State because that means they got 1 extra possession in this half. We're going to get the ball back with 9 seconds left, hand it off, take a knee, go to halftime. But, man, that's a backbreaker.
Luis Rodriguez on for the extra point. Snap, hold, kick, all are good, and Kansas State ties the game at 17 with 13 seconds to play before halftime. That is a disappointing, from a Baylor perspective, a disappointing last couple of minutes to allow K-State to drive the ball 72 yards, 9 plays, 1:38 off the clock, and end up in the end zone. Not even force a field goal, but but they got a touchdown to tie the game.
Well, and you gave them a play there with the late hit and just shrunk the field again. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Aranda's not going to be happy going into the locker room after giving that up.
So kickoff coming for Kansas State. Cole Wilson is back deep for the Bears. Cole Wilson and Jaden Porter actually both back deep. Wildcats will kick it off from right to left. 13 seconds to play before halftime. Now Baylor 17, Kansas State 17. Boy, you just lost all that momentum you had also on the touchdown drive and the touchdown run by Michael Turner. Kick will be a touchback. Bears will have it at their own 25. 13 seconds to go before halftime. Halftime again, we'll visit with a representative from McDonald's, so we look forward to that coming up in just a few minutes.
Oh, man. Got to clear it defensively. You played a really good half outside of the first drive and the last drive.
Well, you think Sawyer Robertson would be under center to take a snap and take a knee, but he's in the shotgun, and they'll hand it off to Caden Knighton. Knighton running left, kind of dancing with the ball, and down after a 3-yard gain, and that will be the final play of the half. Halftime from McLean Stadium in Waco. Our score, Baylor 17, Kansas State 17. Back to begin our halftime activities after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength. You need power. You need agility. You need a team that shows up ready to win. And Toyota Trucks, yeah, they bring the full roster. The Toyota Tundra and Tacoma are built for it all. With available bed-mounted power outlets, massive towing capability, and a cabin fit for your crew, Toyota Tundra and Tacoma don't just show up to game day, they dominate it. Kick off the season with big savings during the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event. But hurry, these deals won't last forever.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Wear green, haul gold in a new Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
Hey y'all, it's Jackie Marshall from Baylor Football. You probably know Goodwill for their stores. Trust me, I've scored some fun finds here. But here's the real deal. When you donate or shop at Heart of Texas Goodwill, you're helping people right here in the community get jobs, training, or even a high school diploma. HOT Goodwill celebrating 70 years strong and still changing lives through the power of work. That's something worth celebrating. Donate, shop, change lives. That's Heart of Texas Goodwill.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
You're listening to live coverage of Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Now, it's time for the halftime show. Stay tuned as we break down the first half, check in on scores from around the country, and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
At 17, Nick will give us all the first half stats coming up in just a bit. But as we've told you several times, our game sponsor today is McDonald's, and we're pleased to have Hampton Conlon with us, owner and operator of, 19 different McDonald's stores.
Soon to be 19, John.
Soon to be, right.
17 as we sit here and speak, but soon to be 19.
New one in McGregor?
It's opening Wednesday, and then we'll have the grand opening on the following week on the 14th.
Yep.
We'll have some Baylor people involved.
Okay.
And then we're going to open a new one in Hewitt.
Wow.
On around Thanksgiving.
That's great.
Yes.
19 stores. That's wild.
Yes, that's why I don't have any hair left.
That's a lot to keep up with, for sure.
It is.
Tell us, you've been such a big part of the communities here in Central Texas, and it's not just Waco. It's surrounding communities as well. What does it mean to McDonald's to support Baylor athletics and the communities through your partnerships like this?
Well, we feel like Baylor is the heartbeat of Waco as well as Central Texas. Anytime you mention Baylor, people's eyes light up, and it is such an opportunity to be associated with Baylor. I cannot imagine living in Waco and not being associated with Baylor.
We love that, and we love the association as well. McDonald's is about more than serving great food. You're very involved with local schools, youth programs, and giving back to the community. Share a little about sort of your philosophy there.
I don't know the exact percentage. My wife and I were talking about that this morning, but it seems like it's probably 20 or 30% of what we bring in, we give back to the community.
Wow.
Whether it be Ronald McDonald House, there's a local elementary school that we feed every Monday. We feed all the students, the faculty. We try to give back as much as possible. When someone is in need, we try to give back. We feel it's our due diligence, and it's part of being in the community.
Wow.
You can't just take, you got to give back.
That's terrific. Love that philosophy. And you guys do it so very well. You're always innovating also. You've always got something new, new menu items, the mobile app rewards, fan promotions. What's new?
With the age of AI, with the mobile apps, McDonald's is continuously looking and trying to strive to do things better, try to get what the customers want. I don't know exactly what's coming tomorrow, but I will tell you that I've heard we're going to have a McRib coming back pretty soon. So everybody's eyes light up when we talk about McRib. I have heard it is coming back. But that's, as far as innovation, they change something every day. The thing we say in McDonald's, the only thing constant in McDonald's is change.
Yeah.
So when you get used to doing something, forget
be
it,
ready for a change.
You're going to change. You are going to change.
That is great. Is the McRib the item that you hear the most about?
McRib is, everybody loves it, and then once they get one or two, they're like, okay, I'm done with my McRib. It goes away on a farewell, and then I guess the fans say, we got to have it back. We got to have it back, and so we're bringing it back.
That is so cool. Very good. And again, 17 locations, soon to be 19.
Yes,
with
sir.
a new one opening in the next couple of weeks in McGregor.
Correct.
And
Wednesday, exact.
Wednesday.
All
right, so watch for that out in McGregor.
Yes, I'm ready for all my McGregor people to finally get their McDonald's open. They've been waiting very patiently, but Wednesday we're going to kick the doors open and say, come on in.
Well, McGregor needs it. They deserve it out
Definitely.
there. Isn't it cool that this is a gold out here at Baylor today for this game? And you think gold out, you think gold arches, and it's a great tie-in.
It is. It is a great. I was talking to the guys earlier, and they love the promotion we're running, where if Baylor scores a point, they get a free 10-piece McNugget.
Yeah.
And they're like, do they do that in Dallas? I said, I don't know. And another guy goes, no, there's no way they can do that in Dallas. only in Waco and surrounding area.
That's
exactly.
Right. Very cool.
Yes.
Well, Hampton, we appreciate you very much and appreciate the partnership. It's always great to see you. And thank you for everything you do with us and for us with Baylor Athletics.
Thank you, John. And I wanted to tell you, your voice is like fine wine.
Oh, nice.
I think it gets better with age.
That's so nice. Thanks for saying that. I appreciate it. Hampton Conlon is the owner and operator of McDonald's in Central Texas. McDonald's, our game sponsor today. Look, the Golden Wave Band wearing the gold shirts.
How do you beat it?
I love it.
It is the best.
Just put some arches on the back of those shirts and
there
it'd be
you go.
even better.
Exactly.
Thank you, Hampton. We appreciate you.
Thank you, John.
All right. Hampton Conlon, our representative from McDonald's, our game sponsor today. We'll take a break. Nick will have a thorough look at our stats when we come back. 17-17 our score. Bears and Wildcats at the half. We'll be back with more after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
This season, when Baylor scores a touchdown, raise your bear claws and swipe a free 10-piece Chicken McNuggets the next day on the McDonald's app with the purchase of $2 or more. Run it, throw it, however they reach the end zone, your taste buds do the touchdown dance. So sick 'em, Bears, and sick your free Chicken McNuggets only at McDonald's. Offer valid only on the day after Baylor scores a touchdown at participating McDonald's. Minimum purchase of $2 required. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
There's nothing like a Baylor home game, and First Central Credit Union wants to send you.
Hi, this is Jo Betsy Tyler with First Central. We're giving away a pair of Baylor football tickets for every home game this season. It's our way of celebrating the fans and families who make Central Texas great.
Enter now at firstcentralcu.com/football. One winner drawn each week.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
No purchase necessary to enter.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Got Conecuh sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows it's how I get my grill on. Conecuh sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
Baylor Nation rolls along with Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Start with award-winning service and factory-trained techs. Then shop our new and used lineup from cars, trucks to SUVs, all makes and models. Running a business? We're your Central Texas headquarters for ProMaster vans, cab, and chassis and work trucks. For power and comfort, test drive the Ram 1500, the Motor Trend Truck of the Year winner again. Allen Samuels in Waco, proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Come by, let's be friends.
The spotlight's back on the Brazzers, and the stage is set at Foster Pavilion. Baylor women's basketball returns with head coach Nikki Collin and a team that knows how to bring the heat. From tip-off to the final buzzer, there's no place louder, rowdier, or more electric than the Foster. Don't just hear about the big wins, witness them. Lock in your seats and fill Foster with green and gold. Purchase your season tickets now at BaylorBears.com/tickets.
This season, Bobcat of Waco is proud to partner with the Baylor mascots to bring you a winning lineup. Just like the Bears on the field, Bobcat machines deliver unstoppable strength, speed, and toughness. And right now, you can score big with 0% financing or cash rebates on the hardest working equipment in Texas. Visit us at 16595 North I-35 in Elmont, Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. or online 24/7 at bobcatcce.com. Don't sit on the sidelines. Gear up with Bobcat of Waco, and let's make this season one to remember. Sic 'em Bears.
You're listening to live coverage of Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Stay tuned as we rejoin the voice of the Bears, John Morris, live from the booth as we get set for all of the second half action with the Baylor Bears. Coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Is the score. Ricky Thompson caught up with head coach Dave Aranda going in at halftime. It's brought to you by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank.
Coach, you got a tie game. That's in spite of 2 turnovers and then the long drive by K-State right at the end of the half to tie it up.
Defensively, we're doing some positive things, but we're playing to their level. We've had twice now where we've gotten the lead or we're in position to break away, and we let them on the very next drive get right back into it. And so we can't do that. We're allowing them to dictate the energy and the execution of the thing, and that needs to be us. Until that changes, this thing will be a 40-40 game, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, and 2 turnovers on offense. Moving the ball great, but you can't turn it over.
Yeah, we got to run the ball consistently. When we do that, it opens up other things. We're working through some injuries there, so we've got to be able to run the ball in the second half.
Okay, Coach, thanks.
All right, Rick, thanks very much. Ricky Thompson with head coach Dave Aranda at halftime of a 17-17 game, Bears and Wildcats. Let's check other scores around the Big 12. It was one game last night. 23rd-ranked BYU won over West Virginia to stay undefeated on the year. They're now 5-0 on the season. BYU 38, West Virginia 24 last night in Provo. How about this one, Nick? Halftime from Cincinnati. The Bearcats have a 31-15 lead on 14th-ranked Iowa State at the half.
Wow.
How about that? So Iowa State also undefeated. Big 12 has 4 undefeated teams of the 20 nationally going into this weekend. But Cincinnati has the lead by 16 at halftime at Nippert Stadium. Elsewhere, nobody else has started. Games coming up. Oklahoma State at Arizona. Texas Tech at Houston tonight at 6. Colorado at TCU tonight at 6:30. TCU, the next opponent for both Baylor and K-State. For the Wildcats next Saturday, for the Bears in 2 weeks. And then Kansas and UCF play tonight at 6:30 as well. So those are the Big 12 games. And scores as of this moment. Top 25, halftime, Georgia, number 12, leads Kentucky 21-7. Michigan, number 20, leads Wisconsin 10-7 at the half. Halftime, Illinois 22 in the nation leads Purdue 27-14. Games early on that are underway, and most at halftime right now with those 11 a.m. Central Time starts. Plenty of other games ahead, and certainly a big second half ahead here for the Bears. Nick, the Bears and Coach Aranda mentioned it, that the defense did do some good things today. I mean, that last drive by Kansas State notwithstanding, defense has done some really good things.
Yeah, really, outside of the first drive and the last drive of the first half, defense did really well and got put in some really tough situations with the turnovers. So overall, I mean, I think our defense has played well. They've got to settle back in. You know, I think the tough thing is defensively, that last drive, you know they're going to have to throw the ball, and we couldn't stop it. And that's the concerning thing, and that's the frustrating thing that Aranda's talking about. And so got to clean that up. The thing that really concerned me about the interview was Aranda saying we have some injuries, referring to the offense, and we've got to continue to run the ball. And so it'll be interesting to see who's in the backfield to start this second half.
Yeah, that is concerning for sure. So we'll keep an eye on that and see who is and is not available as we get set to begin the second half. Do we have Ricky? Ricky, can you hear us? Can you join us? Yep. All right. We'll check back in with him coming up in just a minute. But it is 17-17 at halftime here on a gold out, a warm day again at McLean Stadium, and Bears trying to put it all together in the second half. Right now, 85 degrees and sunshine, not a cloud in the sky here in Central Texas. So a warm afternoon for sure here at McLean Stadium. All right, Ricky Thompson joins us back up here in the booth. And Rick, as we head to the second half, Coach Aranda mentioned some injuries they're having to work through. What's he referring to there?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Of course, we've got offensive line, some places there that have been adjusted and guys moved around. I'm not sure. Bryson, of course, had ribs last week. We didn't see him much late in the game. The last touchdown was Turner, so I'm not sure other than that what it might be.
Yeah, that could be it right there. Here's the kickoff by Kansas State. Remember, the Bears won the toss, deferred to the second half, so Baylor has the ball first to begin this third quarter, and they'll begin at their own 25-yard line in a 17-17 game. And again, give Kansas State credit, that minute 38 touchdown scoring drive in the final 2 minutes of the first half. That's how they tied the game, and that's how we reach 17-17 here.
Here we go, offense. Aloha from the second half. Let's get points on the board.
Here we go, beginning at their own 25-yard line with Sawyer Robertson at quarterback. Robertson claps his hands, takes the snap. Looks left, looks right, comes back, center of the field. Ball bobbled there, but then controlled by Bryson Washington. It's a short gain, pretty good concentration there by Bryson Washington.
Really good concentration. He really wanted to start. He started running the ball before he caught it, which is why he bobbled it. And then he got up slow and limping a little bit. He's banged up, but he's tough. He's hanging in there.
All right, picked up, 7 yards on the play, so 2nd and 3 for the Bears now. Some late subs, Baylor subs. Kansas State takes the opportunity to jog off to the far side. Here we go, 2nd and 3 for the Bears from the 32. Michael Turner, the carry and the first down for the Bears. Tumbles across the 35 to the 36. First down, Baylor.
He hit that hole hard, full steam. Great job, great run, get the first down, and we're coming out running the ball. I like it.
New set of downs, 1st and 10 at the 36 for the Bears. 17-17 our score. Just getting underway in the second half. Turner remains in the backfield. Snap back to Robertson. Pass over the middle, incomplete. Led his receiver a little bit too much. That was Colby Prentice, the intended receiver.
It's honestly a good route. He was open, was running downfield. That should have been caught. Running downfield up, right up the seam, and then just cut the route off and came flat, separated from the defender. Good throw, just a bad catch.
So 2nd and 10 for the Bears from their own 36. Robertson with a back off to his right shoulder. Takes the snap in the shotgun, pressured, spins, rolls left, throws left, caught. Coming back to the ball is Ashton Hawkins. Made the catch at the 40-yard line, maybe the 41. They'll give him the 41. So a 5-yard gain on that play. Here's a big 3rd down and 5 for the Bears. Baylor was 1 of 3 on 3rd downs. Didn't even have that many opportunities in the first half. This is 3rd and 5 from the 41, opening possession of the 3rd quarter. Prentice in motion, now goes around the quarterback, comes back this way.
Run.
Here's Sawyer Robertson, he will run, and he's got the 1st down. Boy, you saw it there, Nick. He had enough green space, knowing where he needed to get for the sticks. A 6-yard gain and a 1st down.
Yeah, just a good, quick decision. Pocket started breaking down, kept his eyes downfield, and made the decision and went. Good job.
Didn't take a hit, didn't slide, so he didn't lose yardage there. Pass near side. This one's caught by Josh Cameron. Coming back to the ball, battling the defensive back for the ball, but Josh Cameron makes the catch, and that is a gain of 7. And a Kansas State player is slow to get up.
That was a good catch by Josh, and honestly, I mean, not even a half second from Sawyer getting hit right there and not even getting the ball off, and potentially a sack fumble.
I'll tell you what, that run by Sawyer, if you look back, he went head first, which a defender is going to hesitate and not hit the quarterback.
Yeah.
If he slides there, they probably back that thing
It's not
up
a 1st
2
down.
yards.
He's using his brain right there.
Yeah, he's going to be a yard short, so that's a big play for him to dive head first.
Yeah, that's a great point. Wouldn't have had the 1st down if he had slid, but he did go head first. So here's Baylor 2nd down and 4 from the Kansas State 48, just across midfield. Hand it off to Michael Turner. He's got a hole at the 40. Flag down at the end of the play, and Turner is down at the 38. As it stands, it's a 1st down run for Michael Turner. This one is coming back.
It's holding on Fugar.
So wipe out the 1st down run by Michael Turner. Boy, those holding calls last week. Incidentally, remember the calls on Colton Price last week where he was flinching and Baylor was penalized for that? There was an Oklahoma State player that was hollering, "Go, go," which is illegal, but it caught Baylor a couple of times there. Here's Caden Knighton looking to run. No hold there. It's back to the original line of scrimmage. That is the Baylor 47. So here's a big 3rd down and 10 coming up for the Bears.
Yeah, 3rd and 10, and that holding penalty is what kills you here. And so we've got to overcome it. You know, where's Trigg? Play action, maybe a dig route coming across the middle. You have options here.
First possession of the 3rd quarter. You'd like for it not to die out at midfield. Sawyer Robertson looking to throw on 3rd and 10. Right sideline, Trigg off his hands and incomplete. He was blasted there by VJ Payne on the sidelines. And Trigg took a pretty good shot as he had jumped up and was extended. He is down. He's on the Baylor sideline, but he is down on the sidelines.
Yeah, he got squared up right in the chest as he's still in midair. I mean, completely defenseless.
I couldn't tell then, Nick, if Sawyer had to throw over someone, but that actually was a little high. He was wide open. A good throw there is a 1st down.
Yeah, Sawyer wants that one back. It was almost like his 2nd or 3rd choice, though.
Here is the first punt of the day by Baylor's Palmer Williams. Boots a high, booming punt. Fair catch called for. And he lets it go over his head, and Baylor has it covered, and they'll cover it inside the 5-yard line. What a great job of kick coverage by the Bears. Palmer Williams drops it in there, and the Bears keep it out of the end zone. I think that was Jacob Redding who was back there to cover that ball, make sure it didn't get in the end zone. 49-yard punt, no return. Kansas State will begin at their own 3-yard line following that beauty by Palmer Williams. Timeout on the field, 11:16 to play, 3rd quarter. 17-17 our score. Bears and Wildcats on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
This season, when Baylor scores a touchdown, raise your bear claws and swipe a free 10-piece Chicken McNuggets the next day on the McDonald's app with the purchase of $2 or more. Run it, throw it, however they reach the end zone, your taste buds do the touchdown dance. So sick 'em, Bears, and sick your free Chicken McNuggets only at McDonald's. Offer valid only on the day after Baylor scores a touchdown at participating McDonald's. Minimum purchase of $2 required. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Jeff Haas Mazda and the Baylor Bears both know what it takes to be number one. Hard work, determination, commitment. The number one Mazda dealer in Texas, Jeff Haas Mazda, is inviting all the Baylor Bear fans listening to visit us for hard-hitting deals on every new Mazda in stock, with fresh inventory hitting the ground daily. And every new Mazda comes with our Jeff Haas Advantage plan. Plus, your trade is now worth more than ever. We're buying all makes and models. Get our best cash offer in minutes. Jeff Haas Mazda on the Katy Freeway.
Number one based on 2021 sales and stock volume in the Gulf region.
When life gets complicated, Butts Law Firm is your one stop for a wide range of legal needs. Whether you need estate planning documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal or business assets management and disposal, consumer protection, family-related legal matters, or various business-related issues, we are your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you every step of the way. Trust us to provide the legal support you need. Call today, 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference having a trusted attorney by your side can make, because at Butts Law Firm, your legal rights are our business.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Baylor Athletics. Download the McDonald's app and sign up to earn rewards and earn exclusive offers and sick 'em Bears. Thanks also to HEB, the 2025 Baylor football season presented by HEB. And Pepsi, this football season, make Pepsi your go-to game day drink because it's the only drink for football watching. Pepsi, that's what I like. Proud partner of Baylor Bears football. We're brought to you by Baylor Scott & White Health, the official healthcare provider of Baylor Athletics. All right, Kansas State backed up to their own 3-yard line following that punt. Hand the ball off to Joe Jackson. A little bit of breathing room across the 5 to the 6-yard line for Jackson. Jackson has had a nice game going. He had more yards than that. 5 carries for 24 yards. Now 3 more tacked on to that. Avery Johnson actually the leading rusher for Kansas State on the day. 2nd down and 7 from the 6 for the Wildcats. 10:41 and counting, 3rd quarter. Jackson again looking. Oh, Avery Johnson kept it. Running around the right side. Doesn't get to the sticks. Pushed out of bounds.
Is that Redding again pushing him out?
It was Jacob Redding again covering some ground.
It's a good job. I think he had all of us fooled in the booth. I actually thought he handled it. Handed it off to Joe Jackson there.
I was going to say, I'm glad Redding saw it because I didn't. I was looking at the ball carrier in the middle
right.
of the field and thought he was going down.
And he didn't have much room there if he had handed the ball off. 3rd down and 3. That was a 4-yard carry by Avery Johnson. So 3rd down and 3 for the Wildcats. Johnson in the pocket. Now rolls left. Still looking to throw. Nobody to throw it to. Looking to run. Can the Bears get him on the ground? They do, but it's right at the 1st down marker. Man, that was close. Johnson did everything he could to throw that ball, didn't he? But finally his best option and only option was to run, and he's got a 1st down.
Man, so close defensively. You did everything right except tackle the quarterback. Man, he put the brakes on that too, and that's the threat that Avery Johnson brings.
He is slippery and quick and fast. Out to the 13-yard line, 1st down for Kansas State. Avery Johnson, nope, direct snap to Joe Jackson running left.
And he is pushed out of bounds on the near sideline. So a little trickeration there with Avery Johnson in the shotgun and Joe Jackson right next to him. The snap went directly to Jackson, and Jacob Redding runs him out of bounds at the 21, so an 8-yard carry.
Empty backfield again.
2nd and 1 for the Wildcats. 2nd and 2. It's a high snap. Johnson pulls it down. Slant right side. Pass caught at the 30. First down, Wildcats at the 33-yard line. Jerron Tibbs the catch for K-State.
Again, if you're going to have an empty backfield like that, you've got to play good, sound defense in the secondary, but we got to get some pressure. Avery Johnson has all day right now back there. Defense has to settle down right now.
This is Kansas State's first offensive possession of the 3rd quarter. Bears had the first possession, didn't put any points on the board. Kansas State coming out from their own 3-yard line. Handoff, Joe Jackson running left. Tries to juke the defender, can't get past him. He's knocked off his pins at the 37-yard line.
It's a great job by Devin Bobby coming downhill right as Joe makes his move. That's when you strike as a defender, and he struck him right in the knees, and he had no shot.
Wow. So at the 37 leaves the Wildcats 3rd down. Now they need the 43 for a first down, so about 5 yards away. Avery Johnson looking to throw, lofts it up near side. It is incomplete. Trying an over-the-shoulder catch there was Jerron Tibbs. He had a step onto Tyler Turner, but Ricky couldn't quite make the catch.
No, he couldn't, and he missed 84. 84 is wide open in the middle of the field.
Wow.
Nobody anywhere near him. That would have been a 6.
But you know why? It's because we got pressure. He had to throw that ball and make a decision before he wanted to.
Yeah, that was one of those just kind of throw it up for grabs. Tibbs almost made the catch. So here is 3rd down and 6 for the Wildcats from the 37. Another 3rd down opportunity. Avery Johnson has the snap in the shotgun. Pressure again. Short pass caught by Jackson. Not going to be enough. They stop him short. He is down at the 42, so a yard short. Do they go for it here at their own 42 on 4th and 1?
They're going for it. They are definitely going for it. You may see a hard count here just to see if you can get the defense to jump, but they're bringing in 2 quarterback set. And Avery's out. Avery Johnson's out wide right now.
So it's 4th down and 1. First 4th down opportunity of the day for either team. Here's the snap. Here's the run up the middle. He's got the first down to the 45. Blake Barnett was in at quarterback. Avery Johnson was split wide. And Barnett, quarterback run right up the middle for 3 yards. They needed only 1. And it's a first down for K-State.
Yeah, that's the Colin Klein package right there from my day. Put a big quarterback in there and run right behind your tight end coming in, pulling inside.
So new set of downs for Kansas State. They're at their own 46. Fake the handoff, pulled it back, passes, it's complete. Running at the 30 to the 25-yard line is Jace Brown. Jace Brown gets up, and he's got a first down. Got tangled up with the Baylor defensive back at the end of the play, and his helmet came off. But a big, big gainer there to the Baylor 24-yard line. 22-yard gain on the play.
It's so hard, man. When you're able to run the ball, it sets up a play action just like that. And Kansas State is keeping our defense off balance, and Avery Johnson is throwing with a lot of confidence right now.
Big gain there to Jace Brown from the 24. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. Avery Johnson hands it off, running left. Joe Jackson threw an arm tackle and finally down. Ran hard. He is down at the 14-yard line. Reggie Bush makes the tackle for Baylor.
You know, here you've got 5:39 to go in the 3rd quarter, and this is the first series for K-State, and the Bears have only had the ball once.
That's right.
You've had each team with the ball one time and only 5.5 minutes to go here in the 3rd quarter.
Station's way late, but we'll give you a chance to identify yourselves following this next play. Apologies for being so late with that. 2nd down and 1 for the Wildcats from the 15-yard line of Baylor. Avery Johnson with Joe Jackson off his left shoulder. Johnson takes the snap. Tried to dump it off. It's in the air, nearly caught on the deflection. Boy, that's about as close as Baylor's got to a takeaway in a bit. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Big 3rd down 11 play coming up for the Kansas State Wildcats there at the Baylor 15-yard line. Kyler Jordan with that hit that knocked the ball out of the air and made it incomplete. Here's the play.
Oh, wow.
Avery Johnson runs and just tripped up. Just tripped up.
He was about to walk into the end zone untouched and just slipped.
But it is a 1st down for the Wildcats. That was 3rd and 11. And the run by Avery Johnson to the left side, a 1st down for Kansas State. And almost a touchdown.
Yeah, actually, I think that was 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2. But without the slip, you're right. He is untouched, walks into the end zone on that one. A break for the Bears, so get the stop here and at least force a field goal attempt.
Avery Johnson's pointing up to the play clock. It was down to a few seconds.
Clock operator, please reset the play clock to 25 seconds.
Yeah.
Gonna start on my signal.
And they have been in no particular hurry on this drive. They've used a lot of time already. 5:58 on this possession. Remember, they started at their own 3-yard line after that Baylor punt. Right now, 13 plays, 85 yards, 5:58 for the Wildcats. And they've reached the Baylor 12, where it's 1st and 10 for K-State. Avery Johnson in the shotgun, takes the snap. Pass, slant, caught, touchdown. Touchdown, Kansas State. Jace Brown made the catch for the touchdown, his 3rd of the season.
Just a good play action. Again, when you're running the ball well, and Avery Johnson turns to his left, play action, and then flips his hips all the way around to the right, throwing a deep slant, there's no one there. It's an easy catch and throw, and again, he is throwing the ball with a lot of confidence right now. You've got to get a hit on him.
The switch there, you have the play to Trigg down here where Trigg's open. You hit him, the Bears still have the ball. Get the good punt, but K-State goes on a 97-yard drive, and that's just a killer at this point. 4:35 to go in the 3rd, you're down by 7.
Extra point kick is good by Luis Rodriguez, and it is a 7-point lead for the Wildcats with 4:35 to play in the 3rd quarter. As Ricky said, a 14-play, 97-yard scoring drive by Kansas State. 6:41 off the clock here in the 3rd quarter. And the Wildcats have the lead, 24-17 over the Bears here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Hey y'all, it's Jackie Marshall from Baylor Football. You probably know Goodwill for their stores. Trust me, I've scored some fun finds here. But here's the real deal.
I just told Cam that. I was like, this team just isn't good. They don't do anything good teams do. They turn the ball over. They can't get teams off the field. Too many penalties.
Through the power of work. That's something worth celebrating. Donate, shop, change lives. That's Heart of Texas Goodwill.
This season, when Baylor scores a touchdown, raise your bear claws and swipe a free 10-piece Chicken McNuggets the next day on the McDonald's app with the purchase of $2 or more. Run it, throw it, however they reach the end zone, your taste buds do the touchdown dance. So sick 'em, Bears, and sick your free Chicken McNuggets only at McDonald's. Offer valid only on the day after Baylor scores a touchdown at participating McDonald's. Minimum purchase of $2 required. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
If you're stuck in a high auto loan rate, it's time to call an Audible.
Hi, I'm Joe Betsy Tyler with First Central. When it comes to your auto loan, you don't have to stay in a bad formation. Call the right play. Refinance with First Central and get a lower rate, fast approvals, and a team that knows how to win local.
Visit firstcentralcu.com and apply today.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
The spotlight's back on the Brazzers, and the stage is set at Foster Pavilion. Baylor women's basketball returns with head coach Nikki Collin and a team that knows how to bring the heat. From tip-off to the final buzzer, there's no place louder, rowdier, or more electric than the Foster. Don't just hear about the big wins, witness them. Lock in your seats and fill Foster with green and gold. Purchase your season tickets now at BaylorBears.com/tickets.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Sick them right here at McLean Stadium, or you can find them wrapped in their iconic white butcher paper at your H-E-B deli sections and many fine supermarkets in Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston, or Austin. Antone's Original Po' Boys available right here at McLean Stadium. Here's the kickoff by Kansas State from right to left. End over end kick, 7 yards deep. Bears on the touchback will begin at their own 25-yard line. Baylor now trailing 24-17. Each team has had the ball once here in the third quarter, Ricky, and we've got 4:35 to play in the quarter.
That's right. That drive, he thought with the punt, what a great play down here to down it at the 3-yard line. You're thinking great field position, get the stop. Even if they punt it away, you're going to get the ball at the 50-yard line or around there. Instead, they go 97 yards, 4:35 to go in the third. This is a huge drive in this football game, guys.
Yeah, Bears possession here. Here we go. Snap back to Sawyer Robertson. Hands the ball off. That is Caden Knighton. Bumped. Gets away. Still on his feet. Bumped again. Now retreats. He's going to lose a lot of yardage here. He stayed on his feet but ended up retreating. And K-State was kept chasing him all the way back to the 14-yard line. So a loss of 11. And a Kansas State player is down at the end of that play.
Yeah, that's just inexperience right there. You know, when you try to break a tackle and then you end up getting bounced back, but you completely break loose and you're back 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage, don't go back anymore.
Yeah.
Just get north and south and get what you can get and make it 2nd and 13 versus 2nd and 21.
Kansas State player being attended to on the field. One of the interesting aspects of this game today, Matt Wells is the offensive coordinator for Kansas State, the associate head coach. I'll tell you what, it's a full timeout, so we need to take that. We'll continue that when we come back. 24-17, Kansas State leads Baylor. 4:18 to play, third quarter. Here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Hey Baylor fans, game day experiences for the 2025 football season are on sale now. Fans can purchase exclusive experiences online, including on-field photos, sideline access during warm-ups, tunnel access during the team runout, an in-game radio booth experience with the voice of the Bears, a birthday bash, and much more. There is limited availability per game, so purchase your experience today at BaylorBears.com/group experiences to lock in your one-of-a-kind game day experience today.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Baylor Nation rolls along with Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Start with award-winning service and factory-trained techs. Then shop our new and used lineup from cars, trucks to SUVs, all makes and models. Running a business? We're your Central Texas headquarters for ProMaster vans, cab, and chassis and work trucks. For power and comfort, test drive the Ram 1500, the Motor Trend Truck of the Year winner again. Allen Samuels in Waco, proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Come by, let's be friends.
This season, Bobcat of Waco is proud to partner with the Baylor mascots to bring you a winning lineup. Just like the Bears on the field, Bobcat machines deliver unstoppable strength, speed, and toughness. And right now, you can score big with 0% financing or cash rebates on the hardest working equipment in Texas. Visit us at 16595 North I-35 in Elmont, Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. or online 24/7 at bobcatcce.com. Don't sit on the sidelines. Gear up with Bobcat of Waco, and let's make this season one to remember. Sic 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach for Kansas State, former head coach at Texas Tech, has a daughter on the Baylor sidelines. We'll talk about that a little bit later. Here we go, 2nd down and 21 for the Bears from the 14-yard line. Sawyer Robertson, center of the field. Colby Prentice, the intended receiver, tried to stop and come back to the ball, and he couldn't do it, so it's incomplete.
Yeah, Sawyer was working his progression from left to right there and was just a little bit slow getting back, and Kobe had already gone through the hole, and so there was only one spot to throw that ball, and that's behind him and in the dirt for an incompletion.
So now 3rd down and 21 for the Bears. 4:06 mark, 3rd quarter. From the 14-yard line, Trigg in motion. Robertson pressured. Rolls, tried to roll away, and he couldn't get away, and he's sacked for a loss back inside the 5-yard line. Stufflebeam, the linebacker, got to him, or the defensive end, Cody Stufflebeam, got to him, and a loss back inside the 5, and that was a disastrous possession by the Bears.
Not good right there. You know, when you're 3rd and 21 from your, 14-yard line, there's not a lot you can do, and they got pressure with 4 people.
There's Palmer Williams. He'll back from the back of the end zone. Just one step in from the end line. Boots this one away. Sterling Lockett is back deep. No fair catch. Makes the catch and hit immediately. And down he goes at the 44-yard line of Baylor. So great field position for Kansas State. Tevin Williams made the tackle. And the Wildcats have the ball back, and a lot of momentum right now. 3:17 to play, 3rd quarter, up 24-17. Ricky?
Yeah, I tell you, the Bears need to stop here, and they really don't even need to give up a field goal and go down by 2 scores. That wasn't the best punt in the world, but you think it's still a 40-yard net. So at some point in this football game, defensively, you've got to make a stop. You've got to get a 3 and out, turn the ball over, and then offensively, you've got to stay away from the mistakes.
I mean, that's what I was about to say, turnover. We need a turnover. It has been a long time since we've created a takeaway.
The Samford game was the last time Baylor had a takeaway, and they're 0-2 today. 2 turnovers by the Bears. Avery Johnson picks up right where he left off. First play, pass over the middle is caught by Oakley, and he's got a 1st down inside the 35 to the 31. A 13-yard pickup on 1st down.
It's the tight end just coming and filling the void of our middle linebacker once our middle linebacker rushes the quarterback. And I mean, it's wide open right now, and they've been doing that a lot today.
Johnson now 21 of 28 for 203 yards and 2 touchdowns. Passing again, right side. This one is caught. Short gain, 1-yard gain. Tevin Williams with the tackle. Jerron Tibbs, the receiver.
It's a great job by Tevin right there, breaking through the block and coming up and getting a tackle right at the time he caught the ball. Tibbs caught the ball there.
Remember, Avery Johnson is really a running quarterback. That throw makes him 22 of 28 today.
That's crazy stat. That's actually a really crazy stat.
Really, really efficient on the day. Here's 2nd and 9 from the 30. Avery Johnson looking to throw again. Left side, leaping grab, and it's a stretch for the ball. It is a catch. Tevin Williams was there, but the catch was made by Will Ancio at the 5-yard line. Wow, Ancio, a really nice catch. The tight end from Wichita, and a 25-yard gain, and Kansas State is knocking on the door again. They've got 1st and goal at the 5.
I mean, again, just Avery Johnson just throws that to where only his guy can catch it. I mean, we're seeing him as if he's a passing quarterback right now.
Here's the play, 1st and goal from the 5. Dylan Edwards bumps to the outside. He will go in untouched for the touchdown. Dylan Edwards runs it in, his 2nd rushing touchdown of the season. 5-yard rush. And Kansas State is making things look easy right now. Back-to-back touchdowns to go up 30-17 on Baylor.
That's a great job. That's what Dylan Edwards brings, and we honestly haven't seen a lot of him today, but he's explosive. And call a run play right up the middle. It's not there. Patient, and then bounces it to the right and goes in untouched.
Luis Rodriguez on for the extra point. The kick is good. And our new score with 1:15 to play in the third quarter. Kansas State 31, Baylor 17. Kansas State's had the ball twice this quarter, Ricky, and they've scored touchdowns on both.
Well, they have. One of those a short drive after the punt, 43 yards. The 97-yard drive was the killer, Nick. That was a killer. After stopping, the Bears got the ball coming out, got stopped. Great punt, put them at the 3, and then you let K-State go 97 yards. Defensively, you're struggling, but if this keeps up, they're also going to be worn out.
We're going to be worn out, yeah. And I mean, as you said, Kansas State opens the game with a touchdown, and their next 3 possessions are punts, and they have 22 yards of offense. Since then, field goal, touchdown, touchdown, touchdown.
Wow, yeah.
And we don't take advantage of those 3 and outs.
Correct.
3 points out of that.
Yeah, that's where the turnovers came and really cost Baylor. 1 interception, 1 fumble recovery by Baylor today. Wildcats, that was a 4-play, 44-yard scoring drive, 2:02 off the clock in the third quarter to take a 2-touchdown lead, 31-17. Simon McClannon kicks it off. Cole Wilson awaits. Ball will sail over his head and out of bounds. Touchback. Baylor has it back at the 25-yard line. So see if that Baylor offense can get something going here. Now trailing by 2 touchdowns, 31-17.
Well, you got to get points here. There's 1:15, and you got to get a touchdown. 1:15 left in the third quarter. Kansas State's going to keep eating the clock. If you don't get points here, it's going to be very difficult to get back into this game and tie it up.
Baylor net 12 yards here in the third quarter with their offense. And to Michael Turner running left. Cuts out to the 30. Nice run. 5-yard carry on first down by Michael Turner. With 1:03 to play in the third quarter.
Michael Turner's got a little bit of a burst. I like it. Just commit to it. Make a decision and go.
2nd and 5. Snap back to Sawyer Robertson. Pass over the middle. Caught by Trigg. Trigg out to the 45. He's got a first down. So the big target, Michael Trigg. And a first down for the Bears. A 15-yard gain.
That's a big catch, Ricky. That's not easy to make coming over the middle.
No, it's not. He turned around and he had 2 guys on each side of him. That was a tough catch.
30 seconds to go in the half. Handoff to Michael Turner. Leaps over 1 man and down at the 48. 3 yards on the carry by Michael Turner on what could be the final play of the third quarter. There could be one more.
We'll see if we get one more play off here. It looks like we're going to try to.
Got everybody set. 2 receivers to either side. 3 seconds, now 2 seconds in the quarter. Sawyer Robertson pass, slant, left side, caught. Close to the first down marker. That's Ashton Hawkins with the catch. And on the spot, he's a yard short of the first down marker, but that is the final play of the third quarter. Third quarter dominated by Kansas State. Tie game at halftime, 17 apiece. Now as we go to the fourth, it's Kansas State 31, Baylor 17. Back with the fourth quarter after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Serving Texas since 2007, Magnolia Realty is a full-service brokerage led by expert industry knowledge and a commitment to community. With kindness and integrity at the forefront, every agent is equipped to help you navigate the market and make the real estate journey your own. Whether buying or selling, feel supported with an award-winning agent at your side from first offer to contract contract and close. Magnolia Realty serves cities including Waco, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, Temple. Learn more at magnoliarealty.com.
Are you tired of slow internet? Are data caps and throttling making it impossible to stream your favorite shows and movies? If so, it sounds like it's time to switch to Nextlink Internet. With Nextlink, there are no data caps and no throttling, just super fast internet speeds, up to 1 gig over wireless in some areas. Plus, Nextlink is an official partner of Baylor Athletics. So don't wait another minute. Give Nextlink a call or go online to nextlinkinternet.com to see what special offers are available to you. Blazing fast internet is just a click or phone call away. Sick 'em, Bears.
There's nothing like a Baylor home game, and First Central Credit Union wants to send you.
Hi, this is Jo Betsy Tyler with First Central. We're giving away a pair of Baylor football tickets for every home game this season. It's our way of celebrating the fans and families who make Central Texas great.
Enter now at firstcentralcu.com/football. One winner drawn each week.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
No purchase necessary to enter.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Stadium in Waco, see if the Bears can make a fourth quarter comeback, playing on their home field, trailing by 2 touchdowns, 31-17 to Kansas State. That's after the Wildcats outscored Baylor by 14 points in the third quarter. Nick, how about some of the stats through 3 quarters today?
Yeah, through 3 quarters, Kansas State, 358 yards of total offense, 229 through the air, 129 on the ground. Baylor, 308 yards total offense, 217 through the air, 91 on the ground. The big piece is the time of possession, 27 minutes and 12 seconds for the Wildcats, 17:48 for the Bears. And Avery Johnson is really sharp today, 23 of 30, 229 yards and 2 touchdowns. Sawyer, 18 of 27, 217 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. And the big piece today is turnovers. We've coughed the ball up twice today, 1 through the air and 1 on the ground fumble. So big possession right here by our offense. You're driving, it's 3rd and 1, get the first down, and then go in and score. And Bryson Washington looks like he's in the backfield. You haven't seen much of him yet.
All right, switch ends. Baylor traveling right to left. First play of the fourth quarter. Snap back to Robertson. Pass right side. Caught by Trigg. Trigg to the 30 and inside the 30. He is down there. Nice pass. Another great grab by Trigg. Actually, the pass was a little bit high, but Trigg went up and got it, Ricky, and that's a first down at the 29.
Yeah, he did, and that's also a sign you're going for it on fourth down. I think we knew that anyway, but you don't run that play unless you're going for it.
So, new set of downs for the Bears. That was a 25-yard gain to the 29 of Kansas State. Sawyer Robertson in the shotgun, has the ball in his hands. Pass right flat, caught by Cole Wilson. Wilson turns and he is down. That's a gain of 11 to the 18-yard line. So a first down. First downs on back-to-back plays by Baylor. Bears are in the HEB red zone. Baylor football presented by HEB.
Good job, Sawyer, working his progression left to right there.
First down at the 18-yard line for the Bears. Bryson Washington stays in to block. Robertson rolls right, passes under heavy duress, and he threw that one incomplete. Had a couple of receivers down that far sideline. Josh Cameron short and Cole Wilson in the end zone. But it's incomplete, and it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Kansas State brought a blitz right there, and Bryson picked it up momentarily and then kind of slipped off and forced Sawyer out to his right and just to get rid of it.
2nd and 10 from the 18 for the Bears. Snap back, handoff, Bryson Washington. Washington off left tackle. Gets to the 15-yard line. 3-yard gain on the carry by Bryson Washington. And it's 3rd down and 7 from the 15 for Baylor. Safe to say Bears need a touchdown. They don't need a field goal here, traveling 31-17.
Not at all, and honestly, this second half where the running game was there in the first half, it is not picking up chunk yards right now.
3rd down and 7 play from the 15-yard line for the Bears. 2 receivers left and right. Bryson Washington in the backfield. Sawyer Robertson Stands in, rolls right. Looked like he might run. He'll pass it instead into the end zone, and it's knocked away, incomplete. Trigg, the intended receiver, kind of jousting down there with the defensive back for Kansas State.
Yeah, that should have been a flag, quite frankly. Trigg's there. He's got position. Defender's behind him, and defender had his arms around Trigg's waist. I think that could have easily been a flag, and I think that's what Sawyer was honestly hoping. He got that earlier in the game in the second quarter.
Asa Newsom, the linebacker, was the man that was covering on Trigg. Here's the play. This is fourth down and 8 for the Bears. They're going to go for it from the 15-yard line. Not much question about it. Trailing 2 touchdowns. And they're about to run out of time and call a timeout.
Baylor calls it first timeout of the half.
Timeout, Baylor. We will take it as well. 13:02 on the clock, fourth quarter. Big fourth down and 8 play for the Bears from the 15-yard line coming up. Kansas State leads 31-17 over the Bears here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength. You need power. You need agility. You need a team that shows up ready to win. And Toyota Trucks, yeah, they bring the full roster. The Toyota Tundra and Tacoma are built for it all. With available bed-mounted power outlets, massive towing capability, and a cabin fit for your crew, Toyota Tundra and Tacoma don't just show up to game day, they dominate it. Kick off the season with big savings during the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event. But hurry, these deals won't last forever.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Wear green, haul gold in a new Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
This season, Bobcat of Waco is proud to partner with the Baylor mascots to bring you a winning lineup. Just like the Bears on the field, Bobcat machines deliver unstoppable strength, speed, and toughness. And right now, you can score big with 0% financing or cash rebates on the hardest working equipment in Texas. Visit us at 16595 North I-35 in Elmont, Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. or online 24/7 at bobcatcce.com. Don't sit on the sidelines. Gear up with Bobcat of Waco, and let's make this season one to remember. Sick 'em Bears.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oilfield trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Today's brought to you by McDonald's. McDonald's is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Download the McDonald's app and sign up to earn rewards and earn exclusive offers. And Sick 'em Bears. All right, following the Baylor timeout, big play here. Fourth down and 8 for the Bears, trailing 31-17. From the 15-yard line of Kansas State. Here's the play. Sawyer Robertson takes the snap. Passing, it is overthrown, incomplete. Cole Wilson, the intended receiver. And he overshot him on fourth down and 8, and the ball goes over on downs to Kansas State. Bears still down by 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, just ran a little fade route from the inside. And, I mean, they had predetermined where that ball was going to go from the snap of the football. And was he open? Yes, but not much. I mean, it had to be a perfect throw. It was either going to be perfect or incomplete.
Yeah, and on fourth down and 8, I don't know that you go on a throw that difficult.
No.
Try to make something easier. Get the 8 yards, set your feet, make a throw. Pick up the first down. Don't go for 6 on that play.
Instead, they don't convert. Ball goes over to Kansas State. Avery Johnson takes the snap, hands off to Dylan Edwards running right side. And he's got a couple of yards, 3 yards to the 18. Keaton Thomas, the tackle for the Bears. 31-17 our score, Kansas State. This was a 17-17 game at halftime. Wildcats scored on both their possessions, both touchdowns in the third quarter, and that's after they scored a touchdown on their final drive, a 2-minute drive in the second quarter. Pass over the middle by Johnson. This one is caught by Oakley, the tight end. Oakley's having a big day for the Wildcats. That's a first down out to the 30-yard line.
Yeah, our defense is tired right now. I mean, they've been on the field a long time, and there's still 12 minutes left in the fourth quarter. We're just not getting the push we had early in the first half. They've got to find something deep and figure out how to get off this field without giving up any points if we want a shot.
First and 10 from the 30 for K-State. Content to run that clock. 11:45 and counting, fourth quarter. Avery Johnson takes the snap, looks left, looks right, now drops it off to Dylan Edwards. Ended up running to the left side. That was a complete spin in the backfield by Avery Johnson, and he sort of pitched it behind him to Dylan Edwards. A gain of 4 on the carry to the 34-yard line.
Yeah, a little trick play right there. Had a fake handoff to the left, to the right, to the left, and then actually pitched it on the fourth time around.
Get dizzy back there. Closer to 5 yards where they spot the ball, just shy of the 35-yard line. So we'll call it second down and 5 for the Wildcats at the 11-minute mark here in the fourth quarter. Snap to Avery Johnson, give to Edwards, running right. Not much there, a couple of yards on that carry. Here is third down for the Wildcats. Baylor desperately needs a third down stop right here.
Third and short. This is what Kansas State wants. This is the way their offense is built. This is what it's built for. Power football, 3rd and 3, and they think they're going to get this first down. And so our defense has to move the line of scrimmage and create chaos in the backfield if we want to get this stop. And there's no way Kansas State punts it or goes for it on fourth here.
Avery Johnson under center, takes the snap, rolls right, looking, threw it at the last second, and that play was kind of doomed from the beginning. It's incomplete, and they're going to have to punt the ball away.
You know, it's a very interesting call by Matt Wells. You've been running the ball really well. You're in complete control of this game. Why you do a play action rollout there on 3rd and 3 when you know you're not going to go for it? Because if you go for it and don't get it, you've given momentum to the Bears. Your defense is playing well. Really strange play call there.
Yeah, I think the only way you do that if you're intending for Avery Johnson to keep the football and run.
Here's McClannon, boots it away, a high punt. Josh Cameron takes it. No fair catch. Still on his feet at the 15, out of bounds at the 18-yard line is Josh Cameron. No fair catch on that play. Bears have the ball back. 9:57 to play, fourth quarter. A 55-yard punt by Simon McClannon. Kansas State leads Baylor 31-17. Timeout on the field. Our coverage continues after this word from your local station.
Hey y'all, it's Jackie Marshall from Baylor Football. You probably know Goodwill for their stores. Trust me, I've scored some fun finds here. Well, here's the real deal. When you donate or shop at Heart of Texas Goodwill, you're helping people right here in the community get jobs, training, or even a high school diploma. HOT Goodwill celebrating 70 years strong and still changing lives through the power of work. That's something worth celebrating. Donate, shop, change lives. That's Heart of Texas Goodwill.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength. You need power. You need agility. You need a team that shows up ready to win. And Toyota Trucks, yeah, they bring the full roster. The Toyota Tundra and Tacoma are built for it all. With available bed-mounted power outlets, massive towing capability, and a cabin fit for your crew, Toyota Tundra and Tacoma don't just show up to game day, they dominate.
By the way, this team lost to Army. Just thought I'd remind everybody.
During the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event. But hurry, these deals won't last forever.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Wear green, haul gold in a new Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Football season presented by H-E-B. H-E-B, here everything's better. All right, Bears get a stop defensively. Got the ball back, beginning at their own 18-yard line, trailing by 2 touchdowns, 31-17. Got a score on this drive, you would think, 9:57 to play in the fourth quarter. Sawyer Robertson at quarterback. Takes the snap from Colton Price. Looking over the middle for Trigg. He's got it. Trigg's got it, and he's down. Boy, they just got him and pulled him down at the 40-yard line of Kansas State. Big Trigg, the big target. And that was a beauty on a 42-yard gain on the play.
I mean, he stuck his paws out at the last second and pulled that thing out of the air. Unbelievable catch. 1st and 10 from the K-State 40. Snap back to Robertson. Robertson looking, near sideline. Trigg again. Holy cow, a one-handed grab. It was a one-handed catch by Michael Trigg on the sideline. Have you ever seen a catch like that? Oh, my word.
Wow. To the 11-yard line, that's 29 yards on the play.
He had control.
They're going to look at it. Ricky, how'd you see that?
He had control of the football.
It's a catch. He got a foot down, and that ball did not move.
Yeah, it looked like a left fielder catching the ball with his glove. It didn't move.
My goodness. Left-handed catch, one-handed grab, and there wasn't any juggling of that ball whatsoever.
No, and that's back-to-back. This first catch that he made, really, when you go back to it, he caught the back half of the ball. That is a tough catch, and this one was even tougher.
Wow, man. All right. They are reviewing this one.
That ball did not move. I mean, he has the ball.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, on the play before, he catches that ball kind of over his shoulder with 2 hands.
Right.
And then he's got a defender in his front and then behind him, and then pulls it down with his left hand, and the ball's sitting out. And the way he kind of ended that catch is how he just caught that with his left hand again.
Exactly.
Man, oh man. There you go. All right, they review it, but it is a catch and a 29-yard gain, and the Bears are back in the H-E-B red zone. They've got it 1st and 10. How about 69 yards on 2 catches back-to-back by Michael Trigg. Passes from Sawyer Robertson. Bears have 1st and 10 at the 11-yard line.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. That's a catch of the year candidate right there.
Yeah, you're right, Jeff. 71 yards total. 42 on the first one, 29 on the second. Here we go from the 11. Sawyer Robertson slings it out to the right side. Caught by Bryson Washington. Slips a tackle into the end zone. Touchdown, Bryson Washington. Wow, he just shed that tackler. Would not be stopped into the end zone. And the Bears can pull within 7 with this extra point here in the fourth quarter.
That's exactly what we talked about, Nick. That was a 3-play drive, right? Maybe 4.
Right.
I'm not sure if there was a running play first. But took up, a minute off the clock?
107.
107. That's what you had to do. You've still got to get a stop. But that was the only chance the Bears had in this football game to have a drive like that. You go to Michael Trigg and Sawyer Robertson on those 2 throws, particularly Trigg. There aren't many people that can make those plays.
Yeah, man, oh man. 3 plays, 82 yards, 107. Bears will go for 2 here. Down 31-23. Now they split out 3 guys far right, Kloffenstein, Cameron, and Washington. Snap back to Sawyer Robertson. He'll run it in! A 2-point conversion on the legs of Sawyer Robertson. The 2-point conversion for Baylor pulls them within 6 at 31-25. What was that? You got momentum, you just scored, you want to keep that momentum and punch it in for 2, Ricky?
I tell you what, Nick, that made me a nervous wreck.
Yeah, no, it did.
I don't get the call.
Well,
I really don't.
It says you don't want to play overtime is what it says.
Well, it does, but you're at home and you're supposed to be willing to play overtime at home, whatever. They made it, but I'm telling you, miss that one there, then you're really in a mess. You're down 8. You've got to get the touchdown and go for 2 if you hold them. But as it turns out now, you know, that play, that may be one you save for overtime or if you need the touchdown, because that worked really well.
I mean, I should have said it out loud. I was thinking it to me. You don't have to believe me, but the way they had it spread out, empty backfield, there were 4 guys in the box. I mean, that's the draw right there. That's the QB draw.
Yeah.
You, Mr. Quarterback, you had it called
I
correctly.
almost said it out loud, and I didn't.
Well,
I regret it.
We talked about it out loud for Avery Johnson, and he did it for 31 yards.
Yeah, that's right. Wow, what a drive by Baylor. Maybe the drive of the year as things stand right now. Now, they still trail by 6, but 3 plays, 82 yards, 1:07, and a 2-point conversion, and it's 31-25, and life is back in McLean Stadium. Here's the kickoff. Taken a yard deep by Elston to the 10, to the 15.
Ball's loose. Ball's loose.
We got it.
That's a fumble.
Have a fumble. The officials, I don't think, saw the ball pop out, but Baylor looks like recovered a fumble on that run. Placide Jungo Sunga
it's close.
Ended up with the ball. Well, the officials are huddling. Woo, how huge would that be if the Bears end up with that fumble recovery?
I think he's down.
I never saw the ball.
I think the ground caused the fumble, and the refs are discussing it right now.
I never saw the ball come loose at all, so I'm not sure when it happened.
Oh, it's Baylor's ball. A fumble on the kick return by Elston, and Baylor has their first takeaway in 3 weeks. And you talk about momentum. They've just driven it 82 yards for a score, a 2-point conversion. Now they get the takeaway, and they will take over at the 19-yard line of Kansas State.
Yeah, I bet there's a replay on this.
They're going to review it. Yep, they're going to review it.
Again, I haven't got a great look on the Jumbotron, but it looked like he was down.
Well, the good thing about it is it's hard to see on the Jumbotron.
It's hard to see.
I'm not sure you can. We've got the advantage of a fumble call.
It's called, yep.
They've got to see enough to reverse this. So advantage Bears in that regard.
Either way, you've got to use this as like lighting a fire. You've got to use the momentum, no matter which way it goes. You have to use this as momentum, whether to fire your defense up or offense go put points on the board.
Wow. How about that momentum swing the way of the Bears with that drive? And now a potential takeaway here.
The ball's coming loose. I think it's loose.
Do you?
Well, the good thing is you're right. It's called a fumble on the field, so that means it has to be conclusive.
This is one they need to let us call from our booth.
Yeah.
If that's the case, it's definitely a fumble.
No question.
All right, Kevin Marr is looking at it, and then the officials will tell us on this review.
This is not an easy. They're going to be sitting under that booth review for a while.
Caleb Burns might have been the guy who knocked it out. He was in on the tackle. Placide Junga Sunga will get credit for the tackle as well. Who recovered that ball, Jeff? Who'd you see?
This is fast.
After further review, it was ruled that the runner was in possession of the ball and down. It'll be first down.
Oh, okay. All right, so they reverse it. And the runner was down. And K-State has the ball at the 17-yard line. So not a turnover, not a takeaway by the Bears. K-State has possession of the ball But it's a 6-point game, 31-25. Kansas State leads by 6.
Defense has to use this momentum right now. I know they're on the field. They thought they weren't going to have to be, but use that momentum to your advantage. Go create your own turnover.
All right, see if Baylor can keep that high going on defense. Avery Johnson takes the snap. He'll hand it off. Edwards running left. Drugged down at the 21-yard line. 7-yard gain. Kylan Reed makes the tackle for Baylor. Kylan Reed, the sophomore out of Mansfield Summit High School. 4-yard gain to the 21 with 8:22 to play, fourth quarter. Just your typical Big 12 game, right? 6 points, fourth quarter. Here we go, 2nd down and 6. Pass over the middle is juggled and dropped.
What a gift! What a gift right there.
That has been open all day.
Again, that's the tight end coming and just filling the void of our backer rushing the quarterback.
Yeah, it's been there all day. That was just an absolute drop, looking to run before you make the catch.
And it looks like he's still down on the field, Garrett Oakley is, and he's been big for them today.
Yeah, he's their leading receiver, 7 catches for 54 yards and a touchdown. And he is in a seated position, but that was a drop. Ball hit him in the hands, and I think he was turning to run before he had control of the ball.
It's a break for Baylor. Defense getting a little bit of a breather, get some water, get a good play call in. This is a big 3rd down right now.
3rd down and 6. Kansas State is 5 of 11 on 3rd downs today. And there's Oakley up and walking off to the far side of the field. Let's pause here 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Here is a big play for the Baylor defense. 3rd down and 6 for Kansas State from the 21-yard line. Bears have a ton of momentum now that would only be encouraged if they can get a stop on this 3rd down and 6. Crowd making noise. Avery Johnson in the shotgun. Leans in, maybe changing the play. Avery Johnson takes the snap. Steps up. Rolling to the left side. He's going to run. He's got a lot of room, and he's got a 1st down out to the 30-yard line. Boy, there's the threat and the danger of Avery Johnson when he takes off running with the ball. Picks up 9 yards on the play, and that's a 1st down for K-State.
It's a backbreaker. Now you got to reset. Need to get a good stop here and keep them in behind the chains.
From the 30-yard line, 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. 2 backs in the backfield, one behind quarterback Avery Johnson, one off to the left. The one behind him is Edwards. He gets the call, and he is stuffed. He'll lose yardage on the play. How about that penetration by Baylor? It was DJ Coleman and Amarian Winston who made the tackle.
It's exactly what you need right now. You've got to move the line of scrimmage. We created some chaos, shot the gap. Nowhere for the running back to go. Loss of 1, 2nd 11. Now you're behind the chains. You have to take advantage of this defensively.
It is 2nd and 11 from the 29 for the Wildcats. 6:54 on the clock, 4th quarter. K-State 31, Baylor 25. Snap back to Johnson. Going deep, right sideline. Ball's in the air. It is batted away. It is incomplete and no flags. Pass intended for Jerron Tibbs. Reggie Bush was there on pass defense.
Great job defensively, and that's where the weakness in Avery Johnson's game is the deep ball. He didn't throw that very confidently. His receiver had a step on ours. Luckily, we didn't give up on the play. Good, clean pass breakup. 3rd and 11 right now.
He had a couple of steps. I think a good throw out there, and that's going to be a tough play to cover. This is a huge play here.
3rd down and 11 from the 29 for the Wildcats.
No one in the middle of the field defensively.
Bears trying to get the ball back if they can get a stop. Johnson rolls left, still looking. Now comes back right. He'll throw it near side. It's caught by Jackson at the 40 to the 45, and he's got a first down. So Avery Johnson able to extend that play by rolling left, turned and came back right. Not a lot of pressure on him. He found Joe Jackson, and a gain of 17 for a first down out to the 41. I'm sorry, the 46. Huge conversion there for Kansas State. Now a quick snap. Johnson looking to throw again. Passes left side, dive incomplete. Diving attempt at the 25-yard line, but he overthrew him.
I tell you what, here you've got 6:03 left. You're going to have clock problems if you let them continue to drive. Big play there. I'm not sure why they would take that shot. Stop the clock, 6:03. That's a benefit for the Bears, but you still got to get the stop. Had them 3rd and 10, guys, 3rd and 10, and they pick it up on the quarterback run.
Yeah.
It is our kryptonite defensively, guys.
All right, this is 2nd and 10 from the 46-yard line, their own 46 for Kansas State. Empty backfield, 3 receivers right, 2 left. Avery Johnson takes the snap. He's looking to run on the left side, and he slides down. Boy, he didn't pick up much at all, maybe a yard, 2 at the most on that slide. 2 yards they'll get, no, 1 yard to the 47, that's it. So here is 3rd down and 9, another big 3rd down play.
All right, defense, you get a chance to redeem yourself right here. Kansas State subbed, so defensively we're subbing, getting some fresh guys on the field. 3-man front.
3rd down and 9 for the Wildcats from their own 47. 6-point game with 5.5 minutes to play. Snap back to Avery Johnson. Stands in, pass, it is caught, first down. Down after the catch is Jerron Tibbs, but spotted him on the slant coming in from the left side, and another 3rd down conversion, a big one for Kansas State. 11-yard gain to the Baylor 42 on that conversion. And Ricky, that clock continues to count down now at 4:54.
Yeah, it is, and you just got to find a way to stop it. That's 3 plays of 3rd, 6 or 7 or 10 or more that they've picked up. Great offensively to make those plays, but defensively you just can't give those up.
10th play of the drive, Jeff Walter says here.
Intercepted!
Johnson is intercepted. He may take it down the near sideline. Running is Jacob Redding. He'll take it all the way. Yeah. Jacob Redding, a pick 6 for the Bears. How about that? Finally a takeaway for the Bears, and it's a pick 6. And the Bears are an extra point away from taking the lead over Kansas State in the 4th quarter.
I tell you what, there was a block there. I don't
Devin
know
Bobby.
who it was.
I think it was Bobby.
He did the right thing. He got in front of him and just turned his shoulder. Very easily could have been a block in the back, but he made a great play. That's what sprung that for a touchdown.
Wow, man, oh man. So first takeaway in 3 weeks for the Bears. And how big is that? Not just a takeaway, but a pick 6 by Jacob Redding. Remember, he had the big interception in the end zone against SMU. He does it better today with the interception return for a touchdown. 66-yard touchdown return. Tied at 31. Here's the extra point coming. This is a big one by Connor Hawkins. Snaps a little high. Palmer Williams gets it down, and the kick is on the board by Connor Hawkins. Palmer Williams gets a big assist there. And Baylor takes the lead over the Wildcats with 4:28 to play. Now Baylor 32, Kansas State 31. Man, oh man.
I knew all along it was the right thing to do to go for 2 earlier, didn't y'all?
That's what you think. Yeah, that's right. Timeout on the field. We will step aside. 4:28 to play, 4th quarter. Baylor has come all the way back to take the lead, 32-31 over Kansas State on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
When life gets complicated, Butts Law Firm is your one stop for a wide range of legal needs. Whether you need estate planning documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal or business assets management and disposal, consumer protection.
Really?
or various business-related issues. We are your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you every step of the way. Trust us to provide the legal support you need. Call today, 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference having a trusted attorney by your side can make, because at Butts Law Firm, your legal rights are our business.
Hi, I'm Jim Turner at Jim Turner Chevrolet in McGregor. As we celebrate our 10th year anniversary, I want to say thank you to all of our customers. Our dealership is more than a business to me. That's why when you come see us for a reliable new Chevy or award-winning service, we treat you like family. Come see our new collision center, now open to serve you even better for many years to come. Enjoy the game, then come see us at Jim Turner Chevrolet in McGregor. Together, let's drive.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football, on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
By Jacob Redding, and the extra point gives Baylor the lead now, 32-31. 4:28 on the clock. Defense has to have one more stop in them for Baylor to pull off a big, big win over these Wildcats. Red Armstrong will kick it off. It is Devon Rice back deep, wearing number 20 today. Rice will bring it out from the goal line to the 10, to the 15, to the 20. Down at the 23-yard line is Rice. And Kansas State has the ball. 4:23 to play. Wildcats have 3 timeouts in their back pocket. Baylor has 2. Bears lead it 32-31 over Kansas State.
The defense has been on the field a lot. And you're coming off a big play and a big interception, which was really caused by pressure. I think Avery Johnson was getting hit as he threw that ball. Great job by Redding and the defense, and a big block down the field after the catch, the interception. But your defense isn't coming off of an offensive score here. They're going right back on the field. They have to dig deep and create momentum.
Here we go. Snap back to Avery Johnson. Fakes the handoff. He's going deep. First play. He's got a man. He's open. He's got the catch at the 45-yard line. His helmet is pulled off, and he has to go down right there when his helmet is pulled off. And there are flags. Jace Brown made the catch. One of those throws by Avery Johnson just lofted it up to him. Jace Brown ran under it for a big, big catch. Now, do they spot the ball where his helmet came off? I think they do, but it may be a penalty added onto it against Baylor.
Yeah, it's very similar to the throw that Avery underthrew on the previous drive, or maybe 2 drives ago, and this time he had 5 steps on our guy.
Personal foul, face mask grabbing it, helmet opening, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. Correction, half the distance.
Wow, so a 49-yard gain on the first down play, and then half the distance to the goal on the penalty that pulled his helmet off.
I mean, the only silver lining in all this is they didn't eat the clock.
It's quick, yeah.
You know, they're down in the red zone already, and only 10 seconds have come off the clock.
Exactly.
Well, net result is K-State has it at the 14-yard line. 4:03, 4:02, 4:01, 4 minutes to play. 32-31, Baylor on top. K-State threatening again. They've got it at the Baylor 14. Avery Johnson with Joe Jackson behind him in the pistol. He'll give to Jackson. Jackson Off the left side, he's inside the 10-yard line. Jacob Redding makes the tackle. If you're Baylor, do you call timeouts on defense here?
Not yet. I mean, they just picked up 5-6 yards there. Kansas State's going to snap this ball with single digits left on the play clock. You got 3 minutes and 24 seconds on the clock. So for Baylor, you still have the shot to get the ball back right around that 2-minute warning and then run the clock out and win the game.
K-State, little sugar huddle, now hustles to the line of scrimmage. Snap back a little high, give to Jackson again, through a hole on the left side. He's down to the 2-yard line. That's enough for a first down for the Wildcats. It'll be first and goal from the 2. 3 minutes to play.
Well, unless a turnover happens, Baylor's going to have a chance with the ball down points to go drive and score. The question is, will they be down?
Well, my question is, do they go for 2?
Yeah.
I think they probably do.
Try to make it a tie ball game again.
Yeah, they
if we make it a 7-point game.
Here's the play, first and goal from the 3-yard line for the Wildcats. Give to Jackson. He is pulled down for a loss. Keaton Thomas was in there quickly to make the tackle. Devin Bobby assisted on the tackle for Baylor.
Yeah, if you score and you go for 2, it's a 7-point game, meaning if we score, extra point ties it. But here's the thing, at this point, they're not going to snap the ball. It's going to be the 2-minute timeout, and it's going to be 2nd and 4.
We're going to have to call timeout.
We're going to have to call timeout after this play. That's exactly right.
No, it's 2-minute warning.
2-minute warning. This is the 2-minute timeout right here. We'll keep it right here. 2 minutes to play. Baylor up 32-31 on Kansas State, but the Wildcats have it at the 4-yard line where it is 2nd and goal from the 4. Finish the thought from earlier that we started. Matt Wells is the associate head coach, the offensive coordinator, quarterbacks coach for Kansas State in his 2nd year, former head coach at Texas Tech. Luke Wells is also on staff, the tight ends coach, and Jaden Wells is on the Baylor staff. Jaden is Baylor's director of on-campus recruiting. So an interesting matchup for the Wells family here today, Baylor and K-State. And bragging rights and a lot more riding on the outcome that'll be decided here in the next 2 minutes.
Well, it's tough on this one. You had the huge interception. You go up by 1 and then give up the huge play on first down. Guys 2-3 yards behind, secondary makes the play. Really could have scored on that one. And as it turns out, if they score, you'd have probably been better off if he had have taken it all the way in and saved some clock.
Yeah, what's still in play, though, let's give our defense a shot here. It's going to be 2nd and goal from the 4. That was a tackle for a loss instead of 2nd and goal from the 2 or 1. I mean, you get a stop here, it does put some pressure on Kansas State. And I think you have to call a timeout if you're Aranda, if you get a stop on the 2nd down.
Absolutely. You got to use the first one. You got to save time here. Had the advantage of the 2-minute timeout, which helped us more than Kansas State. But get the stop here, call timeout, force the field goal.
That's huge.
Force the field goal, you're only down by 2.
That's exactly right.
Be too much to ask for another turnover here, right?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all.
I think that's a good call.
Put a helmet on the football.
Yeah.
Bad snap.
So a lot
what Jeff is saying
happen
here. Okay.
Yeah. 2 minutes to play. 32-31. Baylor up on Kansas State, but the Wildcats have it 2nd and goal from the 4 when play resumes. Open date next Saturday for the Bears. You want to go into an open date feeling good about things, and they've got an opportunity to do that. Bears will play at TCU coming up on October 18th. All right, teams headed back on the field. That Baylor defense is back out there. 2nd and goal from the 4 coming up for Kansas State. Freelou is in that defensive front. Jackie Marshall, Devontae Tesno, Marion Winston in the defensive front for the Bears. On 2nd and goal from the 4 for Kansas State. Ball is marked ready to play. Kansas State huddling. Play clock is counting down. Now Kansas State comes to the line of scrimmage. Here we go. 2nd and goal from the floor. 4. Snap back to Johnson.
Oh!
Hit from behind. Ball falls incomplete. Great hit by DJ Coleman from behind on Avery Johnson. Now it is 3rd down and goal from the 4 for the Wildcats, and the clock stops at 1:56.
Big play by DJ right there. He almost had a fumble on that hit.
Really close. Big thing there, though, is right. No timeout. That leaves the Bears 2 timeouts here with 1:56 to go. Hold them out of the end zone here. Let's go, Bears, on defense. Make a stop.
2 quarterbacks in the backfield for the Wildcats. Snap back. Avery Johnson pressured. Throwing for the end zone. He threw it away. Had to throw it away, which will stop the clock. It is 4th down and goal from the 4. And it looks like the kick team will come on for Kansas State.
Hey, guys, we've got both timeouts left. We have
didn't
2
have to
timeouts
use either one.
left.
That's right.
We didn't have to use either timeout and could have had to use them both.
Yeah.
And that's all set up by that tackle for a loss on 1st down.
Absolutely.
All right, setting up for a field goal. That'll be a 22-yarder. Luis Rodriguez is out. He hadn't missed a field goal all year. Snap back. Kick is away. The kick is good. Kansas State regains the lead over Baylor on a 22-yard field goal. 34-32 Wildcats with 1:48 to play and 2 timeouts for the Bears.
What a huge stop. I mean, you think about that first play, they hit the deep ball out of bounds at what, about the 20. Then you hold them to a field goal. They're 1st and goal. You're right, Nick. The 1st down stop, then the hit on the quarterback on 2nd down. Didn't have to take any timeouts. This is a perfect setup. 1:48 to go. Plenty of time to work the wall downfield for a kick. Still have to be careful with the football, though. You have to be careful with it. Use the timeouts at the right time.
All right, 1:48 to play. 34-32, Kansas State leads Baylor. Wildcats now at 479 total offense on the day. Baylor sitting at 421. That scoring drive, 7 plays, 72 yards, 2:35 off the clock. The 22-yard field goal by Rodriguez gives the Wildcats the lead by 2, 34-32. Here comes the kickoff from Kansas State, left to right. Kick is away, end over end kick. Returnable for Cole Wilson. Center of the field, 10, 15, 20. Bears to the near side with blockers to the 30, to the 35, and he is leveled at the 35-yard line. Great tackle there on special teams. Cole Wilson, that's a nice return. Bears will have decent field position. They'll begin at their own 36. Trying to win this game at home over Kansas State.
That's actually great field position. Even if the ball goes out of the end zone, you're at the 25. So good decision to return that kick to the 36 and only took 7 seconds off the clock.
So 1:41 remaining. Sawyer Robertson stands in the shotgun for the Bears. Baylor trailing by 2, 34-32. And in motion to the near side is Trigg. Robertson passes to Trigg. He's got it. Out of bounds, near sideline at the 42, 43-yard line.
Really good recognition once again. You had a corner blitz to the short side of the field where Trigg was motioning, and he just kind of throttled out. Sawyer saw it, easy pitch and catch.
7-yard gain on the play to the 43. 2nd down and 3 for the Bears. Robertson will give to Bryson Washington. Looking for room, stacked up. He's got the 1st down.
Clock stops to get the chains reset, get the play in, get lined up quickly. You still have a lot of time.
5-yard carry there by Bryson Washington. 1st down Bears. Now they're out to their own 48. Minute 23 to go. Sawyer Robertson to throw. Lofts it up right side. Incomplete. Just overshot.
There it is.
There's a flag on the play.
Yeah, he was all over him.
Cole Wilson, the intended receiver, and it looks like it's going to be pass interference coming on K-State's Quay Moss.
The sideline judge at the line of scrimmage threw that.
Pass interference. Defense number 2. 15-yard penalty. Automatic 1st down.
Yep. That's
wow,
a 53-yard
big penalty there. So that'll move the ball to the 37-yard line of Kansas State. Still a minute 18 to play, and Baylor still has the 2 timeouts. Robertson's talking to the officials. He said, let's go. He didn't want to lose a second out there. Bears don't have a second to lose. Here we go, 1st and 10 from the K-State 37 for Baylor. Robertson with Trigg in motion to the left side. Sawyer Robertson will run with the ball. He's to the 30. There's a flag down. He's down at the 28-yard line. Oh, it's a holding call against Baylor that'll wipe out the gain by Robertson.
I tell you what, they've been calling it on us when we scramble, but they do not throw the flag on Kansas State when they're scrambling. That's a backbreaker of a penalty. The clock is going to run again.
Yeah, 10-yard loss, so back to the 47-yard line. It is 1st down and 20 for the Bears from the K-State 47. 2-point lead for the Wildcats with a minute 2 to play. Robertson, left sideline. Ashton Hawkins can't pull it in. It's incomplete. Coverage by Donovan McIntosh on the near sideline. And a flag late on that play. Let's see what this might be.
It's in the middle of the secondary downfield. Is it a holding on the defense?
Almost like after the play, maybe somebody said something. It was so late.
Oh, he's got to make that catch too. It's just a half.
Yeah, that's
it's a half step underthrown, but still should have been caught. Hit him right in the stomach. Kind of that over-the-shoulder throw, and it hit his hands, bounced off his stomach, and hit the ground.
You know, you feel like in this discussion, this may be something they're talking about waving off. I hope that's not the case if it's against K-State. This is a tough call. I have no idea what that flag would be in the middle of the field.
The only thing you can think of is holding on the secondary or some sort of unsportsmanlike conduct.
Wow. Well, we may never know what somebody saw there. No penalty. So it's 2nd down and 20 for the Bears. Line of scrimmage is the Kansas State 47-yard line. Kansas State leads 34-32 over Baylor. 56 seconds remaining. 4th quarter. 2 timeouts for the Bears, should they need them. Here we go, 2nd and 20. 2 receivers left and right. Sawyer Robertson in the shotgun, takes the snap, stands in, passes, slant, caught by Ashton Hawkins. Still on his feet at the 40. He is down at the 36-yard line as Ashton Hawkins. So an 11-yard pickup on the play. Here comes 3rd down and 9 for the Bears.
Kansas State calls a timeout, and it's probably the right call. It's going to be 3rd and 10 from the 36. So if you don't get any yards,
53-yard
kick, which
equals his longest. Yeah. So you would say it'd be long, but he's in field goal range right now. Certainly you'd like to get a little closer, 40 seconds.
The other thing to point out is about 20 minutes ago I mentioned, hey, there's a breeze out of the north. I mean, it had the flags above the scoreboard blowing pretty horizontally. They are dead still now.
Wow.
No wind at all.
Yeah, it'd be nice here. You're in position where you've got a kick, but it'd be nice to pick up 8 or 9 yards here at least to bring that kick within 45 yards or so. Much more manageable distance.
And again, Kansas State has 1 more timeout or 2 more timeouts. So whatever happens here, they're probably going to call a quick timeout nonetheless. Whether it's a 1st down or not, it'll be interesting to see. But for sure, if we don't pick up the first, Kansas State's going to call a timeout to give them as much time as possible.
All right, here we go. It's 3rd down and 9 for the Bears from the Kansas State 36-yard line. 2 receivers left and right. 40 seconds to play in the 4th quarter. Blitz is coming. Robertson pass incomplete. Trigg reached out with that big left bear paw. Couldn't pull this one in with the left hand. Now it is 4th down and 9 from the 36. And here comes the kick team onto the field.
As the holding penalty was critical, just a killer to move them back 10.
Yeah.
Not without that penalty, you're at the 27, a much different kick.
Connor Hawkins is 5 of 6 on the season. His longest is 53. Came against Arizona State. This would be a 54-yarder. No wind. Kicking from right to left for Connor Hawkins. And Kansas State will use a timeout. No, Baylor will use a timeout before he kicks.
Second of the half, 30 seconds.
Yes, we're about to get caught by the game clock there. Bob Baker notices, so they have to use a timeout.
Yep.
36 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, no reason for Kansas State to call a timeout there, because if we make the field goal, when we make the field goal, they need every timeout they can have.
Good point.
So there's no icing the kicker in this situation for Kansas State.
Would be a 54-yarder. Dylan Schaub is the deep snapper for the Bears. Palmer Williams is the holder. Connor Hawkins looking for a career-long field goal. That would not be a walk-off field goal. There's still 36 seconds left here in the fourth quarter, but would give the Bears the lead back at 35-34. So here we go. Kicking right to left from the right hash. Snap, hold, kick is away. The kick is good!
Oh,
baby! 54 yards out. The Bears take the lead, 35-34 on Kansas State.
Wow.
I didn't think he
Whoa.
got a good kick either.
I've seen him hit the ball better. In fact, last week on the miss, he hit it better. But that was right down the middle, plenty of distance.
He drilled it. Now, officially a 53-yard field goal. All right, the ball wasn't quite to the 54 or 44-yard line, so officially a 53-yard field goal. It ties his career high, and Baylor leads 35-34 with 31 seconds to play.
Yeah, I know I'm getting old, guys, but after that play, my watch asked me if I'd fallen.
That's great. Are you okay?
I'm okay. I'm good.
That's great. That is great. Man, oh man, Connor Hawkins, a 53-yard field goal. The Bears lead by 1, but we're not done yet. 31 seconds to play.
Oh, man.
I remember, too, that K-State still has timeouts. So they've got 2 on the board.
Yep. And we have to stop them.
Here's the kick by Rhett Armstrong. Kick is away. It will be into the end zone and out. Kansas State has the ball beginning at their own 25-yard line.
So Rodriguez for Kansas State is 6 of 6 on the year. 4 in the 30-yard range, 1 in the 40-yard range, and 1 50-plus for 51 yards.
All right. Baylor defense has to make one more stand here. Baylor 35, Kansas State 34, 31 seconds to play. Wildcats with the ball beginning at their own 25-yard line.
Get some pressure with this 3-man front.
And back to Avery Johnson. Looking to throw. Pass near side is dropped. In and out of the hands. Jerron Tibbs, the intended receiver. He was covered by Kendrick Simpkins. That took 5 seconds off the clock. There's 26 seconds remaining.
That was catchable. Should have made that catch. That's a big drop.
Very catchable, but only would have been about 6-7 yards and the clock would be running. So honestly, for Kansas State, that may be a better scenario.
Second down and 10 for the Wildcats from the 25. Crowd making noise here at McLean Stadium. Avery Johnson takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He's throwing over the middle, caught by that's Tibbs again. Jerron Tibbs makes the catch. Oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was Jace Brown with the catch. Brown had that big 49-yard catch earlier. B.J. Coleman makes the tackle. He's out to the 40-yard line, and K-State will use a timeout.
Yeah, that's too much on that throw. That's 15 yards, 25 out to the 40. giving up too much yardage there. 19 seconds to go, but a couple more throws like that, and K-State's in field goal position just like we were.
Yeah, I think Kansas State's actually probably looking at that drop and thinking that was a gift.
Yeah, time-wise, exactly. 19 seconds to play. They've got it. Kansas State does. They'll add 2 seconds, so 21 seconds on the clock. They've got it out to their own 41-yard line.
Yeah, if you're Kansas State, you're throwing this ball past the chains or across the middle, right around the chains. You're not throwing anything at 4 or 5 yards unless it's an escape dump. So everything's going to be pushing 8+ yards downfield in terms of throwing the ball.
Yeah, it looks like you're dropping 8 here. You got 3 guys up front dropping everybody else.
It's where you got to get, if you can get pressure with a 3-man front, it's huge, huge.
21 seconds to play, empty backfield. Avery Johnson to throw, it's incomplete. Over the middle, but a flag is down. 2 flags are down. Pass was over the middle, intended for Isaac Koch.
That's going to move the ball 15 yards to the 44-yard line. Well, I guess it's a spot foul because it wasn't beyond 15 yards.
Pass interference. Defense number 11. Ball would be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic. First down.
Now, I'm not sure how that play only took 4 seconds. That was a drop and throw downfield.
Exactly.
Only goes from 21 to 17.
What's with our clock operator?
Yeah,
we're at home right now.
Home clock operator. So on the penalty, that'll move the ball to the 49-yard line. Baylor's 49 for Kansas State. 17 seconds on the clock for the Wildcats. They do have the 1 timeout in their back pocket. 51 is the longest field goal by Luis Rodriguez. Here's the play. Pass.
Interception.
Incomplete.
He should have caught that.
He should have caught it.
Huge break on the ball there by DJ Coleman, but it falls incomplete. That'll stop the clock with 13 seconds to play.
Now, if you watch the replay on that, the receiver tipped it, or it would have been a pick. The receiver got a hand on it, or that's absolutely a pick and game over.
Instead, it's 2nd and 10 from the 49 for the Wildcats.
Reset the game clock. They put a
They
second
put a
back
second
on. So
back
that was
on.
only a 3-second play?
Good grief.
How is that?
I don't know.
35-34, Baylor leads over Kansas State. Wildcats with the ball. They're at the Baylor 49 with 14 seconds to play. Avery Johnson stands in, takes the snap in the shotgun. Johnson looking to throw, a lot of time. Pass is caught inside the 40, maybe the 39-yard line, 38. That is enough for a first down with 6 seconds to play.
This is it. They can't run another play here. They got to spike the ball.
They're going to hurry to the line of scrimmage. They do, and they will spike the ball to stop the clock with 5 seconds remaining.
They had a timeout left.
Yeah, I don't. Do they actually have the timeout? It's showing on the board.
It's showing
if they
on
do,
the board. That was
I'm not
strange.
sure why they would call it.
Right.
Not call it.
So here we go, 5 seconds on the clock. Here comes Luis Rodriguez onto the field.
It's going to be a 56-yarder.
56.
Yeah, this will be spotted at the 46, so it'll be a 56-yard field goal attempt.
Just don't jump off sides here.
What's he saying? He's saying timeout Kansas State.
It looks
but the
like
players were out there lined up ready to go.
players didn't realize coach had called a timeout.
I got you. Okay.
Surely they're not going to try a quick throw.
No, they just burned their last timeout.
Yeah. I'm just saying to the sideline. The way these throws have been going, they're only taking 3 seconds. We need to talk to our clock guy.
Now that would be a gamble if they tried to run one more play.
Yeah, absolutely.
56-yarder, it looks like it will be a 56-yard attempt. Would be a career long for Luis Rodriguez, the transfer from College of the Canyons from Sylmore, California.
Remember the pass interference here, guys. We gave him, what, 10 yards, 11 on the pass interference call. That was a big call.
So they'll kick it from the right hash, kicking left to right. Baylor's Connor Hawkins has hit a 53-yarder to give Baylor the lead, 35-34. Here is K-State.
We're going to call
looking
timeout.
to regain the lead. Now Baylor will use their final timeout.
Timeout Baylor. Their final timeout of the half.
To extend the drama just a bit longer, timeout Bears. 5 seconds on the clock.
I'm thinking it's time for his first miss.
He has not missed all year. And Luis Rodriguez, again, his career high is 51. That came at Arizona earlier. I say his career high. His career high at Kansas State is 51. Came at Arizona.
Look at the flags now, John. They're blowing out of the south.
Oh, okay.
Well, the key is, look at the flags on the goalpost. That's the key. Those are the flags you need to look at.
Those are the ones that are
moving.
swirling.
Yeah. Often you can see the flags on the scoreboard moving and the flags on the goal are not. But the flags on the goalpost are swirling now too.
Simon McClannon is the holder. Here we go, a 56-yard attempt for Kansas State for the lead with 5 seconds to play. Good snap, good hold. Block! The kick is blocked! Bears win over Kansas State! They blocked the field goal! Bears 35-34 over Kansas State! What a game, what a win for the Bears! Baylor wins by 1 over the Wildcats.
I think they may be saying there's a second left.
Yeah, they're going to
put everybody off.
They're going to put 1 second on the clock.
That's all right. Put 1 second back on the clock. Let's get a look and see who blocked that kick. Wow. You know, on a long kick, they come out low, right? Because the trajectory is lower. It's got to go longer. And Baylor at a clear, clean block. We'll try to identify who got that block.
Well, I can tell you by how loud it hit their arms that he hit that ball well. He hit it hard. I don't know that it would have gotten there being that low, but he hit the ball hard because when it hit, a lot of penetration there.
So Caden Jenkins gets credit for that block. Caden Jenkins comes in. It'll be fun to see the replay and see that. 2 seconds on the clock. Baylor has to take a knee and then walk off with a win. They do it, and Baylor wins over Kansas State today. What a game. What a game in the Big 12. What more would you expect? 35-34. Baylor wins over the K-State Wildcats here at McLean Stadium.
I think, guys, down 31-17 going into the quarter with no momentum at all. Kansas State had absolutely dominated the third quarter, and you come back and score 18 in the fourth quarter, outscore them 18-6, is that right?
18-3 in the fourth quarter.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
3, only the 3.
Yeah. Wow, 35-34, Baylor wins it. How about that? Bears go to 4-2 going into the open day. More importantly, 2-1 in Big 12 play. Boy, you know, we said all week and we said going in, this is such a swing game one way or the other for both teams, for Baylor and Kansas State. This is just a huge win for Coach Aranda and the Bears today.
Go back to that 2-point conversion where I'm sitting there like, what are we doing? And coach is thinking, I don't want to play for overtime. And that 2-point conversion, the QB draw, is the difference in the game right now. It's that 1 point right there.
Well, it was, and I think we're all thinking, I'm not going to throw you under the bus because I was there with you. I'm thinking, what are we doing? Why are we going to 2 here? But I think that play had been game planned. Very obviously, they had 3 receivers split to the right, plus I think Craig, 1 to the left. There was nobody out there. I mean, it was clearly either a quick throw outside on the screen or Sawyer was going to run with it, and he walks in for the 2-point conversion.
Man, so huge. So many big plays. Think about Jacob Reddick. The 66-yard interception return gave Baylor the lead momentarily, and K-State came right back. But that was a huge play. And then a 53-yard field goal by Connor Hawkins ended up being the game-winning points today. 53-yarder. So many big plays, Nick, in this game today. And had to have every one of them to beat the Wildcats by 1.
Yeah, and once again, you're a talented team. You figured out how to overcome a lot of adversity. But Man, when you're dead in the water, this team does not give up, and it's unbelievable. 90% of teams out there throw the towel in. You're down 14 points in the fourth quarter. You've had no momentum. Defense has not been able to stop Kansas State, and yet you find a way and will yourself to win. And a huge pick six.
Yeah, huge. What a huge win for the Bears today over Kansas State. Wildcats with the loss dropped to 2-4. They are 1-2 in the Big 12 Conference. Final score, Baylor 35, Kansas State 34. Stay with us. The First Central Credit Union postgame show is coming up next. Plenty to come following a 1-point Baylor win over Kansas State here on Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event.
Got to say I'm a little disappointed in y'all for giving up. I'm kidding. Oh, my goodness. I've lost my voice.
My voice is shot right now. Yeah.
I almost knocked Cam over jumping around.
Yeah, they bring the full roster. The Toyota Tundra and Tacoma are built for it all. With available bed-mounted power outlets, massive towing capability, and a cabin fit for your crew, Toyota Tundra and Tacoma don't just show up to game day, they dominate it. Kick off the season with big savings during the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event. But hurry, these deals won't last forever.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Wear green, haul gold in a new Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB Your Bank for Life. Member FDIC.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
This has been live coverage of Baylor football on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Now, it's time for the First Central Credit Union postgame show. Brought to you by First Central Credit Union, serving members since 1937. Stay tuned as we break down the game, listen to highlights, talk with Coach Aranda, players, and more. All coming up on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Postgame show. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Bears winners today in dramatic fashion over the Kansas State Wildcats. 35-34 the final score. Nick, we've had some games in this series with Kansas State. You were part of a huge Baylor win in 2012. The Wildcats came in number 2 in the AP poll, number 1 in the BCS. Won it big, 52-24. That was huge. This one had a lot more drama down to the final.
This one had a lot more drama. I'll say the other one was more fun.
Yes,
just because
right.
I was playing in it. That's
right.
what we'll leave it
That's
at
fair.
that.
That's fair.
But man, yeah, that was a fun night in 2012, and really built a lot of confidence for us as a team. And I hope that that's what happens here with these guys. And last year the bye week was really good for us. And we really turned things around last year, 6 games in, had a bye week, and then went on the road to Lubbock. And that's when we started the 6-game win streak. So to be able to go into this bye week with a win in dramatic fashion, can you use it to your advantage and then kind of set the stage again for another run?
This is the way you want to go into a bye week, off of something positive, and you build on it. You got some extra time, and you get people healthy. Last year, I remember thinking, oh, man, going into a bye week 2-4 and just no momentum. Now, it turned out to be great, but this year, hopefully, it can be equally great coming in off this big win.
Yeah, another thing is a dramatic win like this, sometimes you come off the adrenaline high, and kind of the sugar rush and you crash.
Yeah, yeah.
And so it's nice to have that bye week built in and not have to regroup again tomorrow, right? And so they get to a chance to get healthy and really get to watch game film this week, and they get to watch TCU play the Wildcats next week before we go to Fort Worth.
Yeah, so 35-34, the final. Baylor wins it over K-State here. They're playing that good old Baylor line in the north end zone. The team stays out there and joins with the fans in singing that good old Baylor line, and they can light the tower green tonight with a big, big Baylor win, 35-34 over the Kansas State Wildcats. Plenty more to come on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Also brought to you by Rudy's Barbecue, a proud sponsor of Baylor football. Be sure to stop by your local Rudy's or Rudy's.com for some real Texas barbecue. Enjoy 100% oak smoked meats, delicious sides, and Rudy's signature sauce. Don't forget Rudy serves breakfast tacos every day until 10 a.m. 35-34 the final. Rick, you'll join us again when we come back as we continue on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. Brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Today, following a dramatic 35-34 Baylor win over the K-State Wildcats on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Bears aren't the only one making plays this season. You're right back, score two.
Hi, this is Joe Betsy Tyler with First Central. With our high interest checking, you can earn up to 5% APY just for using your account. No fees, no tricky plays, just real reward.
Visit firstcentralcu.com and open your account today. It's your season to earn more.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
Eligibility and qualifications apply. APY annual percentage yield. Member NCUA.
This season, when Baylor scores a touchdown, raise your bear claws and swipe a free 10-piece Chicken McNuggets the next day on the McDonald's app with the purchase of $2 or more. Run it, throw it, however they reach the end zone, your taste buds do the touchdown dance. So sick 'em, Bears, and sick your free Chicken McNuggets only at McDonald's. Offer valid only on the day after Baylor scores a touchdown at participating McDonald's. Minimum purchase of $2 required. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Proudly serving Texas since 2007, Magnolia Realty is a full-service brokerage and a trusted neighbor, bridging expert industry knowledge with integrity and kindness. Known for their award-winning agents, Magnolia Realty understands the dynamics of making the real estate journey your own and the importance of trust from contract to close. You can find their local agents here in Waco and across the state, including in Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, and Temple. To get connected and learn more, visit magnoliarealty.com. Here's to home.
This season, Bobcat of Waco is proud to partner with the Baylor mascots to bring you a winning lineup. Just like the Bears on the field, Bobcat machines deliver unstoppable strength, speed, and toughness. And right now, you can score big with 0% financing or cash rebates on the hardest working equipment in Texas. Visit us at 16595 North I-35 in Elmont, Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. or online 24/7 at bobcatcce.com. Don't sit on the sidelines. Gear up with Bobcat of Waco, and let's make this season one to remember. Sick 'em Bears.
You're listening to Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Credit Union postgame show brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Also brought to you by Premier ER and Urgent Care, the place to go when you're not sure where to go. Open 24/7 and just a short walk across campus. No appointment necessary, just walk in. Visit premier.care to learn more. Ricky Thompson joins us from down below outside the team interview room. And Rick, we can hear in the background some of the guys, I think, running by you, maybe toward the locker room. That's got a pretty happy group down there after this win.
Well, actually, that was a coach. That was Dallas. That was Dallas Baker.
Okay.
That's a typical Dallas. He gets a little fired up, but he was fired up. In fact, he was FaceTiming somebody, and I have no question they heard him.
That's good. Probably a recruit, don't you think?
That's possible.
That's Dallas Baker. That is great. But what a big win. Gosh, such a slim margin of error, in a game like this, and it's really that way in the Big 12. But the Bears found a way to win it today.
Well, and they did it, Nick, with a horrible third quarter. Remember, K-State just dominated that quarter, went up by 2 touchdowns, and at that point you're thinking, man, I just hope we can keep this close. I don't think you had thoughts of coming back, primarily because K-State was also running the clock. Remember how successful they'd been. At one point we had, 5 minutes left in the third quarter, and there only been one possession by each team. So that was the fear that you really don't have time to come back. So that's a case of a team hanging around and hanging around and hanging around, then making a big play on the interception return for a touchdown. What a huge and timely turnover. We've been calling for a turnover. Pick six is even better. As it turns out, that's the difference in the ball game. And then you get a drive on a 53-yard kick. But let's go back to the 1st and goal. When the Bears held Kansas State out of the end zone, forced them to kick a field goal, that ends up being the difference in the game too, guys.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And man, when you think about players making plays in the second half, there's no one bigger than Trigg. I mean, the catches he made, unbelievable. Yeah. Ended the day with 155 yards. Unfortunately, his touchdown got reviewed and taken from him. But, man, that one drive where he made those 2 catches and that 3-play drive to get a touchdown was big.
Well, how about this? 8 catches for 155 yards. Most receiving yards in Baylor history by a tight end.
Really?
How about that? 155. So the most prior to today, you can find this, Drake Dabney in 2023 and Ken Hodge in 1964. Those were the last 2 Baylor tight ends to have over 100 yards. And Trigg, a huge game, 155 today.
Yeah, and that's what you get with Trigg. Like, that's what we've been saying all year. That's why the NFL loves his potential, because he is the size of a tight end, but you can also put him as a wide receiver, which he lined up a lot today. And he's a matchup problem for defenses. So he was a huge spark when we needed him today.
If we had a feature called the most valuable player of the game, we don't, and it would be hard to name today because you think about so many guys that contributed to this win and contributed in huge ways.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob Redding on the defense, right? Like, at the end of the day, that was the score that changed the game for us. We didn't have to put together another drive. Defense got the stop and got the points for us. And just a huge momentum swing. Unbelievable. I mean, just an unbelievable win to walk in here where things were in the fourth quarter to start. And we found a way to win. I mean, it's very similar to SMU. This just matters more now. There's more at stake, and that's why the feeling, and that's why you get Dallas Baker and screaming in the hallway out of joy, right? Because you're in Big 12 play, and every game matters.
What a huge win, Rick, and there were so many guys who contributed in such big ways. The Athletic Communications has told us they've looked at the video, and it was Cooper Lands who blocked the field goal attempt to Jeff Saw originally. First, they said in the stats that it was Caden Jenkins, but upon review, Cooper Lands will get credit, Rick, for the blocked field goal that ended the game, that iced the game for the Bears.
Yeah, and we don't know if it would have been good or not, but we do know it didn't get there because of that block. Right. And that's huge. I mean, there was no question. You heard that thud. That was maybe the best sound of the day when we heard that. Other than the kick, there was a pretty good thud on our kick when we hit the 53-yarder. And just go back to that, what pressure there was on that kick, because that was the ball game. You miss that, it's over. You lose. And then you hit, not only do you make the field goal, but you make it from 53. And remember, an overtime kick, that's 2 for him where he's had game winners. And this is also the second game that's come down to the very last play of the game on a kick. One we make, one the opposing team misses.
Yeah. How about this? Time of possession today. We'll give you all the stats in a little bit. Time of possession, 37-47 for K-State and 22-13 for Baylor. But the Bears win the game.
Yeah, and we said coming in, time of possession was going to be big, and that kept the Baylor offense off the field. I think the thing we did not expect, now hindsight 2020, was Avery Johnson throwing the ball. You know, we came in and we said, hey, if we can force him to throw the ball, advantage Baylor. And we forced him to throw the ball. I don't know if we forced him, but he chose to throw the ball, and he threw it really well and with a lot of confidence. And really, he was the difference maker for Kansas State. If he has half the game he does throwing the ball, this is a different ball game altogether. Yeah. But he was really sharp today. and put our defense in a lot of stress.
And as you might imagine, it is a career day throwing for Avery Johnson. Career highs in completions with 29, and attempts with 45, and with yards for 339. All three of those career highs for Avery Johnson. And again, that was something that frankly, you were a little more worried about his running ability than his throwing ability, Rick, going into the game today.
No question. That's what we talked about before the game, was we've got to control Avery Johnson's run, which we didn't. He still ran for 72 yards. And in that 72 yards, I'm not sure how many of those runs picked up first downs, but several.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of those, or 2 or 3 of them, were on 3rd and 10, 3rd and 11. That's the key. That's what really hurts. It's not the total yards. It's the effect of those yards. And he was still very, very effective and really hurt us running. That's the third quarterback that's really hurt us running the football. But passing, I thought he just threw the ball really, really well. Still a little surprised that late they were throwing it like they were instead of just running clock. I think that was to our advantage, particularly with the pick. And I was just sitting here thinking, too, I missed one, the Arizona State game, guys. That was also a last play kick.
Yeah, right.
So there's been 3 games thus far that it's been a kick on the last play of the game that's either won or lost these football games.
Yeah.
Margin of victory is small, right? Like, and that's when you look back and you look at really good teams and great teams and teams that have really good years, and a lot of times it comes down to those one-possession games, and do they fall in your favor or do they not? And unfortunately for us, we're 2-1 on those one-possession games right now, and Big 12, 1 loss. Like, that's why this game was so big, is it still keeps us in the 1-loss category for the Big 12 championship at play. We have a lot to work on if we want to end up playing in Cowboy Stadium in the beginning of December, but it's still alive.
Yep, and they've got an extra week now with the open date coming up this Saturday. Plenty more to come on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. We'll look at final stats when we come back. We'll visit with a couple of players. Coach Dave Aranda still to come on the First Central Credit Union postgame show, brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. 35-34 the final. Baylor wins over Kansas State today here at McLean Stadium. We'll be right back on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
When life gets complicated, Butts Law Firm is your one stop for a wide range of legal needs. Whether you need estate planning documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal or business assets management and disposal, consumer protection, family-related legal matters, or various business-related issues, we are your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you every step of the way. Trust us to provide the legal support you need. Call today, 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference having a trusted attorney by your side can make, because at Butts Law Firm, your legal rights are our business.
Hey y'all, it's Jackie Marshall from Baylor Football. You probably know Goodwill for their stores. Trust me, I've scored some fun finds here. Well, here's the real deal. When you donate or shop at Heart of Texas Goodwill, you're helping people right here in the community get jobs, training, or even a high school diploma. HOT Goodwill celebrating 70 years strong and still changing lives through the power of work. That's something worth celebrating. Donate, shop, change lives. That's Heart of Texas Goodwill.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health, enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
You're listening to Baylor Football.
Okay, sounds good.
Baylor Sports Media Network.
Show. It's brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. Today follows a 35-34 Baylor win over Kansas State in Big 12 play at McLean Stadium. Tremendous win for the Bears today. We'll continue to talk about it right after we pause 10 seconds for station identification. Back in 10 seconds on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
Welcome back on the First Central Credit Union post-game show. And let's go down outside the locker room and visit with one of the Bears who come away with a big win today, 35-34 over Kansas State. It is Colton Saraki who joins us. Am I right, Colton? I can't see you down there.
Yes, sir.
All right, very good. Colton Saraki got the start at right guard today. Next to your brother. How cool was that, first off?
That was one of the coolest feelings I've ever had my entire life.
That
was pretty sweet.
That's great. And the way the game played out and you get the win at the end of the day, it's a memorable day for you guys.
Yes, sir. We'll never forget that one, for
Great.
sure.
What about the win? What does this do for you guys to win it and win it in the fashion that you did?
You know, despite winning with all the mistakes we had and shooting ourselves in the foot a lot, I think it just proves that we can go out and win games no matter what. And when we get it all together without the mistakes, it's going to be a good year.
You keep digging a hole and climbing out of the hole, but that was a pretty deep hole when you trailed 31-17 going to the fourth quarter.
Yes, sir, it was, but, you know, we got it done.
How'd you feel about the offense overall and the line play today?
You know, I felt pretty good about it. You can always clean stuff up, but I thought we were passing off twists pretty well and getting after it in the run game.
You know, we talk about complimentary football. Aranda talks about it a lot. What was it like watching Jacob Redding get that interception?
I mean, as an offensive lineman, that's awesome. Points on the board without having to go and have a grueling drive, so that was pretty cool.
Yeah, you get to stay on the bench and just keep drinking some Gatorade, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Talk about the running game today. I know, Bryson looked banged up at times. It probably didn't work as well as you wanted to. Can State do anything different? Talk about the running game.
You know, I thought we did all right, but they're twisting a bunch. We were trying to pick it up, but we can always clean stuff up and get after it a little more.
What's it like protecting for Sawyer?
I mean, it's the best. The guy's awesome, treats us amazing. Best quarterback in the game. He's amazing to us.
Is he going to cook you guys steaks over the bye week?
I hope so. That'd be awesome.
That'd be nice. You do go into a bye week. You got a little extra time before you play TCU. How beneficial can that be looking ahead?
You know, I think that's going to be great, especially going against TCU. Big rivalry, given more time to prepare is going to be great.
And it lets you enjoy this one a little bit more, right? You don't have to turn the page quite as quickly.
Yes, sir. Get to enjoy this one for a while.
Yeah. Talk about, for you guys offensively, like what's the one thing you're going to focus on this bye week? You think about last year, and the bye week was really pivotal. Is it the running game? Is it protection, the holding penalties? Like, what's the one thing you really want to grow in this bye week?
I really think just cleaning up the run game is going to be a huge one for us. Once we get that the rock going, ain't going to be able to stop us.
Great. Very good. Well, we appreciate the visit. Congratulations on the win. We're very happy for you, and enjoy the bye week and get better, and then we'll go get TCU.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Have a good one.
All right, Stump, thanks very much. We appreciate it. That is Colton Saraki with us. Got the start in place of the injured Omar Ibedion at right guard today. And really cool. Colton starts right next to his brother, Caden Saraki. Not just starting together, but starting in the line and right next to each other. I think that's just great.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. That's rare these days. You don't get to see that. And so I'm glad for those guys, and I hope they soak this up and remember it.
Very good. All right, let's visit now with a member of the Baylor defense. Kyler Jordan joins us. And Kyler, first off, man, what a huge win for you guys today.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely. I was telling a lot of the guys, I was like, it feels good to be on this side of the field goal this time.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? You've had 3 games this year basically decided by late field goals. How about that?
Yes, sir.
3 of your 6 games.
Man, yeah, absolutely insane.
And nice to be on the winning side today.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, for sure.
All right, so many twists and turns in this game, but 17-17 at halftime. After K-State had driven down the final possession of the second quarter, and tied the game. That was tough, wasn't it, to give up that touchdown and have the game tied at halftime?
Absolutely. I'm proud of the way that we fought on defense, just overall. I think people that are normal would have given up, there in the second half. So I'm just really proud of our guys for fighting.
When you think about what you prepared for this week, Kansas State ran the ball a lot last week, and that seemed to be their identity. Today they threw the ball a lot. Was that unexpected? What did you guys do to give them that opportunity?
Yes, sir. I mean, for sure. We definitely went into the game. We were going to stop the run. So I think we maybe could have did a little better job adjusting. But yeah, I mean, we came into the game ready to stop the run. So
it's a game of chess at times, right?
Absolutely.
I think the big thing for you guys is in that second half when you struggled quite a bit, finally got a little bit momentum offensively. You guys finally created some momentum. And talk about that interception. It had been a while since you were able to create a turnover, and there won't be probably a more timely one this year than that one.
Man, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just so happy for Jacob, too. He worked so hard. Just a great locker room guy. Just really, really happy for him. He deserves it.
As you guys watch this film and really, we're halfway through the season, running quarterbacks have been somewhat of a kryptonite for us. Big 12's not getting any easier. How do you guys continue to keep that in front of you and keep that a focus?
Absolutely. We just got to keep reiterating pass rush lanes, I think we can do a lot more work over this bye week, getting it right. I think that's been, just like you said, the kryptonite of our defense thus far. So I think going into this bye week, that's something that we can truly work on, make it an emphasis, and hopefully come out of the bye week a lot better shape.
I think one of the plays that I think will get overlooked in this game by the general fan is 1st and goal on the 2-yard line. And you guys get a tackle for a loss and make it 2nd and goal from the 4. Talk about how big that play is and how big those 2 yards are.
Man, I've always heard, that football should be played on the 1-yard line. So just, like if they would have scored a touchdown there, it really changes the end of the game there. So just super proud of our guys, just the drive. We've been emphasizing knockback all week. So just to see that in fruition was really cool.
What do you anticipate this week? The open date. What would you like to see happen and get done this week?
Yes, sir. Like I said, I think we need to reiterate pass rush lanes, keeping the quarterback in the trap, and really, I think we can use this time to heal up a little bit. Yeah. I think it's going to be a long season, and this is just the start. So really got to take advantage of the bye week. Get healthy, get our guys back, and get ready for the back half.
All right, man, we appreciate the visit. Congratulations on the win.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Soak it up. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Kyler Jordan with us as part of a 35-34 Baylor win over Kansas State today here at McLean Stadium. We got more to come on the First Central Credit Union postgame show. We promised you the final stats. We'll do that after a break. And still to come, our visit with Bears head coach Dave Aranda. So we'll take a break. Be back with more in a moment on the First Central Credit Union postgame show, brought to you by the First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you. 35-34, the final. Baylor wins over Kansas State here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength. You need power. You need agility. You need a team that shows up ready to win. And Toyota Trucks, yeah, they bring the full roster. The Toyota Tundra and Tacoma are built for it all. With available bed-mounted power outlets, massive towing capability, and a cabin fit for your crew, Toyota Tundra and Tacoma don't just show up to game day, they dominate it. Kick off the season with big savings during the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event. But hurry, these deals won't last forever.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Wear green, haul gold in a new Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics.
Only winners get sprinkles.
Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
If you're stuck in a high auto loan rate, it's time to call an Audible.
Hi, I'm Joe Betsy Tyler with First Central. When it comes to your auto loan, you don't have to stay in a bad formation. Call the right play. Refinance with First Central and get a lower rate, fast approvals, and a team that knows how to win local.
Visit firstcentralcu.com and apply today.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
You're listening to Baylor Football. Baylor Football on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
35-34 Baylor win over Kansas State today and a gold out at McLean Stadium. Bears win it to get to 4-2 overall, 2-1 in Big 12 conference play going into an open date next Saturday. TCU awaits on the other end October 18th in Fort Worth for the Bears and the Frogs. But we owe you the final stats from this game today. Nick, you've got those. Share those. Oh, okay, let's do that. Hold on to those stats. Let's visit with Bears head coach Dave Aranda. It's brought to you, as always, by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. And, Coach, thanks for joining us. Congratulations. What a big, big win today.
No, thank you. Yeah, it's an excited locker room. Guys are fired up about what they can do, about what's possible. So it's good to see.
Got an excited broadcast booth, too. I'll tell you, it's so much resiliency for your team to overcome and keep battling today.
You know, I told the team in there, I love this team, and there's the core guys of this team, the leaders of this team. They were here when we were 3-9. They were the guys that were overlooked for a job or a position or a starting role. They were the ones that have had to deal with so much adversity. And there's always been, you know, some other guy to play that spot. There's been, you know, hey, get close and lose it. And that's kind of been their history. And so, you know, that can mold somebody one or two ways. And I think with this team, it's molded in a real positive way of guys that know what it's like to be in the dark and then to be in the light too. But to work in the dark to be able to get to the light is a hard thing to do. We've got guys that can do that.
So many big plays today. I mean, huge plays. The Jacob Redding interception return, the 53-yard field goal. Stopped by your defense when Kansas State had first and goal inside the 2. That stand was huge.
Yeah, it's good to have a stand. We'll take it when we can get it.
Coach, talk about fast starts, and you know we've kind of been our MO these first 6 games of kind of clawing our way out, and you talk about the resilience, which is really hard to coach that, and so that's something that's within this team. But how do you overcome the slower starts as you head into the final half of the season?
Well, I thought there's times where even the Oklahoma State game, the very first series is a 3 and out, and then, you know, we're scoring, and there's even I'm thinking there's another game that's somewhat similar.
The Sanford, you got the
right,
turnover.
Right, and so there's the levels of all of it. Defense, I can speak to that most naturally is that, you know, there's a lot of stuff that is kind of schemed up for us because we've struggled at this and that, and so there's new variations on tape. We're generally better after the start because we see what they're doing. Then we can make adjustments. You know, in the start of something where it's, hey, here's a play that you haven't really seen. It's kind of closely related to this other play, but it's their take on it, and so it's a little bit different. You'd like to be in that moment, just make a play. And we've struggled to do that, and so it's kind of have to be all lined up for us to be able to kind of capitalize on that. And I think, you know, that's growing pains. That's having young guys play. That's having, you know, gaining experience. That's maybe better play calls in those moments early on, you know. And so we're kind of trying to hit all those switches so that we can start faster. It's been a bit of a maddening thing, but I have to believe that with everyone committed to it, we'll be better for it. And I think same thing on offense. There's looks that you get that is different. You know, if a guy makes a guy miss, if a guy, you know, makes this cut instead of just putting his shoulder down, there's a bunch of space. And, you know, after that, there's all this opportunity to kind of, hey, look on the video screen, look on your tablet, here's your cut, here's your break, and, you know, it's more kind of settled, it's clearer, and so you kind of know what you're dealing with. You know, our league is such a kind of scheme-heavy league that really first quarter is just all the game plan, all the BS, and you kind of have to maneuver through that without being behind, and too often we're behind.
Yeah, it's a really good description for our listeners that, man, it truly is. You're coming out and playing a team that you haven't watched on film all week because everything's different. Turnovers are big.
Yep.
Momentum. And it's been a bit since we had one, and, man, may not be a bigger one so far this season than Jacob Redding. Talk about that play. Talk about Jacob Redding and the job that he's done.
Yeah, you know, last year Jacob was special teams early in the year and was kind of a scout team guy early in the year and made it to where he was seeing special teams. And then, you know, we would be in practice and Jacob would be probably the best hands in all of our DB group last year. You know, we would be in practice and we would have jump balls and our scout team players would come down over it on top of our starters in the backfield. And, you know, it's just like, man, can this be any more maddening, you know? And Jacob was someone that would continually kind of make plays in those spots. And so it's like, hey, we need to be able to feature Jacob more. We need to find a role for him. We need to, and, you know, so he kind of started that way and just worked at it and worked at it and worked at it. And he's our most dependable guy right now. You know, he's had two real big plays like that. And then on top of it, he's just been in the right spot so many times. You trust him and the detail that he puts into it and the study and the care factor and all of those things is what you want a football player to be all about. So way proud of him. And the best is yet to come for him.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's been fun to watch him. And this is, I mean, it's a huge win. We were talking about this is kind of for both us and Kansas State, a trajectory-changing game. And, man, this is huge going into the second half of the season and how you carry this through as a team.
Yeah, there's been, you know, you look at these games that we've been in, I mean, they're so, you know, they're down to the wire. There's this drive or that drive. They're just, and, you know, I think that's just foreboding of the rest of the season. I think it's going to be like that. And, you know, the more that we can play where, hey, man, we're seeing something that we ain't seen, but we're not going to bust a coverage. Hey, it's tempo and they jump the snap, but we're not going to hold them, right? We're going to move our feet. You know, the more we can do those things in critical moments, the better we're going to be at winning these close games. And so I think that's something we continually talk about is, hey, man, let's do everything we can to beat Kansas State. Let's not have Baylor beat Baylor. And we're able to fight through some of that today. That needs to be much cleaner, though, moving forward.
Coach, after the Bryson Washington touchdown, 8:50 on the clock in the fourth quarter, you went for two there.
Yeah.
What was the thought process there?
We're going to need it at some point.
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, if you do it there, you have an idea of kind of what the next time going through is going to be. And so, and then we felt really good about the play that we had too.
Yeah, and it worked out perfectly. And now an open date this next Saturday. What would you like to get done with the extra time?
We got to heal up. We've got some guys that weren't playing today that we've got to be able to get back. The guys that have stepped up that were playing today, we want to be able to get them more exposure and experience with some reps too. And so we've got to, you know, this can be looked at as a way to fortify our depth. And so we're going to need to be able to do that. Then I think, you know, we can get a head start on our next week opponent and be able to rep the things that we need to be able to see with them. They're going to be very similar to what we see with our offense. And so, and then our defense both ways, pretty similar teams structure-wise. And so we can work on that too.
Final question, the block field goal that
Yes.
pretty much iced it for you. What did you see on that play?
Yeah, that was max. That was everyone kind of going into it, and so there's a bunch of prayers going on the sideline, and we had you knew something good was going to happen because just the look in guys' eyes in that huddle. That's such a cool thing when there's that connection of that guys are going to step up right there. You see it in their eyes, and you can feel it even if your eyes were closed. There's an energy you feel of like, hey, something's happening here. You felt that in that huddle prior to that.
Coach, thanks. Congratulations. Great win for you today.
Hey, thank you.
Huge win.
Right.
Appreciate it. Coach Dave Aranda with us. Coach's postgame comments brought to you by Alliance Bank. Alliance Bank, it's your bank. 35-34 the final. Baylor over Kansas State today. We've been promising the final stats. Now's the time. Nick, now is the time. Can you share final stats with our listeners?
Final stats. Well, I'll say this to start it off. The most important stat was in Baylor's favor, and that's the scoreboard, 35-34. But overall, Kansas State, 82 plays on offense for 501 yards, 162 on the ground, 339 through the air. Baylor, 443 yards of total offense on 64 plays. 98 on the ground, 345 through the air. Penalties were a big difference. 7 of 74 yards for Baylor, 3 for 40 yards for Kansas State. Time of possession in favor of Kansas State, 37 minutes, 47 seconds to 22-13. And then third down conversions, 8 of 16 for Kansas State, so finished at 50% on the day to 3 of 9 for Baylor. Individual stats, Kansas State, Avery Johnson across the board leading the way, rushing the ball 72 yards and a touchdown through the air, 29 of 45, 339 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then Garrett Oakley and Jaron Tibbs leading the way. Well, Jace Brown, 4 catches, 106 yards for him. And then Oakley, 7 catches, 54 yards. And then Tibbs, 6 catches, 80 yards. And then on the flip side for Baylor, Bryson Washington, really tough day running the ball, but good yards, 9 carries, 65 yards. Michael Turner, 7 carries, 38 yards. Sawyer through the air, 25 of 39 with 1 interception and 2 touchdowns. And then Trigg with the big day, 8 catches, 155 yards. Josh Cameron, 5 catches, 49 yards. And then Ashton Hawkins, 4 catches, 33 yards, and Cole, 3 catches, 50 yards. So great job spreading the ball around once again for Sawyer. Tackles, Devin, Bobby, Jacob, Redding leading the way, 6 tackles on the day. And those are your safeties. And so that speaks to the volume of coming down on that run game. And then Zash and Rich led the way for Kansas State with 6 tackles.
All right, very good. Adds up to a 35-34 win by the Bears over Kansas State. Ricky, give us your final thoughts on this big win. Lots of twists and turns that ends in Baylor's favor.
Well, I tell you, I think it's really big that there's an open date next week. I think that coming off a win like this, it would have been tough to lose this game, particularly when we're talking about third quarter. I was just talking to Coach Aranda, and that third quarter was ugly. It was all Kansas State, 14-0 in that quarter, 31-17 behind. And at that point, we're thinking, I don't know that we have time to come back from 14-point deficit with the ball control that K-State was featuring. But it happened. You had the big pick 6. You had a drive to get the field goal, plus the fact it was a 53-yard kick. All these things, I think, translate to what you want to see going into an open date, because going to Fort Worth, it's going to be tough. TCU's offense, remember, they are really good, a lot better than this offense that we just faced. That's their forte, is their offense. We know they're good at it. So defensively, we're going to have to do a lot of soul searching this week, I think, to figure out what's the best and who are the best guys to have out there. Offensively, got to stop the turnovers. That will kill you. But to have those turnovers like that and then come out with the win, and we talked about, I'll take our 1 turnover versus their 2, because ours turned into 7 going the other way, and what a critical play that was. That completely turned this ball game around. And then the 2-point conversion that Nick and I were all for at the time that we ran it. So that ended up being the difference in the ball game, guys.
Nick, final thoughts on this big win?
Yeah, I mean, we're at the midway point in the season, and as you kind of take in the totality of the first 6 games, we haven't come close to playing our best football.
Right.
We have played ourselves a lot. We've shot ourselves in the foot, turnovers, penalties, and you find yourself at 4-2, and you find a way to win today in a game that truly is a little bit of a fork in the road. And now you go into a bye week with a win. You got a lot to learn from, and you still have everything in front of you. You know, the teams playing in the championship game are going to have at least a loss or two. And so make sure you're the one with just one loss at this point. And so that's still a lot to play for. We're talented. We are talented. We just beat ourselves a lot. And so that's the thing that you can go into this bye week really learning. And then you come out and go get a big win in Fort Worth.
What'd you say halfway through? You don't want to play more than one opponent
halfway through the regular season. I don't want to play more than one opponent. On a Saturday.
Yeah. I know what you mean by that. Well, the Bears overcome a lot today and get a big win over the Kansas State Wildcats. No game next Saturday. Back in action on Saturday, October 18th in Fort Worth against TCU. We look forward to that. We don't know a game time yet. That'll be set and announced on Monday, most likely from the Big 12 Conference office. We do appreciate your being with us today. We invite you to stay tuned. Derek Smith will join us for the fifth quarter show coming up next. Run through highlights and another number of facts from this Baylor win today. So stay tuned for that from Derek coming up immediately following our network sign-off. Thanks to you for listening. Thanks to our crew, including Bob Baker, our engineer, Aaron Sexton, our network board operator, Jeff Walter, our spotter and statistician, Don Gimmer, our frequency coordinator today. And speaking for all of them, plus Nick Florence and Ricky Thompson, I'm John Morris. We appreciate your tuning in today. Our final score once again, Baylor 35, Kansas State 34. So long from McLean Stadium.
Great job, guys. Sick 'em Bears.
Life gets complicated, but
thanks, guys. Talk to you later.
For a wide range of legal needs. Whether you need estate planning documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal or business assets management and disposal, consumer protection, family-related legal matters, or various business-related issues.
Hello.
Your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is
he going to do it on 18?
To provide the legal support.
No worries. So he's going to do it on 218?
641.
Oh, okay. No, that's right. Okay. I always get confused, and we've only been doing this 3 years now.
Off Rogers Street.
Well, in my defense, I think I hit my head when I was celebrating the blocked field goal. So that's true. I could have thought I could be having vertigo right now. All right. We are ready to go, Derek. Got 2.5 minutes, and we'll be going.
Care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health. Enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics. Baylor Nation rolls along with Allen Samuels Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Start with award-winning service and factory-trained techs. Then shop our new and used lineup from cars, trucks to SUVs, all makes and models. Running a business? We're your Central Texas headquarters for ProMaster vans, cab, and chassis and work trucks. For power and comfort, test drive the Ram 1500, the Motor Trend Truck of the Year winner again. Allen Samuels in Waco, proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Come by. Let's be friends.
You've been listening to the First Central Credit Union Postgame Show. Brought to you by First Central Credit Union, serving members since 1937. Stay tuned for the Baylor Football Postgame Fan Forum, right here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
From the Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram Studios, this is KRZI Waco, K222DC Waco, K265DV Temple, ESPN Central Texas.
The final whistle is blown, but the story's just beginning. Welcome to the fifth quarter show on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Your post. Home for
What was your confidence level with 31 seconds to go?
Stats.
I was at about 51% for us to win, barely.
Quarter Show. Brought to you by.
Yeah.
This is
100%.
Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau.
I was more sure that Hawkins would make it than I was our defense would stop them from winning it.
Hospital and healthcare.
Yes.
Of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. HEB, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics. Proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, your bank for life. The official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care. Feel better now. Nissan, innovation that excites. Now, here's your host, Derek Smith.
A wild one today at McLean Stadium goes the Bears' way as they make a number of key fourth quarter plays after falling down by 2 scores to reach the midway point of the 2025 season with a 4-2 record following a 35-34 win today over at Kansas State. Connor Hawkins, the game-winning 53-yard field goal, or was it Jacob Reddy, by chance, who had the game-winning play? You could certainly make an argument, even though it was literally Connor Hawkins who gave the Bears a lead they would not relinquish. Was it Cooper Lands blocking a field goal at the gun that could have won it for Kansas State? A number of heroes today for the Bears in, again, truly a wild game, a game that in the fourth quarter did not look like it was going to go Baylor's way. Kansas State had dominated time of possession. They rolled up a season high in yards on offense. But the Bears had some things that Kansas State didn't have, and honestly that Baylor hasn't seen as much this year. One of them was a game-changing turnover. We talked before the game on the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show that this Baylor team really needed to force turnovers. They only have 1 turnover this year outside of the Samford game. Well, they got one today, and it was a big one. Ricky Thompson just said on the First Central Credit Union postgame show, he said, I'll take our 1 turnover to their 2, and that was true because Jacob Redding returned it for a touchdown to give the Bears a lead, the lead back. And then you look at that, the turnovers have really been elusive for the Bears this year. Despite struggling defensively today, they got a big one and made some plays late. Baylor had someone that Kansas State also did not have, and that is Michael Trigg, the best tight end in the country today, a record-setting day for Baylor tight end with 8 catches for 155 yards. He was spectacular, and really it was Michael Trigg. If you think back in the fourth quarter, after Baylor was unable to consummate a drive with a score there late in the fourth quarter, they're down 31-17. Kansas State gets the ball back. If they score, they can ice the game, but Baylor have forced him to a punt. And honestly, it was Michael Trigg who really got Baylor back into this game. Of course, Sawyer Robertson had something to do with it as well. But with the Bears down 31-17, a drive that ended in a Bryson Washington touchdown was basically set up, well, not just basically was set up, by 2 Michael Trigg catches. 2 catches for 71 yards, and that allowed Baylor to put together a touchdown drive that took just 1:07 off the clock. Obviously, that was huge in a 35-34 win today. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Michael Trigg. We're going to talk about Connor Hawkins really probably earning Baylor fans' trust now with 2 53-yard field goals on the season, including a game winner. We're going to talk about a 2-point conversion call that used Sawyer Robertson's legs and actually won the game for it. It gave the Bears a point that you weren't expecting in a game that the Bears won by 1 point. Baylor also had, on a day that Avery Johnson put together a career day at quarterback for Kansas State, Baylor still has the quarterback who may well be the best in the country in Sawyer Robertson. And obviously, the Bears would need that today. The defense struggled. The defense looked good for stretches in the first and second quarter, but then really just struggled to close out drives, gave up long drives to Kansas State. They allowed them to score just before halftime. Then the Bears were outscored 14-0 in the third quarter. And, you know, it was at that point, looking into the fourth quarter, that it just felt like the Bears were down 31-17. It just didn't seem like there was much of a pulse, but they found a way to get it done. And, again, I think it was Michael Trigg. It was Jacob Redding. It was guys stepping up and making big plays for the Bears. And I think you look here now, 4-2 is so much different at the halfway point than 3-3, and I know that is stating the obvious, but 4-2 at the midway point puts the Bears in position. You know, you win a couple games, you get bowl eligible. So that's a big difference than 3-3. You look at Baylor's second half schedule, it is tough. You'd rather have to win 2 than 3 to reach bowl eligibility. And, of course, Baylor's goals are much higher than just bowl eligibility. By virtue of winning today, the Bears have their first winning streak of the season and are 2-1 in Big 12 play. That means the Bears would finish the day no worse than 1 game out of first place. And I know it's only 6 games in. We're talking about being 2 months away, essentially, from the Big 12 championship game. But falling behind 2 games at this juncture would have been really, really tough. And it looked like that's what was going to happen in the fourth quarter. For those of you who ever follow ESPN's winning chances percentages online, I remember you think back to the 61-58 game when Baylor was down 21 points against TCU in 2014. Their chances of winning that game were listed at less than 1%. Well, this one wasn't quite that bad. Baylor today had a whopping 1.9% winning percentage chance, according to ESPN, and that means that teams that across the board, all the games they have in their database, teams that were in Baylor's position down 31-17 with the other team having the ball in the fourth quarter with under 10 minutes to go, only win 1.9% of those games. And so Baylor defied the odds in doing that today. So the Bears are 4-2 at the midway point, heading into the bye week, and then a couple of road games that certainly look like they're going to be challenging. And it feels like at the midway point, we can start to say some things about this team. Obviously, the offense is good and potentially explosive. At times, it can feel frustratingly flat because there's not been a lot of a running game, but it's been frustrating because we know the offense has it in them to be explosive. We've seen that this year. In fact, Baylor, here's a stat before we get to inside the numbers. This is a Baylor team that in the fourth quarter scored 18 points despite holding the ball for just 4 minutes and 25 seconds. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. But you talk about the explosiveness, and I know obviously one of those touchdowns was Jacob Redding, a defensive touchdown. But you look at Michael Trigg. You look at even in a game in which Bryson Washington wasn't at his best, he's still a threat as a playmaker. Josh Cameron, Ashton Hawkins, and we saw all of them step up. Baylor has a guy in Kobe Prentice who still appears to be good for about a touchdown per game today, 1 reception for 30 yards and a touchdown. Ashton Hawkins came through with some big catches, as did Josh Cameron. But honestly, you look for Michael Trigg, it wasn't a one-man show in the second half, a one-man show in the fourth quarter, but it was pretty impressive the way that he was able to do that, to put that together. I mean, he had 71 yards on that drive alone. Baylor continually looked his way, and he continually delivered. He's a mismatch for the Bears, and he was a mismatch that they exploited today to the tune of the best receiving day in program history for a tight end. So we know that the defense is going to be up and down. You look in the second quarter before that last drive, I was thinking, hey, the defense has actually put together some good drives. They held Kansas State to some 3-and-outs. In fact, they held Kansas State in between the late first and late second quarter to on 3 drives, 2 3-and-outs, and 1 drive that went just 5 plays, all of them ending in punts. And they were dominant on those drives. Baylor's defense was dominant after giving up that game-opening touchdown, but then they proceeded to allow 4 straight scoring drives, a field goal and 3 touchdowns into the second, third, and fourth, bridging the second, third, and fourth quarters. And then, of course, the defense found a way to get the interception and force a punt. And then, of course, they allowed Kansas State to get into 2 field goal attempts that one of them gave them the lead. The other one would have won them the game if they had hit it, which they did not. So I guess the point of all this would be this. Through 6 games, if you look at the schedule, it is tough. But is there any game on the schedule that you look at this and say, I don't think Baylor can win that? Now, obviously, next week at TCU is going to be tough. You've got a Cincinnati team who just knocked off 14th-ranked Iowa State in Cincinnati. Then Baylor plays that on the road 2 weeks from now. Then you got UCF, Utah, Arizona, Houston. I would submit that the answer to that is no. There is not a single game on the schedule the rest of the way that you don't look at this and think, boy, if Baylor can play just well enough on defense and continue to do what they're doing on offense, that they could win that football game. Now, the converse is also true. Because the team has been so inconsistent, because of that, you also look at these 6 games, and, there's a couple that I feel, you look at the way Arizona's played, and UCF, you hope those are games home and on the road, respectively, that, you could win those. But I don't think you look at those games and think, boy, there's not a game on the schedule that Baylor couldn't find a way to lose if they stubbed their toe just a little bit. Again, this is a team that was down 31-17 to a Kansas State team that has struggled, and Kansas State had them on the ropes. Baylor came back to win the game. This is also a Baylor team that found a way to win at then number 17 SMU the second week of the season. And so I think you just buckle up with this team. There is talent. There's enough talent that it's going to be exhilarating. At times it's going to be frustrating. They're going to go through stretches of the game that you get frustrated because they're not playing like they're capable. There are going to be stretches of the games where you say, why don't they always play like this? You know, that fourth quarter, Baylor outscores Kansas State 18-3 after falling down by 14 points. You know, this is a Baylor team that you just got to kind of buckle up for the ride and hopefully be there with them, because they've got to, everything they set their mind towards, every goal they set at the beginning of the season is still within their grasp. And it's a whole lot easier now because of a 4-2 record thanks to today. Maybe not easier, but it's a whole lot more reachable with a 4-2 record at the midway point and a 2-1 record in Big 12 play. That's really the key. That's what's more important than the 4-2 record, the 2-1 record in Big 12 play. Everything is within their grasp, and again, you just look at this team and you think, boy, are they the team that fell behind 31-17 to a struggling Kansas State team? I mean, the answer to that question is yes. Are they the team that's able to exploit defenses with the best tight end in the country? Yes, they absolutely are. Are they the team that has allowed – are they the defense that's allowed two teams in back-to-back weeks to reach their season high in yards in Oklahoma State and Kansas State? Yes, Baylor is that team. Are they also the team that – if you're able to get a key turnover once or twice a game, are they good enough to beat anybody on the schedule? I mean, the answer is yes there too. It's up and down. It's a little inconsistent, but I'll tell you what, 4-2 is not a bad place at all for this Baylor football team to be, and they got there by virtue of a crazy 35-34 victory. We're going to take a timeout here on the fifth quarter show, and when we come back, we're going to listen to our Green and Gold Rewind segment. We're going to hear the calls from the voice of the Bears, John Morris and Nick Florence, and we're going to unpack the way this game unfolded a little bit later on. We'll have stats. We'll go inside the numbers, what stats stood out today. There were plenty of them a little bit later on. We'll revisit Coach Aranda's post-game interview with John Morris and Nick Florence. So that is all on the way, but our Rewind segment is next. Following a thriller, a 35-34 Baylor win at McLean Stadium, and we'll be back after this here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength. You need power. You need agility.
If it's a second or two before you hear the commercial, it's just the computer.
Bring the full.
It's not glitching. It just needs to be reset. So it's like it's waiting a second after I click it to start the commercial sometimes.
Ability and a cabin fit for your crew. Toyota Tundra and Tacoma don't just show up to game day. They dominate it. Kick off the season with big savings during the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event. But hurry, these deals won't last forever.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
4:47 left in the half. UCLA 24, Penn State 7.
Road leads on game day.
Iamaleava is playing like the guy that Tennessee paid him to be before he left.
See packages and options at Toyota.com for feature availability.
This season, it really looks like it so far this game. I mean, they could always come back. Yeah, they got a second half, but they look lifeless, and UCLA is they are on one. They can feel it, especially Iamaleava. Like, he's playing great.
Hey, Spuds, do the touchdown dance. So sick 'em, Bears, and sick you.
Oh, me either. Yeah.
Offer valid.
Yeah, he's got all three of their touchdowns.
It's a Baylor McDonald's. Minimum purchase of $2 required. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Kids can now join the Baylor Cub Club, the official kids club of Baylor Athletics.
presented by Green Eye Associates. Fans 12 and under can register for the low cost of $25 and gain exclusive benefits and access to Baylor Athletics events. Members receive free admission to select events, exclusive giveaway access, and their own membership package. To register your Cub, please visit BaylorBears.com/Cub Club. Sign your Cub up today.
Welcome back to the Fifth Quarter Show on the Baylor Sports Media Network. It's time to hit the rewind button and relive today's game with highlights from the legendary voice of the Bears, John Morris. This is Green and Gold Rewind.
Derek Smith back here with you at McLean Stadium, where earlier today the Bears improved to 4-2 on the year, 2-1 in Big 12 action, with a 35-34 win over at Kansas State, and it is time to relive it now through the calls with the voice of the Bears, John Morris. How about a game today that had 2 ties and 6 lead changes, including 3 lead changes in the final 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Sometimes Green and Gold Rewind segments fairly straightforward, although that really hasn't been the case as much this year. This is a team that makes it interesting. And today certainly was. You know, you look at this game, Baylor coming in facing a Kansas State team that we're hoping they got things right after a win over UCF at home last week. Kansas State had struggled with losses to Arizona. They lost to Iowa State, who's certainly a good team. They lost to Army, nearly lost to North Dakota. But they thought maybe they got well last week against UCF, and they were hoping to prove that with a win today over the Bears. And that's always scary because Kansas State under Chris Kleiman has traditionally been a very good program, and they're a team that even when they're struggling, never really count them out because of what you've seen Kleiman do. They had a quarterback in Avery Johnson who can run the football, and he was in fact their leading rusher today. We know how those quarterbacks have given Baylor trouble, certainly over this season and the last couple of seasons. And right off the bat, you could see that was the tone that was set. Kansas State got the opening kickoff and drove 10 plays, 75 yards in 5.5 minutes, capped off by a 31-yard run from Avery Johnson, in which the Red Sea absolutely parted. We've seen that before. We saw it with Jackson Arnold against Auburn, and that's clearly an area that the defense needs to fix, wants to fix, but haven't fixed it yet. You get middle linebackers out of position. You get that second wave of the defense out of position, whether that's a guy like a young guy like a Kyle Reed or, none of the guys have stepped in there. But consistently we've seen the middle of the field there just beyond the line of scrimmage. Someone's not in the right place, and that's led to some big gashing runs, including the 31-yard run by Avery Johnson. It gave Kansas State a 7-0 lead. Baylor drove down the field in 13 plays, 76 yards, but had to settle for a field goal. Connor Hawkins from 30 yards out made it 7-3 in favor of Kansas State with 4:18 to play first quarter. After that, Baylor turned the ball over twice. And, you look at the way that, Baylor played in the fourth quarter, and you just think, if you can avoid these turnovers, it's a different game. But that's also what you're thinking against Arizona State. And unfortunately, Baylor is way down the list in Big 12 turnover margin, although thankfully there was a turnover today by the Baylor defense that allows us to, sort of forget about that for another week. But Baylor turned the ball over on back-to-back possessions. You had a Sawyer Robertson interception down near the goal line, and that snuffed out a potential scoring drive for the Bears. And then you had a Bryson Washington fumble. He was authoring a long, just cruising run in the second wave of the defense, trying to bounce past the secondary, extending play. Instead, the ball was knocked out. It was fumbled. And so Baylor had a couple of pretty promising opportunities that went by the wayside thanks to turnovers there in the first and second quarters. So it is 7-3 Bears Kansas State heading into the second quarter. But the Bears would force a K-State punt. He needed just 4 plays to reach pay dirt, 4 plays, 70 yards. And it was Mr. Touchdown. All he does is catch touchdowns, this time from 30 yards out for Kobe Prentice.
Snap back to Robertson on first down, throwing. Kobe Prentice has it! The touchdown maker, Kobe Prentice into the end zone. Touchdown Bears, first touchdown today by Baylor. And the Bears are in the end zone for the first time today.
Kobe Prentice, the touchdown maker, now 6 touchdowns, second in the Big 12 in receiving touchdowns on 17 catches. So he's not the top target on the team, certainly, when you think about a team with Michael Trigg, Josh Cameron, Ashton Hawkins, but he leads the team in receiving touchdowns. I mean, that's what he does. He just catches a touchdown every single game for the Bears, basically, and he's got 6 of them through 6 games, and that gave the Bears a 10-7 lead. Kansas State would answer, though, with a 49-yard field goal, and that tied the game up at 10 apiece with 4 minutes to play. And then the Bears quickly drove down the field. This was really a key stretch in the game that ensured that this would be an interesting finish. The Bears needed just 8 plays, 75 yards, needed just 2:26 on the clock, I should say, to hit pay dirt after it looked like Michael Trigg had caught a touchdown from the back of the end zone. Officials reviewed it and ruled that he was bobbling just a bit. That wiped a touchdown off the board, but thankfully it did not erase points because on the very next play, Michael Turner, the highly touted freshman, would find the end zone.
All right, here it is, 2nd down and 10 now from the 17-yard line for the Bears. Sawyer Robertson takes the snap, gives to Michael Turner, right side. Oh, touchdown. He breaks a tackle. He'll run it in. Michael Turner into the end zone, his first touchdown as a Baylor Bear. So one play after having the passing TD wiped out, the Bears convert on the ground. 17-yard touchdown run by Michael Turner.
And that gave the Bears a 17-10 lead. Nice piece of running there, good blocking there on a day that Baylor was without starter Omar Ibedian. Caden Saraki had to stand in next to him, and he did very well filling in. And in that case, the offensive line teamed with the running of Michael Turner to give the Bears a 17-10 lead. Incidentally, his dad, Michael Turner, former NFL star, obviously that's in part plays to why fans know his name. I remember being in the game with my dad in Indianapolis where Michael Turner handed the Colts their first loss of the year late in the season when he iced the game with a touchdown. So I'm glad to be able to cheer for Michael Turner now instead of the opposite end of that. That's neither here nor there. 17-10, Baylor with the lead there, and that came with 1:57 to play in the first half. And here's a stretch here where the game really became a game. Because you look at this, Baylor had an opportunity. You get a stop, you go into halftime with a lead. You get the ball to start the second half rather. If you score on that first drive of the third quarter, all of a sudden you've got an opportunity to put Kansas State in a 2-score deficit. But it was not to be. Kansas State put together a 9-play, 72-yard drive in just 1 minute and 38 seconds. You know, they picked on some of the young guys in the Baylor secondary. It was a day that I thought Baylor tackled well today, but the secondary struggled at times to cover players down the field, whether that be tight ends, whether that be wide receivers. Saw Kansas State employ some quick slants to great effect. And they needed just over 90 seconds to drive 72 yards and tie the game up at halftime on a 9-yard pass to the tight end, Garrett Oakley. That sent us to intermission with the score tied at 17. But it's a tie game. Baylor gets the ball first out of the locker room, an opportunity to reclaim the lead. But the third quarter just was not a good one for the Bears. They're outscored 14-0, and had opportunities in that third quarter. You look at their third quarter drives, a punt, a turnover on downs, and what was a 17-all game became a 31-17 Kansas State lead. Kansas State scoring on drives in that third quarter. They got a 12-yard touchdown pass to Jerron Brown and a touchdown run as well. And they came in short order over about a 3-minute span late third quarter as Baylor was struggling. One of those drives, though, was particularly demoralizing after Jacob Reddy moved down to punt inside the 5-yard line to force Kansas State to go 97 yards. That's what they did. 14 plays, 97 yards. They employed that quick slant to great effect. They drained 6 minutes and 41 seconds off the clock, and they scored to take the lead. Then after the Baylor turnover on downs, they were able to score again quickly in just 4 plays for a 31-17 lead. Baylor had a turnover on downs, and Kansas State K-State had the ball with a chance to go up 17 or 21. It was not looking good. But the Baylor defense today, which did struggle at times, again gave up a season-high 501 yards to Kansas State. They found a way to mostly get it done in the fourth quarter. You look at Kansas State, really a big play. A drive that was early in the fourth quarter. Baylor forced a punt. And they were able to do something special from there on out. And again, the game really turned in a couple points. Obviously, the game really turned on a Jacob Red interception. We're going to hear in a moment. But the game really became a game again. You know, it became a game again for Baylor after they're down by 2 scores. At this point, ESPN gave the Bears just a 1.9% chance of coming back to win the game. But Michael Trigg with 2 catches for 71 yards, including just a nasty one-handed catch along the sideline, an NFL-type play, and frankly a play that not many NFL-type guys make. He had 2 catches for 61 yards on the drive, and that gave Baylor a chance to really, I would say, almost steal a quick touchdown. Just a minute 7 had ticked off the clock when Sawyer Robertson found Bryson Washington from 11 yards out.
1st and 10 from the K-State 40. Snap back to Robertson. Robertson looking, near sideline. Trigg again. Holy cow! A one-handed grab. It was a one-handed catch by...
Hey, well, you know what? That's not what I was asking for, Aaron, but I'm glad we got to hear that because that was a fantastic catch there by Michael Trigg. And in fact, if you haven't seen the still,
he's got the TD.
Go online to BU Football on Twitter. You can see the still image of him just holding the ball up in the air like the Statue of Liberty's torch as he's coming down, tapping his toes just inside the sideline there. It was very, very impressive. So that set the Bears up for a first down at the 11-yard line, and it was Sawyer Robertson finding Bryson Washington there.
Oh, my.
All right, they review it, but it is a catch.
That's a catch of the...
You're right, Jeff.
Just skip it, sorry.
We will try to revisit that a little bit later on, but the point being, Bryson Washington took a sweet pass from Sawyer Robertson, ran it in the rest of the way. One of 2 touchdown passes on the day by Sawyer Robertson, and that made it 31-23. Notice I did not just absent-mindedly say 31-24 because the Bears went for 2, and all season long, we've heard fans really clamor to see more of Sawyer Robertson in the run game. You look through the first 5 games of the year, Bryson Washington had accounted for literally 2/3 of Baylor's running attack, and he basically did so again today with 65 to Baylor's 98 rushing yards. That continues to be an area that we'd like to see improvement on. And not understandably, you know, when you talk to some of the Baylor quarterbacks who've been around here, Dick Florence, Russell, they've talked about just how much threat of Sawyer's legs and Baylor employs that could open up the running game. And Baylor went for 2 here. We're going to hear Coach Aranda a little bit later on talk about the thought process behind that, but they really felt like they kind of wanted to see if they could get that and see if that could set things up the rest of the way. So instead of going for the extra point to make it 31-24, they went for 2.
The Bears will go for 2 here, down 31-23. Now they split out 3 guys far right: Kloppenstein, Cameron, and Washington. Snap back to Sawyer Robertson. He'll run it in. A 2-point conversion on the legs of Sawyer Robertson. The 2-point conversion for Baylor pulls them within 6 at 31-25.
It was a great call there, great execution. The offensive line just walled off the Kansas State defense, and it was easy for Sawyer Robertson from there. They made his job easy to find pay dirt, untouched. He could have just about walked in there, and that made it 31-25. Were you all as surprised by that as I was? I certainly wasn't expecting this to happen. In fact, it was one of those things when I saw them staying out there, I was looking around to see if I had missed a flag somewhere. Did I miss a flag on the Bryson Washington touchdown? Was there a timeout I wasn't expecting? But no, they were going for 2. It was a gutsy call. They made it, and it obviously made a difference. That was stealing a point there based on what you would expect. The game Bears 1-1. All right, so now Baylor is down by 6. After falling behind 31-17, it's now a 1-score game, and a Baylor touchdown with an extra point could give them the lead. So you think, all right, Baylor needs a stop. They need to stop, need to force a punt, need to get the ball back and try to find a way to win this game. Well, it turned out that Baylor needed a stop, obviously, but they would not need to force a punt. They would not need an offensive drive to claim the lead, because for a Baylor team that has struggled to put pressure on the quarterback this season, and in a game in which Avery Johnson put together a career high in passing yards, Baylor got some pressure on him when it mattered most. It came on a third down play near midfield, just over 4.5 minutes to go in the game. Amarion Winston came angling in to his right. He had pressure from the left as well, and Baylor forced him into a mistake. And the man who had Baylor's biggest turnover of the year in the SMU game up to that point delivers an even bigger.
10th play of the drive, Jeff Walter says here.
Intercepted!
Johnson!
Go,
He's
baby!
intercepted!
Go!
He may take it!
Go!
Down the near sideline! Running is Jacob Redding! He'll take it all the way!
Yeah!
Jacob Redding! A pick six for the Bears! How about that? Finally a takeaway for the Bears, and it's a pick six! And the Bears are an extra point away from taking the lead over Kansas State in the fourth quarter.
This is a Baylor team that's been near the bottom of the Big 12 in turnover margin this year, and it feels like an area in so many close games. Boy, we were talking about on the pregame show, Baylor can just force some key turnovers here and there. You don't need, you'd love to get 3 or 4 a game, but sometimes it's just that one that can make a difference. When we saw that play out, just an incredible play by Jacob Redding. He read Avery Johnson's eyes. He saw the pressure, and he cut in front of the pass. And then not only did he cut in front of the pass and pick it, but he had the presence of mind to keep on angling. He found the seam, and he took it 66 yards for the touchdown. The Connor Hawkins extra point was good to give the Bears a 32-31 lead with 4 minutes and 28 seconds to play. Jacob Redding, you look at what he did today. I know they ended up scoring after it, but he actually downed that punt at the 3-yard line. He did a nice play on special teams. He had the big defensive play there, and really has Baylor's 2 biggest defensive plays, I would argue, of the year. And I'd say I'd argue. I don't know that there's going to be a lot of argument on that. But the interception in the end zone to snuff out a scoring drive for SMU in a game that the Bears won by 3 in double overtime. And then today, the interception, the pick six that gave the Bears the lead. By the way, did you think that Florence was a little excited on that? Luckily, working all those years with the great J.J. Joe, Bob Baker, our engineer, has a very deft hand of occasionally just when John's calling the play-by-play. Give me a little inside look here. John's calling the play-by-play. If the analyst starts yelling too loud, he's got to slightly turn down their mic. If you listen closely, I think that's what we heard there. But that is no complaint right there, because Nick was having fun, as were we all. That was an unbelievable play. And you hope it would stand up as the game winner, but Baylor would need a little bit more. This was a stretch here now where the lead would change 3 times in a span of just under 300 seconds. The Bears lead 32-31, but Kansas State gets a big play on their first play of the subsequent drive, a long pass to Chase Brown. He had his helmet taken off on the play, and that get tacked on 15 yards to boot. And so Kansas State had the ball first and goal at the 2-yard line. The key sequence in this game would also happen right there. On first down, Baylor stuffed Joe Jackson for a 2-yard loss. That forced Kansas State to go to the air on 2 subsequent plays. Baylor stopped them both times. The Wildcats would have to settle for a field goal. And they were able to get that field goal, though, with a 22-yarder from Rodriguez. And that gave the Wildcats a 34-32 lead with 1:48. But again, you knew whatever Kansas State pulled off there, the Bears would have to match that. So it was huge, needing only a field goal rather than a touchdown late in the game. So it's 34-32. The Bears get the ball back with 1:48 to go. And they moved the football. With having 3 timeouts in their pocket, it was nice that Baylor was able to be multi-dimensional. They didn't have to just go to the air. They were able to run the football a little bit. And you look at that drive for the Bears. They did both of those things. And what was tough, though, what became tough as a Baylor fan, now obviously they had a lot of trust in Connor Hawkins. He had hit a 53-yard field goal earlier this year. And I think that caught all of our attention, but the question, for a lot of us who don't see him every day is that the exception rather than the rule? How much faith do they have in him? Is it a situation in which Baylor would trust him from long range with the game on the line? And we found out that. You look at that drive, a 7-yard pass to Michael Trigg, a 5-yard run by Bryson Washington. Baylor throws deep for Cole Wilson, gets a pass interference. Then Sawyer Robertson runs up the middle for 9 yards. And Bears got themselves caught in a little bit of an awkward spot. And I say awkward because it's awkward to us. After a holding call pushed Baylor back 10 yards to the K-State 40-7, it looked like they had taken the Bears out of field goal range. And at the moment they had, but the Bears were able to get 11 yards back to make it a 3rd down and 9. So you're wondering, are they going to maybe try to run it a few yards to see if they can make it a little bit closer, because that one was a 53-yard field goal attempt, which would have matched Hawkins for long. Are they going to try to pick up the 1st down and drain the clock? Just weren't quite sure. And we saw what they did. They tried an out to Michael Trigg, and Sawyer Robertson, he were unable to connect there. And so, nerve-wracking. Baylor's going for a 53-yard field goal with under a minute to go to take the lead. Redshirt freshman kicker who had kicked a 53-yarder. But the question is, can he do it again? It is a question that Gunnar Hawkins would answer. Emphatic.
Kicking right to left from the right hash. Snap, hold, kick is away. The kick is good! Oh, baby! 54 yards out. The Bears take the lead, 35-34 on Kansas State.
That came with 31 seconds to play, so the Bears are up 35-34. 53-yard Connor Hawkins field goal matched his career long. And you felt like the Bears, they thought they had the lead back with half a minute to go, but you knew it wouldn't be easy, and it was not. Somehow Kansas State ran 6 plays in 6 plays in a minute, in 31 seconds, I beg your pardon. And that set them up for a potential game-winning field goal. I beg your pardon, they ran 4 plays in those 31 seconds, and that set them up for a potential game-winning field goal. Rodriguez's career long was 53 yards at the JUCO level. Here, he was trying a 56-yarder for the win. The Bears had already had their hearts broken once at the gun 2 weeks ago against Arizona State at home. Would it happen again? Cooper Lands said no.
Simon McClannon is the holder. Here we go, a 56-yard attempt for Kansas State for the lead with 5 seconds to play. Good snap, good hold. Block! The kick is blocked! The kick is blocked! Bears win over Kansas State! They blocked the field goal! Bears 35-34 over Kansas State! What a game, what a win for the Bears! Baylor wins by 1 over the Wildcats.
And again, you look at that play, Cooper Lands is able to just get the hand up there. You have to kick it with a lower trajectory from that distance, and he got a hand on there. Blocked it emphatically, in fact. That was like a volleyball block at the net. That wasn't one of those you see where you just kind of get a fingertip on it, which would have been fine if that's what he did, but he stuffed that field goal, and the Bears win 35-34. Again, you look, 3 lead changes in the final 4.5 minutes of this game. A game that saw, 2 ties, 6 changes of the lead over the course of the game. And again, the way that played out, you would have loved it if Baylor had won this game going away. And there's a part of you that maybe thinks, based on how Kansas State played this year, they should have, but they didn't. They showed the resilience to find a way to get the job done. And 4-2 overall, and 2-1 in Big 12 play is a whole lot different than 1-2 in conference action and 3-3. And that's where the Bears are now, 4-2 overall, 2-1 in Big 12 play, following a 35-34 win today over the Wildcats. That evens up, by the way, the all-time series between these two teams at 11 games apiece. Brought to you today by Rudy's, proud sponsor of Baylor football. Be sure to stop by your local Rudy's or Rudy's.com for some real Texas barbecue. Enjoy 100% oak smoked meats, delicious sides, and Rudy's signature sauce. Get Rudy serves breakfast tacos every day until 10 a.m. A little bit later on the program here on the 5th Quarter Show on the Baylor Sports Media Network, we will look back. We will take a look at our impact segment, which areas, which players had the biggest impact on today's game. We'll take a look as well at our conversation. We'll revisit our conversation with Dave Aranda. But coming up next, we'll go inside the numbers. We'll look at the team and individual stats and a few numbers that really stood out from today's win. On 35-34, roller coaster ride of a victory today for the Bears. Back with more from McLean Stadium after this here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
If you're stuck in a high auto loan rate, it's time to call an Audible.
Hi, I'm Joe Betsy Tyler with First Central. When it comes to your auto loan, you don't have to stay in a bad formation. Call the right play. Refinance with First Central and get a lower rate, fast approvals, and a team that knows how to win local.
Visit firstcentralcu.com and apply today.
First Central Credit Union. Everything we do for you.
Membership and loan policy requirements apply. Member NCUA.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in-network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
Baylor Nation rolls along with Allen Samuels Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Start with award-winning service and factory-trained techs. Then shop our new and used lineup from cars, trucks to SUVs, all makes and models. Running a business? We're your Central Texas headquarters for ProMaster vans, cab, and chassis and work trucks. For power and comfort, test drive the Ram 1500, the Motor Trend Truck of the Year winner again. Allen Samuels in Waco, proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Come by. Let's be friends.
Do you want to earn points while cheering on your favorite Baylor teams? Join Baylor Bold Rewards. Track your attendance on the Baylor Sports app across athletic events and earn points towards prizes and experiences. Download the Baylor Sports app or register online today at BaylorBoldRewards.com and start earning your points today.
All right, Derek, I got Aranda all cleaned up. It is just a touch over 8 minutes.
Quarter Show.
Okay.
Sports Media Network. Get ready to go inside the numbers for the stats that shaped today's game. Here's Derek Smith.
My favorite stat from the game today, or at least the one that I found most interesting, was that the Bears held the ball in the fourth quarter for just 4 minutes and 25 seconds and scored 18 points. Holding Kansas State to just 3 points in 11 minutes and 35 seconds. They've got a whole lot more bang for their buck for the seconds that they held on to the ball than Kansas State did in the fourth quarter. And really my other favorite number from this game is that Baylor, with their backs against the wall, just a 1.9% chance of winning the game with about 9 minutes to go, according to ESPN. Obviously found a way to get it done. Those are a couple of numbers that stood out to me. Let's look at the numbers in this game now once again. First, team stats. Baylor actually outgained by Kansas State 501 yards overall to 443. Baylor with 345 through the air, 98 on the ground. Kansas State 162 on the ground, 339 through the air. 3 penalties, 40 yards for the Wildcats, 7 for 74. For the Bears. Again, I think with this Baylor team, as we look at these numbers, if you want to find stats that worry you, they're there. If you want to find stats that encourage you, they're there. It's been up and down, and yet a 4-2 record, when you look at the schedule Baylor has played, they keep finding a way to bounce back, to find that upward swing. And honestly, we're probably a couple of turnovers against Arizona State from being potentially a 5-1 ball club. It's not a perfect product, but it's a product that has clearly shown an ability to keep fighting, even when sometimes the execution, particularly on the defensive end, isn't where you want it always to be. You look at this game, 8 of 16 on third down was Kansas State, 1 of 1 on fourth down. Baylor 3 of 9 on third, 0 of 1 on fourth down. Baylor today held the ball for just 22 minutes and 13 seconds. Kansas State had it for 37 minutes and 47 seconds. It's a pretty low number in a Big 12 win for the Bears. They managed to find a way to get it done. And again, befitting the up-and-down nature of the team, there were stretches where the offense was just electric. There were stretches where they struggled to protect the football. But again, the good outweighed the bad in a 35 to 34 win. And I think I highlight this because, you see a perception even after a win last week against Oklahoma State. Just people, wondering, who is this football team? And I think you see a lot of hyperbole about, some fans who aren't happy with the record. And I think, obviously, there's things that if you want to be frustrated about, you can be, because the team lost a tough game to Arizona State. We've seen them play really well at SMU and at stretches today. And then you see at times them really struggle. But this team may well be up and down, and yet you look and the team is 4-2 and 2-1 in Big 12 play and found a way to get it done with their backs against the wall. That may be par for the course in the Big 12 this year. I don't think Iowa State went to Cincinnati today. They respected Cincinnati, I'm sure, but I don't think they were expected to come back with a hard-fought loss. You've got a TCU team that probably saw Baylor lose to Arizona State, and they thought that they really saw Arizona State struggle at times even against Baylor, and it sounds like in some cases they're kind of licking their chops, and then they lose to Arizona State. So it's just that kind of year in the Big 12. Let's take a look at the individual numbers. Avery Johnson today, a career game passing, 29 of 45 for 339 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. He also led the team in rushing with 10 carries for 72 yards and a touchdown. Joe Jackson, 13 carries for 61 yards. They really moved the ball around through the air. They had 4 receivers with at least 4 receptions, led by Chase Brown, 4 catches, 106 yards, and a touchdown. For the Bears, Sawyer Robertson, another strong game, 25 of 39 for 345 yards passing, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. And he found Michael Trigg early and often. Michael Trigg, a career day and a record for a Baylor tight end with 8 catches in a single game and 155 yards in a single game. You look, he had 155 yards. The other receivers had 190. And still you had guys stepping up. Josh Cameron had 5 receptions. Ashton Hawkins had 4. Cole Wilson had 3 for 50. And then you got Kobe Prentice, again, Jan, just 1 catch, another long touchdown for him. That's what he does every single game. That's why he's second in the Big 12 in receiving touchdowns. On the defensive side, Devin Bobby and Jacob Redding led the team, tied for the team lead with 6 tackles. Keaton Thomas had 5, including a tackle for loss. Jacob Redding had the interception that completely turned the game upside down there in the fourth quarter. So those are the numbers, the stats from this game. You look at this again, it'd be fitting what we said. If you want to be frustrated, you'll see things that you can be frustrated about. This is a Baylor team that's continued to struggle running the football. Kansas State was 14th in the Big 12 in rushing defense, and Baylor just didn't get the running game going a lot today, although it did look like today, Bryson Washington, there was one stretch he, after a hit, laid on the field a minute and exited the game before coming back in. It felt like they were really trying to give other guys a chance. We saw Michael Turner, 7 carries, 38 yards. He looked good running the football today. Caden Knighton, 5 carries for -6 yards. Again, he's a very talented guy, but he's got that freshman's ability to, seems like, dance behind the line sometimes when really just need to cut it. You can't get away with the things at this level that you did in high school. And he's going to get there. They have a lot of faith in him. But Michael Turner, you look at the job he did today. He gave the Bears some good relief. So you can be frustrated that the running game still has it going. On the other hand, this is a Baylor passing offense that continues. Even when you put everything on their shoulders, They still find a way to get it done. Second in the Big 12 in passing yards per game, and with 345 more, they're going to be right up there again this after today's game. Sawyer Robertson continues to put together a resume that if the team can find a way to keep winning, he's going to find himself on a lot of award lists as the year goes on. And again, Michael Trigg is the best tight end in the country, and you'd like to see the team be explosive all the time. 60 minutes, complimentary football, after the defense got some stops, but they didn't in the first half, but boy, they did in the second half there with those 18 fourth quarter points, leading to a 35-34 win today for the Bears. I want to note, too, Connor Hawkins, 2 for 2 in field goals. He is now 7 of 8 on the year and 2 for 3 from beyond 50 yards. That's a pretty impressive number. Right there, we saw that the team trusted him, and he delivered there with half a minute to go. This is the Baylor. This is the fifth quarter show, not the Baylor Alumni Tailgate Show. This is the fifth quarter show here, coming to you live from McLean Stadium. I want to remind you the Baylor Coaches Show is presented by Central National Bank. It's live at Rudy's, and it has returned. You can join the voice of the Bears, John Morris, in a lineup of Baylor coaches live at Rudy's every Wednesday from 6 to 7 p.m. You join him in person there this week. It's going to be soccer coach Michelle Leonard. They're having a fantastic season and looking to build on that tomorrow. You can make your way out to Betty Lou Mays Field to see them at 1 o'clock tomorrow against Colorado. And then you can go hear Coach Leonard on Wednesday night along with Casey Maxwell from Baylor Equestrian. You'll get over the course of the fall the inside scoop on all of our Baylor athletics programs. That is Rudy's, 6 to 7 p.m., the Baylor Coaches Show presented by Central National Bank. As promised, we're going to hear from Coach Aranda when we return. We'll revisit his comments after the game with John Morris and Nick Florence. That is straight ahead within our Impact segment later on. 35-34, the Bears conclude the first half of the season in dramatic fashion. A 35-34 win over Kansas State heading into the bye. And we'll be back with more after this on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
When life gets complicated, Butts Law Firm is your one-stop for a wide range of legal needs. Whether you need estate planning documents such as a will, trust, or guardianship, or the appointment of a receiver to handle personal or business assets management and disposal, consumer protection, family-related legal matters, or various business-related issues, we are your community firm. Whether you're planning for the future, navigating a probate, or managing a business, our experienced team is ready to guide you every step of the way. Trust us to provide the legal support you need. Call today, 406-641-BUTZ. That's 406-641-2889. Or come by the Waxahachie office at 301 South Rogers Street, Suite 202, downtown Waxahachie. Come see the difference having a trusted attorney by your side can make, because at Butts Law Firm, your legal rights are our business.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst! So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
If you need a trailer, Flat Rock Trailers has got you covered. From light-duty single-axle utility trailers to the Big Tex tandem duals. We also carry a full line of enclosed cargo trailers. Need a motorcycle trailer? We've got them. Need a dump trailer? We've got the largest selection in the state. Oilfield trailers? We carry a full line of Big Tex trailers to handle all your needs. Trailer repairs? We repair all makes and models. We'll even rent you a trailer if you need to use one for a day. Flat Rock Trailers, your #1 source for all your trailer needs. Find us at flatrocktrailers.com.
Welcome back to the fifth quarter show on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Here's your host, Derek Smith.
34, that was the final in a game that ended a little over an hour ago at McLean Stadium, which is where we are now on the fifth quarter show. Dramatic fashion, a Connor Hawkins 53-yard field goal proves to be the game winner as the Bears survived a field goal attempt just before the gun that was blocked by Cooper Lands. Bears get a game-changing pick six from Jacob Redding. And as we hear from Coach Aranda again now, if you're wondering about the decision to go for two when the score was 31-23, if you're wondering about his faith in Jacob Redding, if you're wondering about some of the frustrations with a defense that has yet to put a complete game together in that complementary football that has been elusive, well, he's going to talk about all of those things and more, but obviously a happy day for the Bears with the win over K-State. And here now is Coach Aranda again.
Coach, thanks for joining us. Congratulations. What a big win today.
No, thank you. Yeah, we're it's an excited locker room. Guys are fired up about what they can do, about what's possible. So it's good to see.
Got an excited broadcast booth too. I'll tell you, it's so much resiliency for your team to overcome and keep battling today.
You know, I told the team in there, I love this team, and there's the core guys of this team, the leaders of this team. They were here when we were 3-9. They were the guys that were overlooked for a job or a position or a starting role, they were the ones that have had to deal with so much adversity. And there's always been, some other guy to play that spot. There's been, hey, get close and lose it. And that's kind of been their history. And so, that can mold somebody one or two ways. And I think with this team, it's molded in a real positive way of guys that know what it's like to be in the dark and then to be in the light too. But to work in the dark to be able to get to the light is a hard thing to do. We've got guys that can do that.
So many big plays today. I mean, huge plays. The Jacob Redding interception return, the 53-yard field goal. Stop by your defense when Kansas State had first and goal inside the 2. That stand was huge.
Yeah, it's good to have a stand. We'll take it when we can get it.
Coach, talk about fast starts, and we've kind of been our MO these first 6 games of kind of clawing our way out, and you talk about the resilience, which is really hard to coach that, and so it's something that's within this team. But how do you overcome the slower starts as you head into the final half of the season?
Well, I thought there's times where even the Oklahoma State game, the very first series is a 3-and-out, and then we're scoring, and there's even I'm thinking there's another game that's somewhat similar.
Samford, you got the quick
right,
turnover.
Right, and so there's the levels of all of it. Defense, I can speak to that the most naturally is that there's a lot of stuff that is kind of schemed up for us because we've struggled at this and that, and so there's new variations on tape. We're generally better in after the start because we see what they're doing. Then we can make adjustments, in the start of something where it's, hey, here's a play that you haven't really seen. It's kind of closely related to this other play, but it's their take on it, and so it's a little bit different. You'd like to be in that moment, just make a play. And we've struggled to do that. And so it's kind of have to be all lined up for us to be able to kind of capitalize on that. And I think, that's growing pains. That's having young guys play. That's having, gaining experience. That's maybe better play calls in those moments early on, And so we're kind of trying to hit all those switches so that we can start faster. It's been a bit of a maddening thing, but I have to believe that with everyone committed to it, we'll be better for it. And I think same thing on offense. There's looks that you get that is different. If a guy makes a guy miss, if a guy makes his cut instead of just putting his shoulder down, there's a bunch of space, and after that, there's all this opportunity to kind of, hey, look on the video screen, look on your tablet. Here's your cut. Here's your break, and it's more kind of settled. It's clearer, and so you kind of know what you're dealing with. Our league is such a kind of scheme-heavy league that really first quarter is just all the game plan, all the BS, and you kind of have to maneuver through that without being behind, and too often we're behind.
Yeah, it's a really good description for our listeners that, man, it truly is. You're coming out and playing a team that you haven't watched on film all week because everything's different. Turnovers are big.
Yep.
Momentum, and it's been a bit since we had one, and man, may not be a bigger one so far this season than Jacob Redding. Talk about that play. Talk about Jacob Redding and the job that he's done.
Yeah, last year Jacob was special teams early in the year and was kind of a scout team guy early in the year and made it to where he was seeing special teams, and then we would be in practice, and Jacob would be probably the best hands in all of our DB group last year. We would be in practice, and we would have jump balls, and our scout team players would come down over it on top of our starters in the backfield. And, it's just like, man, can this be any more maddening? And Jacob was someone that would continually kind of make plays in those spots. And so it's like, hey, we need to be able to feature Jacob more. We need to find a role for him. We need to, and, so he kind of started that way and just worked at it. And he's our most dependable guy right now. He's had 2 real big plays like that. And then on top of it, he's just been in the right spot so many times. You trust him and the detail that he puts into it, and the study and the care factor and all of those things is what you want a football player to be all about. So way proud of him, and the best is yet to come for him.
Yeah, it's incredible. It's been fun to watch him, and this is, I mean, it's a huge win. We were talking about this is kind of for both us and Kansas State, a trajectory-changing game, and man, this is huge going into the second half of the season and how you carry this through as a team.
Yeah, there's been, you look at these games that we've been in. I mean, they're so, they're down to the wire. There's this drive or that drive. They're just, I think that's just foreboding of the rest of the season. I think it's going to be like that. And, the more that we can play where, hey, man, we're seeing something that we ain't seen, but we're not going to bust a coverage. Hey, we're it's tempo and they jump the snap, but we're not going to hold them, right? We're going to move our feet. The more we can do those things in critical moments, the better we're going to be at winning these close games. And so I think that's something we continually talk about is, hey, man, let's do everything we can to beat Kansas State. Let's not have Baylor beat Baylor. And we're able to fight through some of that today. That needs to be much cleaner, though, moving forward.
Coach, after the Bryson Washington touchdown, 8:50 on the clock in the fourth quarter, you went for 2 there.
Yeah.
What was the thought process there?
We're going to need it at some point.
Yeah.
And so, if you do it there, you have an idea of kind of what the next time going through is going to be. And then we felt really good about the play that we had too.
Yeah, and it worked out perfectly. And now an open date this next Saturday. What would you like to get done with the extra time?
We got to heal up. We've got some guys that weren't playing today that we've got to be able to get back. The guys that have stepped up that were playing today, we want to be able to get them more exposure and experience with some reps too. And so we've got to, this can be looked at as a way to fortify our depth. And so we're going to need to be able to do that. And then I think, we can get a head start on our next week opponent and be able to rep the things that we need to be able to see with them. They're going to be very similar to what we see with our offense. And so, and then our defense both ways, pretty similar teams structure-wise. And so we can work on that too.
Final question, the block field goal that pretty much iced it for you. What did you see on that play?
Yeah, that was Max. That was everyone kind of going into it, and so there's a bunch of prayers going on the sideline, and we had you knew something good was going to happen because just the look in guys' eyes in that huddle. That's such a cool thing when there's that connection of that guys are going to step up right there. You just you see it in their eyes, and you can feel it even if you weren't. If your eyes were closed, there's an energy you feel of like, hey, something's happening here. You felt that in that huddle prior to that.
That's Bears head coach Dave Aranda visiting with John Morris and Nick Florence after the game, sharing his thoughts. You heard his insights on the two-point conversion. You can see why they liked the play they had. They ran that to perfection. Sawyer Robertson could have just about crawled into the end zone. Instead, he just jogged in untouched for the two-point conversion, and that was essentially stealing a point in a game that the Bears won by 1 today. And he mentioned the energy on that he felt there on the sideline at the end of the game. One thing about this team that they have shown is they do have the ability to keep fighting. We'll talk about this more in the impact segment. At times they've fallen behind early, which is frustrating, but they continually fight. They fought back today in a game that ESPN gave them 1.9% chance to win early fourth quarter. They got the job done. We saw them fight against SMU, and they got it done up there, and hopefully more to come in that regard. But they continue to fight, and they did so today. And 4-2, 2-1 feels a whole lot different than 1-2 in the Big 12 and 3-3 overall. Back with the Impact segment on the fifth quarter show after this here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
Premier ER and Urgent Care has all the convenience of urgent care with all the expertise of an ER, all under one roof. At every visit, be seen by ER-trained staff with on-site lab and CT, X-ray, ultrasound, and EKG. Here, you pay for the appropriate level of care that you receive, and we are in network with most major insurance providers. Premier ER and Urgent Care has 4 convenient locations serving Texas: San Marcos, Temple, Waco, and Woodway. To learn more, visit www.premier.care.
TFNB Your Bank for Life is the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Find out why more Central Texas are making TFNB their bank for life. Sign up for our Edge checking and savings accounts to earn interest or cash back. With 5 convenient locations and an award-winning mobile app, banking has never been easier. TFNB, your bank for life. Member FDIC.
Come see why Green Eye Associates is voted best in Waco year after year. Enjoy exceptional service and care from Dr. Leanne Green alongside her dedicated optometrist and staff. Receive trustworthy insights on your eye health, enjoy the impressive variety of contacts and eyewear, and work with the most experienced optical team in Waco. Don't miss the new state-of-the-art dry eye therapies that rejuvenate the eyes and face with safe, non-invasive treatments to restore comfort and quality of life. Green Eye Associates, official optometrist of Baylor Athletics.
Baylor Nation rolls along with Allen Samuels Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram. Start with award-winning service and factory-trained techs. Then shop our new and used lineup from cars, trucks to SUVs, all makes and models. Running a business? We're your Central Texas headquarters for ProMaster vans, cab, and chassis and work trucks. For power and comfort, test drive the Ram 1500, the Motor Trend Truck of the Year winner again. Allen Samuels in Waco, proud partner of Baylor Athletics.
Come by. Let's be friends.
Welcome back to the Fifth Quarter Show on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Who had the biggest impact on today's game? Here's Derek Smith with today's Impact segment.
35-34, Baylor win. Connor Hawkins, 53-yard field goal, half a minute to go. The game winner at McLean Stadium today. The Bears headed to the bye week, a game they came into. Carl Williams at safety with Omar Abedian on the offensive line. Bryson Washington, Sidney Fugar, a little banged up, questionable. Those last two guys played. Opportunity, as we heard Coach Aranda said, to hopefully heal up heading into the second half of the season, which starts 2 weeks from today in Fort Worth against TCU. Let's look at the players that had the biggest impact on the game, what we liked, what we didn't like. Let's start with what we liked. I think you look at this game. Among players who stepped up, one stands out to me on offense and one stands out on defense. On offense, it's Michael Trigg, the best tight end in the country, a record-setting day for him, 8 catches, 155 yards, most prolific totals in a single game for a tight end in Baylor history. And, you know, again, he was big throughout the game. He also had a touchdown that he nearly brought down in the end zone. They really was juggling the ball. Otherwise, those totals could have been even a little bit more impressive. But on an offense that has a lot of weapons through the air, he's really become the guy when you need a play that you look to. Again, Baylor's down 31-17. It's not looking good. ESPN's giving the Bears less than 2% chance of winning the game. And Baylor twice looks to Michael Trigg, 2 catches for 71 yards, including a ridiculous one-handed grab along the sideline in which he just squeezed the football like a piece of fruit and just tapped his toes down there on the side, just inside the green grass by the sideline there. That set the Bears up at the 11-yard line, and Bryson Washington scored. That allowed the Bears to score a touchdown in just over a minute. They needed a quick touchdown. Now, granted, they would get another really quick touchdown a few minutes later, but in that scenario, you're not counting on a pick six. You need a quick score, and you got one there thanks to Michael Trigg, who's a guy who is really, really hard not to like. I'm going to talk about, an area you want to improve. That's still the running game. Baylor today with under 100 yards running the football. That's actually the third time this year that Baylor's finished with 107 yards or less rushing. Baylor just really is an area that when they had put the winning streak together last year, they really had going 200 yards a game in the 6-game winning streak rushing football. Obviously not there right now, though the passing offense has been impressive enough that you're still looking at you're looking at the second best passing offense in the Big 12, and you've got a quarterback in Sawyer Robertson, who may well be the best quarterback in the country. On the defensive side, you have to like what Jacob Redding has brought. He's a guy who Coach Aranda said, he was kind of a scout team guy last year. Then worked his way onto special teams, stepped up at times, given an opportunity, and he's become a trusted starter this year. He had the interception in the end zone against SMU that snuffed out a scoring drive, and the Bears would go on to win in overtime. And today, that pick six. He saw the pressure was affecting Avery Johnson, and he was able to read his eyes. He cut in front of the receiver and then angled through the flotsam and jetsam there of the players on both offense and defense, taking it back 66 yards for a touchdown. And that was, you don't very often see a go-ahead pick six like that in a game of this magnitude, but He saw the Baylor pressure was impacting Avery Johnson. He read the play well. And this is a Baylor defense that is up and down. But man, turnovers make a huge difference, to state the obvious. And this Baylor team, if the defense continues with the yards per game and points per game number around that they've been giving up, turnovers could make all the difference in the world in the second half of the season. We saw it do so today, and you would like to see more of that. You don't like that the offense has given up season highs in yards to back-to-back teams, Oklahoma State and Kansas State, but you do like some of the big individual plays that you saw. You saw Jacob Redding on the pick six. You saw when Kansas State was driving for a go-ahead field goal. They had a first and goal at the 2-yard line. The Bears held them out of the end zone, forced them to a field goal, and that allowed Connor Hawkins to kick the game winner. Baylor only needed a field goal rather than a touchdown, thanks to holding them there. Speaking of things you like, Connor Hawkins on special teams, does he have your trust? He obviously has the trust of the team, and we can see why. Now 2 50-plus yard field goals this year. I mean, that's pressure right there. Game on the line, and he nailed the 53-yarder inside the right upright. Plenty of leg, plenty of distance, and he had a little bit of room to spare there. And Connor Hawkins has really shown. I think you look at, remember John Mayers hitting that 51-yard field goal in 2019 to tie the game against TCU. There was really not a lot of kickers over the years. I mean, Aaron Jones, had some big ones going way back here. But for the most part, you don't always have a lot of confidence when the Bears are going for a 50-plus yard field goal, particularly with the game on the line. But Connor Hawkins, he may be that guy. He's shown the propensity here in the first half of the season. One area Coach Aranda's really talking about is complementary football. That's an area that's still elusive. Fast starts have still been elusive. Keaton Thomas said after the game, we play our best with our backs against the wall. It'd be nice to see the team really play footloose and fancy-free, if you will, not having their backs against the wall. Maybe that'll come in the second half. But somewhere along the way, you just want to make sure these slow starts in games Baylor wins don't end up doing them. The second half schedule is tough, just like the first half schedule was tough, and you want to see Baylor pick that up. And that complementary football as well. After the Bears took a 17-10 lead, they had an opportunity with a stop. They headed to halftime with a lead, and then they got the ball back to start the third quarter, and they had an opportunity to either open up a 2-score lead or just reopen up a lead, but they gave up points at the end of the first half and then couldn't score in the third quarter. You just want to see the Bears put it together, and honestly, you like complaining about that in a game the Bears won, which they did today, but again in the second half of the year, that ability to follow a touchdown with a big defensive stand, or where maybe the defense gives up a touchdown, but you answer with a touchdown, and then the defense gets a stop. Those are the things that have been elusive this year for the Bears, and they're looking to build on. That's why Coach Aranda's talked about complementary football so often over the course of the first 6 games, but it's a first 6-game stretch that sees the Bears with a 2-1 Big 12 record, which means they're going to finish the day no worse than a game out of first place in the Big 12, and a 4-2 record overall heading into the bye week. That's our Impact segment. We will take a break and come back to wrap things up. Heading into the bye week for the Bears, we'll talk about that. Baylor has TCU looming 2 weeks, but for the Bears and these coaches, a well-deserved opportunity, hopefully to catch a little bit of a breather somewhere in there. They deserve it. I know they're going to be working hard over the next 2 weeks. Back to wrap things up on the Fifth Quarter Show after this here on the Baylor Sports Media Network.
The Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event is on, and there's no one key to victory. You need strength. You need power. You need agility. You need a team that shows up ready to win. And Toyota Trucks, yeah, they bring the full roster. The Toyota Tundra and Tacoma are built for it all. With available bed-mounted power outlets, massive towing capability, and a cabin fit for your crew, Toyota Tundra and Tacoma don't just show up to game day, they dominate it. Kick off the season with big savings during the Toyota Trucks Game Day sales event. But hurry, these deals won't last forever.
Toyota is a proud partner of Baylor Athletics. Wear green, haul gold in a new Tundra or Tacoma. Built to take you wherever the road leads, on game day and beyond. Visit your local Toyota dealer today.
Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst! So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Lock in gig speed Wi-Fi for just $35 a month, guaranteed for 3 years. Plus, get up to a $200 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
At Magnolia Realty, award-winning agents set the bar for professionalism and excellence. Whether you're looking to buy or sell, Magnolia's full-service brokerage will guide you through every step of the process with expert industry knowledge. Their agents are fully invested in learning your story and customizing the real estate experience to suit your stage of life. Magnolia Realty has been serving cities across Texas since 2007, including Waco, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, and Temple. To get connected or learn more, visit magnoliarealty.com.
Welcome back to the Fifth Quarter Show on the Baylor Sports Media Network. Here's your host, Derek Smith.
Landed the plane here on the Fifth Quarter Show following a dramatic 35-34 win today for the Bears, a game that saw 3 lead changes in the final 4.5 minutes, 6 lead changes overall. A game in which the Bears found themselves down 31-17 with under 10 minutes to play. They found a way to win. They found a way to get it done today. They only held the ball for 4 minutes and 25 seconds in the fourth quarter and still scored 18 points, more than they had in the first 3 quarters. Think about that for just a second. The Bears, you look at this through the first 30 minutes, the first 45 minutes of the football game, scored 17 points, and then with 4 minutes and 25 seconds in the fourth quarter of possession, scored 18 points. It's weird. Doesn't always make sense, but you will take that. The Bears made plays in the fourth quarter, and they fought to see that record reach the 4-2 mark and 2-1 in Big 12 play here at the midway point of the season, heading into a bye week. As we mentioned, you got a lot of guys who've been banged up this year. Coming into the game, you had Sidney Fugar and Bryson Washington questionable. They played. We've seen Cooper Lands miss a game. We've seen Carl Williams continue to be out. Omar Ibedion. Guys you want to see just get well. Hopefully the bye week gives them a chance to do that. And and rest up for what we know is going to be a challenging second half of the season. It's going to see the Bears play 2 straight games on the road against TCU 2 weeks from today, and then 3 weeks from now at a Cincinnati team that just knocked off 14th ranked Iowa State with a win today. And so those are going to be 2 challenging ball games for the Bears. But again, to revisit the top half of the earlier part of the program, this Baylor team at 4-2, if you look at it one way, you could say, boy, we've left some meat on the bone there. A last-second loss to Arizona State 2 weeks ago. You had some opportunities against Auburn. Today's a game that you made some crazy plays to get back in it and win. It's been a little bit up and down, but when up and down leads to a 4-2 record and a 2-1 Big 12 record with all your goals still in front of you, that's a better place to be than up and down and feeling like you're behind the 8 ball. And I know sometimes fans get frustrated when the team's not 5-1 or 6-0, and we all want them to be. And there's going to be times in the second half of the season the team frustrates you. There's going to be times they exhilarate you, and I think you just kind of buckle up and get ready for the ride because this team's shown a lot of heart. They've shown that through 6 games, they have been in every one of them at a 4-2 record. Again, I would say every game on the schedule the rest of the way feels winnable if Baylor plays well, feels losable if they don't play well, and I think that's going to be the case for most of the Big 12 this year. So buckle up following the bye week, enjoy the bye week, but get ready for what's ahead. It's going to be a lot of fun, and inconsistency isn't always something to work on from the team standpoint because they want to play complementary football. From a fan standpoint, that's when the team needs you all the more. And for the fans that stuck around for today's game into the fourth quarter, making as much noise as they can, I know that was appreciated by these guys. Just would love to see y'all have some reinforcements, but we enjoyed the fans who were here today. Making noise late in the game, it did make a difference, and for this team, the remaining home games, you look UCF. UCF is the next one on homecoming. You've got Utah mid-November, and you got Houston as well. All of those, the crowd could make a difference because there's a lot of 50-50 games in the Big 12 here, and hopefully the Bears continue to build consistency to find ways to win them. But for now, we'll enjoy this one, a 35-34 roller coaster ride of a Baylor victory today. Enjoy the bye week and then get ready for a big game 2 weeks from today against the TCU Horned Frogs. We want to thank, as always, Aaron Sexton. A long day of producing back at our flagship station studios, ESPN Central Texas. And we appreciate your great work, as always, and also our engineer here, Bob Baker, making sure all was well as we always transition at the end from the network broadcast to the fifth quarter show. Speaking for them, I'm Derek Smith. Again, the final today, Baylor 35, Kansas State 34. Appreciate you being with us. So long from McLean Stadium.
All right, bud. Great day to be a Bear.
Live coverage of Baylor football on the Baylor Sports.
Pleasure as always, Derek. Thanks, bud.
Today's game coverage has been brought to you by Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, championship partner of Baylor Athletics. Visit Texas Farm Bureau Insurance online to find a local agent today. Baylor Scott and White Health, the official hospital and healthcare system of Baylor Athletics. Your healthcare, your way. H-E-B, the official grocer of Baylor Athletics, proudly serving Texans since 1905. TFNB, your bank for life, the official local bank of Baylor Athletics. Premier ER and Urgent Care, feel better now. Nissan, innovation that excites. This broadcast has been an